right back to flat. So again, man, we only have on this one, we have about 20% left of the TQs. We just got a good fill there. We could reload this. I'm not going to. Well, you know what? We can reload it a little bit higher, actually, on the NASDAQ. Our stop is 6105s, so we can try to take this up here. Okay, now it's starting to go. This is what I mean. It's probably, all right, we'll try it here at 98s. I mean, for 7 handles worth of risk, there it is. So, all right, so we got, I'm not even, who did that? Joe, nice Joe. All right, so there it is, man. Good talk there on the futures. We barely put anything back in. It's going to be a big trade. Palantir and the futures. We'll go two for two over here. We did try a little bit of a reload there at 98s and out at 05s. 7 handles on half the position again. So definitely a good one. We'll probably throw back, I don't know, 10% there on that TQ trade, but at the end of the day, it looks like things are trying to break a little bit higher. So glad that we have that 11 or so % left on Palantir. Let me take another piece out here at 13s because 85.50. There we go. If we break 85.50, we're gone. So it's 20 cents worth of risk right now. We're short at 32s. So let's take another piece out. Now we're down there, 7.5% left on that. Yeah,
maybe 2 stocks that are not going up with the market. Okay, check that. Maybe Tesla's trying to go. Intel's not going, and Tesla's not going. So Intel got adjacent to VWAP. It didn't quite get there. It just tagged 70s. I was able to get 68.5. I use a lot of midpoints on Intel. I was able to get 78.5, but I wanted to get it in the 70s, which is where VWAP actually is. 80 to me is where you're wrong and waiting for another level. So I'm going to leave some offers in there. Next available pop, we'll see if we can't get in. Tesla's the other one that's not going. Tesla holding the bottom end of the range as the market's breaking out the high. So, I mean, there's things that are going absolutely parabolic. I see Tesla as weak. I see Intel as weak. I still see Rigetti as weak as well. Might not we use VWAP on this chart because it's missing a little bit of data. But Rigetti I like to the pre-market bottoms, which is about $10.50. Yesterday's resistance spot. So, yeah, I only want to be short these weaker names that I'm seeing. And not much. I mean, NVIDIA's not doing anything. It's kind of sitting in the middle of the range. Apple's the one that's the real absolute beast. And of course, we brought the news on Boeing just to cover it because nobody's traded it here just yet. It is still up 6% and grinding higher. So Boeing CEO was talking at a conference, and they must like what they hear with Boeing. Leave some astronauts stranded, and your stock goes up 6%.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they came back, so
well,
at least,
yeah, everyone's safe.
It's like the worst case scenario.
But thanks to who?
Who? Elon?
Elon.
Yeah, Elon gets a lot of credit for everything these days, it seems like. All right, so... Yeah. It's glad to have them back. That is for sure. All right, Tesla's starting to break lower, man, again. So like I said, we're just going to try to keep it very, very close to the chest today. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day, but not unrealized because we did get stopped out of that TQs. But there's Tesla, man. We talked about 228 maybe being a situation or a level that we wanted to look at. I'm not so sure about that anymore. The market is hitting highs, and Tesla's like turning around. So I'm not in love with that trade. The TQs, I'd rather short, I think, through 61 if we do break below. I know there's some of you asking me about that TQs trade and if we're looking to get a little bit more in on that. Yes and no. Like, I don't really think it's a great reload there to that upside. I guess I'll have to put it in the chat there.
I said we.
Yes, that's okay, Rob. I'll just put it here, always. Yeah, no problem. I just put in there the word always, so that way that's pretty generic, right? So we'll see if we can get that. Thanks, Rob, for coming through. But we'll wait to see what happens here with Palantir. There it goes, man. I'm gonna take another bid on this right now. 76. That would be nice if we could get that one. So again, here we go. Palantir. We just took a piece out there at 76. If this will drip down, good for that. The TQs, I could see that being a trade up here, but again, I don't know, man. The futures are above. We're above VWAP. We're above everything. The only other trade that we had interest in today, and I know you're still in Intel right now. I do like Intel, and was Alibaba. That was the only other trade that we put a trade on there. Okay, here we go, man. It's now, what's that club again? There it is. Let's wait to see what happens with Palantir. Can we break through 50? We're right now at possible support. So here we go, man. Good day continues right here at Trader TV Live.
Yeah, this market is, I mean, it's trying to go, but you've got a very distinct difference between a host of names. So it's something for everybody. I'm not going to jump back in early on SMCI. Like every time we've gotten in, we try to keep it to get out the high, get out VWAP, and keep it tight to the vest. It's like way too big of a wick. I tried to jump in at 40, but if you're risking at 20, that's fine, but I'm not going to short at 75 to 40.20. So missed that bit of a curl because it was a little bit too quick. Rigetti keeps on dumping. I feel like NVIDIA is starting to look like you're not going to get a push. With the market as strong as it is, you're not going to get that push to the 120 level. It's putting in lower highs, and the Jensen top at 119 is holding pretty firmly. So if we can't get more of Intel at VWAP, maybe we will at next pop. I want to look to one of the other chip names, either NVIDIA or AMD. The difference between the two being AMD is chilling much weaker underneath VWAP and prior day lows. So it's just a better setup to me. Maybe it doesn't move as much as NVIDIA. Had a bit of barcode action because I guess Kathy Wood was buying it yesterday. But that prior low and VWAP are lining up as we speak, and the market's breaking highs, and it's not. When I see that happening, want to short it here, give it to that top on just above VWAP right in there. So give it to like the quarter mark on AMD. Oh, and I still like Mara. Mara at that 12.
Oh, yeah, Mara, yeah. I'm going to try, I just talked myself into it a little bit. To take a little short here. Okay, now it's going to go. I was thinking like if we broke 61, we basically did and then came right back against us right now. So we're short right now at 07s here. I'm going to put a little bit of a bid down, near 61 in case that goes. But I'm really not 100% sure here what to do. Thank you, Rob. Oh, my favorite cup too. Thank you, Rob, for that. Rob does make the best coffees, though. Like Randy's is okay. Rob's the best. Thanks, Rob, for that one. There's a lot of work going to be happening here. You're going to see Rob a lot more, I feel like, in the back.
There's a lot of things that are trying to happen around here that is going to be interesting. Stay tuned. We're always trying to improve things, and some renovations might be happening. So AMD, we just got into. Intel does not want to pop. Like, it's just dropping. Wasn't able to add to it. Again, going to cancel orders at VWAP at this point as it just broke low of the day. Just to give you a higher time frame look, the 200 period on Intel's at $24. It's at $24.40. I'm covering at 24, and I think if it does any kind of a push underneath 24, there should be a bounce in the 23 half range. I can't imagine it's going to go down that much on a Fed day, but just to be prepared for it, 24 is the for sure on Intel.
Yeah, the market's starting to go upside here and breaking some of those highs. So, like I said, obviously we'll be giving back something here. We'll still be green, obviously, on the TQs, but there it is. Did it break 25? There it goes anyway. So there it goes, breaking through the highs. That's always the risk when you're trading futures, is dancing with these highs. So when you're here, for me anyways, especially just starting to trade the futures, as you guys know, it's just one of those things where it's a little risky to take something this early and then holding on to it, because we don't know. This is up 0.7. The NASDAQ could be up 2% here today, especially being a Fed day. We'll wait to see where the interest lies. But yeah, a little bit risky there. Palantir, not risky at all, as that's continuing to go downside. I can't believe I'm saying that, as normally it is a risky trade. Uber makes that move to the upside right there. So we're almost out of all of Palantir. We actually only have 5% left. Uber, nice move up for Uber right now today, breaking through $72. So this takes out day's high as the futures continue to make that move. So yeah, man, there could be a play here in Uber as well. So that could be a good long at these levels. We talked about JP Morgan. I haven't looked at this today. 237. Okay, this is a good one. We talked about that one in the long-term account. So far, so good right there, as it's printing a little bit, up another 1% here. So that isn't horrible as we go. But yeah, we can go over. It's 10 o'clock. I'm not sure what news numbers are coming out today. I mean,
the only thing today is the Fed.
Right, okay.
Oh, wait a minute, it's Wednesday. There should be a crude oil inventory.
There would be crude at 10:30, but as far as 10 o'clock, yeah, I think we're okay. All right, Adara, what's up? Over with you.
This market here pushing higher. S&P 500 at day's highs. The NASDAQ looking pretty similar here, up about 0.8%. SPY up about 0.6%. Out of this rate decision, again, we're widely pricing in that there will be no cut or no rate change. It's also worth noting here around 10 a.m. I'm seeing scheduled a call between Donald Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine. So keep an eye on this. We know geopolitical tensions can and have moved this market, especially as of late. Boeing on watch here, initially spiking higher, now giving up some of this move, but company CFO Brian West was speaking here at the Bank of America Global Industrials Conference starting around 9:05 a.m. It is worth noting here, not a lot of these comments were necessarily positive. Specifically, Brian West did in fact say that we're not really going to be expecting any new models, I guess, for Boeing as of late, but regardless, pushing higher on that move anyway. Then we have Williams-Sonoma. This one is an earnings day one play, sharply to the downside, expecting a net revenues for 2025 either to decline by 0.15% or actually incline by 1.5%. Also, though, despite this guidance a little bit mixed, they did actually beat on EPS and on sales, guys. Back to you.
EPS
yeah, I mean, GameStop's moving, Boeing is moving, there's a lot moving, but AMD just broke through VWAP. The bounce is definitely on. The market almost a full 1% to the upside.
Yeah.
Like the only long, and I'll slap the fail on that, but like to me, the biggest miss, you saw me at the open like staring down Reddit. I did, you know what, I haven't traded Reddit in a bit. It was much less liquid than I thought, and so when I missed my fill, we took it all out at VWAP. Kind of a missed opportunity. You're going to see it go all the way back up to the top. So I have to slap a fail on myself for that one because that was kind of you don't see Reddit down 10% very often for an SSR bounce play. So you want to make sure you get it in that moment, and I didn't. So unfortunately for me, Reddit's going to stink. Tesla's still underneath VWAP. Intel's still underneath VWAP, trying to make some moves higher. But at this point, you got to start thinking when we're breaking out like this, we're almost at 20K, like where are you headed? And are you at least at a spot where we would slow things down and you're at least $1 away on the Qs from that kind of a level? So I'd almost like to see if even on a Tesla or even on an Intel, are you at least getting back up into this supply zone in here where you might find some chop in the futures? And that way if things slow down and calm down, it makes more sense to try to reload. Because right now, the longs are working, and there aren't too many that I was absolutely in love with. Like I was thinking SSR bounce on Reddit. Apple's now completely gone. Like you're detached from VWAP. You're what, $3 away from VWAP, $2.50 away from VWAP. So there's not much in terms of obvious dip buy levels on this particular name. So going to be hunting for some other
long
strength that we can jump in. NVIDIA, eh?
No, I just want to say that because it's about to go long right now, breaking through this 117.60 area. I'm just going to go long there and then use like basically 40s or so as our low, like that little move right there. So we'll put on a decent sized position right here, try to see if we can get something going for NVIDIA here today. So here we go, man. I don't know how we got 65s there, but we did. So let's see if NVIDIA wants to go a little ham right now, back up to that upside for NVDA. Again, stop, I think pretty comfortable 117.40s. So if we, again, this is a bigger position for me. What just happened? Okay, there it is. Nice move upside right now for NVIDIA. Here we go. Let's see if we can get going now. Again, you know, we like the name. Strong stock, obviously. Early today, up 2%. Doesn't mean it's going to hold, but we're taking that shot right now big time with NVIDIA. The largest position I've had in a very long time now is with NVIDIA right here. Right now, well, whatever, I can tell you, we just took 500 shares. It's not huge, but for a break, this is a big level, so we'll wait to see what winds up happening right now. There we go. So it's a nice move up there, couple $100. We'll see what winds up happening with NVIDIA as I'm just piecing out like very, very small pieces at a time because I want to see this name run. So here we go. It's NVIDIA time. It's up into the 90s right here. We only had a 25 cent stop, so it's just right now getting back into that spot. So we need to see this go up a little bit. If we can get out of half and then use house money, we'll take it. But again, I want to even hold more than half and see where we can go now on NVIDIA. Here we go, Neil. Big time position, obviously. Let's just see where it goes. Upside, we'll probably add to it if we can go. It's kind of going meme crazy, but for right now, we'll go 3 for 3, man. Big trades today. TQ's big trade. Palantir. The fact that Palantir's still down here, big trade. And then there goes NVIDIA rejecting again off of that level. level. So rejecting right there off of 118. We could be in for a downturn. So let's start to clear a little bit out even more now on NVIDIA because, hey, you know, you have a good day, then you can throw it right back, right? And so if this is going to be one of those days, we might have just turned around off 19.9. There's where you have to look at the futures when you're in positions, especially into names like NVIDIA and whatnot, because you know, you do get that little bit of a pull against the future.
That turn was quick because Intel just turned off VWAP and like went quickly to the quickly underneath. So we tried to grab it on the way back in, waited for the futures to get to that level. Wasn't able to get that reload. We'll try again and see if we can't grab it. But you're seeing some strength. So SMCI, which we initially liked short, is now holding. Prior resistance is turning into support. So if you had the reversion, great. But now you're holding VWAP. The level that was a resistance level, you're up 4%, is turning into a support level. So you got to be able to try to flip it up. As long as we're weak on Intel under VWAP, I like that one short. But this is above VWAP and holding higher lows, and I like the resistance turning into some support for SMCI. I don't want to take breakouts in this market. I'd rather play the consolidation range in here, giving it to that prior 39.25. Vivid distortion, what futures are we looking at? The M contract. So if I quote the NQ, I'm looking at the M contract, which is, it does more volume already, but there's not the rollover until Friday, but I'm looking at the M contract on the NQ. So if you hear me say that price, it's probably different from the previous quarter.
All right, thanks, Joe, for that. Palantir still looking to go a little bit lower right now. I'm okay. Wow, a good flush here for PLTR. As the market continues to go higher, Palantir continues to go lower. So this trade right there, a big one here today for PLTR. Palantir will actually be my P&L number one, depending on what winds up happening with this NVIDIA trade. We just got some, we're getting some more out. We actually only have half left of NVIDIA, waiting for it to go now. I have another out at what? Wow, there goes Palantir official. Right there it goes, man. $1. We just got 85.32s there as we short that name into the ground for Palantir. I don't know if it's going to go into the ground or not, but yeah,
Lonely Island.
Yeah, who knows, man. We'll as I said, it's going to be a 3-for-3 day today. And Neil said something yesterday when he was 1 for 4, and that is still being green. And there's been so many days, and that made me think. So I'm glad Neil brought this up. Is that there's been so many days where I'll go like 4 for 5, but that one trade as actually puts me red on the day like that. So that's why, and I say this all the time, and I think Neil just kind of confirmed it yesterday. Share sizing is the most important out of everything because like you said there, you can bat 25% and be green, on the day.
That was the problem with Reddit.
Yeah, is that right? Yeah, so that's what. So I'll throw it back in just 1 second. But that's exactly. So that's the problem, and it's like here, and I'm saying that because of NVIDIA. Because again, I didn't have 500 shares on Palantir. I didn't have 500 shares of that TQQ trade, but I did put on some risk here in NVIDIA. So even though, and look, it's working out, it's fine. I don't want to put on a huge amount of risk today because we talked about the directional, and now it looks like it's up. But to that point, and to the point with you about Reddit there, is that it's one idea that could blow up in front of your face. So that's why risk management, and even right now as I'm seeing this struggle at 118, do I like this trade? Yes. Do I think it can break through? Yes. Is it the long that I want to have? Yes. So for that, we're out of half because we just came right back up into day's high. So if we could put, like I said, a couple $100 in here and then now watch it sing, great. But I feel like playing with house money now is super important, and you want to make sure that you're able to, capture some of those profits and share size accordingly. So I feel like we did that right there, but you can see right now NVIDIA is having a little bit of a day here up at 118. So if we can get a little bit more out, we'll do that right now, and we just did there at 90s. So far, so good. Consolidation and a breakout, Elon. That's exactly what I'm waiting for. I just don't want it to break down.
Elon in the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. For a second,
imagine the real Elon was here.
What does Elon have to do with NVIDIA?
Oh, Jensen Huang's
on CNBC. We did the same thing. Jensen Huang's on CNBC.
Why don't we have CNBC up there?
So Okay, you confused me there, Fabian, because that's not what Jensen Huang was talking about. But yeah, Jensen Huang is on CNBC, so watch out for NVIDIA possibly making moves. Let me quickly finish the thought on Reddit before I get back over to SMCI. No, it was more along the lines of the spread on this stock was wide, so it was difficult to get into position, which was easy on the way down because you just get filled. But when it actually made the bounce, I ended up missing the punch. And then because I was chasing at that point, ending up in a quarter of what I wanted. And this is the result of Reddit. Like Reddit should have just been the one trade for me, but it's not, because when I got this one, it was for less than any of the other longs before. We're going to go back to Adara in just a second. SMCI is trying to get back to the high, no pun intended. But I want to keep reloading on this trend. As long as it holds on to this prior resistance spot in VWAP, we're going to try to hold the reversal in SMCI up 5%. Let's go to Adara.
Yeah. Keep an eye here on NVDA and on the market as a whole. We have Jensen Huang, as mentioned earlier, CEO of the company, speaking on CNBC, but he made a comment here on tariffs that is pretty interesting, saying, quote, in the near term, the impact of tariffs will not be meaningful. It's unclear if he means this for his business or for the market in general, but he said the near-term impact of tariffs will, quote, not be meaningful. Comments on tariffs from NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang. Back to you.
So that was, yeah, I mean, and this is exactly what we just talked about, right? And we just got stopped out there breaking through 50s. But the idea there on NVIDIA was the exact same as everything, right? And that is like right there, I'm going to try to go back in if it breaks. But, you know, you don't want to be in a name when this guy's talking on CNBC all about tariffs, right? So that was that flush. We'll see if it holds now. It may not. We'll try it one more time, thinking that maybe it was a flush, because I still think this name wants to go higher. But like unfortunately, when Brendan gets off, we'll figure this out, because we need to get that, or maybe they're busy, but I like to get CNBC up behind us if we can, because I like to know when that guy's off of CNBC. But there it is. We're going to get right back in right now into NVIDIA, and we'll give it a go. So we're back long there, 160 right here, 117.60. That flush could have just happened on that news, and if it continues to go, fine. But here's our out right where it was. It's at 35s. Okay, I put it at 39s. So I'm going to actually just make it very, very simple. 117.34. If we break below that, we're just going to get out of everything. Okay, here comes in. That was that recent flush move. So the futures, if they're going to do this at the top, maybe we just short the futures against 19.9. Potentially that's a play there too. So let's be careful with this. I love to see this back up to 118. We're here for that ride. Let's see if it happens. Right now we're into NVIDIA. And Palantir is just the name that keeps on giving. Downside for PLTR.
Oh, so the runner from yesterday in the afternoon, KBSX, is halted to the upside. So anyone that was watching the afternoon show, this was the one that was actually strong. Halted 431 with a tap, theoretical auction price of 450 for everyone watching. It's down 21%. Obviously, it gapped down, but pretty decent move here on KBSX. I think this is the one with the 68% short float, or maybe that was the other one. I'd have to double. You know what? There was two, and I think they began with the same letter, and I was mixing them up.
Yeah, wow.
So let me just double check. No, it's not. It was another one that had that. This was a small float at 34 million. So it's just a small float, not a big short float on KBSX, but it is halted. Volatility halt should be open in the next couple of minutes here, and then jumping back on over to the market. Well, this isn't the market, but that stock's not going to follow the market. SMCI holding trend to the upside. So we're now longing SMCI, looking for it to break out into the 40 range. I still believe 41, where everything turned and in the keynote speech, is another shot to try a short. But until we get there, we want to be looking at the long.
Yo, Randy.
And Intel, short under VWAP, still the same plan of action. Apple is still super strong as well. So Apple, as I said, detached from VWAP. There hasn't been really any kind of a deep pullback. I'm not chasing any highs here. So to me, the futures are at resistance. So I don't want to be involved in this one punching any highs. We're just going to be working on that SMCI long. Which one, Fabian? Sorry. I didn't catch you there, Fabian. Sorry.
Okay. All right. So here we go. Look, So there, we'll slap a fail on that last reload there. Oops, that's Palantir. Palantir, we're not failing on that, that's for sure. But we slapped that last fail there on NVIDIA. You know, like we said, man, we're here to try to make something happen. And right now, NVIDIA is making it the other way, like rain down. It's down quite a lot. I mean, it just made that move off 118. And that's why we cleared it out in the first place. But there's VWAP at 117. So sometimes we get stuck like looking too close, but right there, man, if we break below this 117, then that's it. Right now, 27 cents worth of risk. So we'd like to get this thing back up like into the 40s before we take something out. So here we come. Maybe we can get that, but a break back down below. We do have that. I got to put that stop in right now. So 116, like, you know, if we break below 117, we might just get out. 116.99. Excuse me. I don't think slippage will be that bad. I'm feeling like there's a lot of liquidity here right now. But yeah, the Intel long, the NVIDIA long right now not really pumping high like it just was 10 minutes ago. So I know a lot of you, Elon, you were talking about that, breaking 118. Looks like that was just a great short, you know, like making moves top to bottom there. That was pretty clearly the top. So we probably should be short. So hopefully you guys have been successful on that short. But right now we'll just hold this. We're out of the money, 10 cents. I still like it. I'm willing to hold it. But here it comes in right now into 117. So NVIDIA looks like it's going to get hit. All right, now it looks like we're ready.
Yeah, markets are heading higher, but also gold prices are inching higher, closer to $3,000 an ounce. Looking to hedge against the chaos in these markets?
Yes.
Meet NGLD, your defensive gold exposure without the headaches of physical ownership. Using a low-cost royalty model, NGLD, Nevada Canyon Gold, avoids costly mining operations, delivering stronger profit potential, even as inflation rises. Focused on Nevada's rich and stable gold fields, we sidestep overseas risk. And by bundling smaller royalties for premium sales, we create clear shareholder value. Secure your portfolio with NGLD, your strategic gold investment for uncertain times, which I guess uncertainty is the name of the game.
That's what it is right
and
now.
Part of uncertainty is, well, I was short SMCI 3 times. One of them worked. Now we're long. We're trying to flip it. It's still holding VWAP for now. I haven't reloaded it yet. The market's still at that top. And again, this is the M contract, but the market's still right at that place where we dropped at the open yesterday. So it says 19.92, and again, that's the M contract. So as long as we're sitting in here, I don't want to be adding to it. I want to be finding those short opportunities at resistance, while also holding on to the long in case we punch through. So SMCI relatively strong. That's why we're in it, the long side, and Intel relatively weak underneath VWAP as we've reloaded Intel at VWAP looking for a push back down to some lows. But if it takes out that high, got to jump out of INTC. Apple's the other one that's super strong. And I know a lot of people have been asking about Tesla. I mean, I like Tesla too. He's kind of in the middle of the range. I like 220 and I like 240. So if it breaks out here, I don't think I'll be involved in a breakout, but I don't mind a VWAP retracement if it shows that kind of strength.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I guess I can cancel my 2550s and so on and so forth on Intel for right now. That looks like...
Yeah, I'd probably cancel those.
Yeah, so I just did that.
Well,
I don't want to...
Not impossible.
Not impossible. I mean, I like to long on Intel at certain levels, like you've been talking about it, so we'll just go over to NVIDIA quickly. All right, so... Not a huge crazy trade, but we were able to get long again down here at 117. And then as Neil was talking, like I'm fine getting out in the 40s, mid 40s. Our best fill is like the 48 level there. So far so good on that one. But this is not a very strong stock. So I'm trying to sort of negotiate into this trade again, even a little bit better maybe than we have been. And just trying to respect that bottom because there's that 25 cents, right? So we didn't quite get it. We got into the mid 40s. So this could be an L if it does go back down and we break through VWAP down here at 117. So that's a trade that I'm definitely watching out here very, very closely. That's going to be NVIDIA. The next offer I have is nowhere. So like we're trying to get up here 60s. Okay, here we go. I'll put one at 55. So we'll get there, and then we'll put another bigger order at 65 just to see if it wants to go. Rob, okay, so it's back. Sorry, Randy did it. So it's on CNN. Would we not subscribe to CNBC anymore or what? All right, so we'll get CNBC up. What's up, Adara?
Here is the IWM. We're going to do our small cap recap. This one pushing nicely to the upside, much like the rest of the market for the Russell 2000. Right now, just shy of 205. Here's Lex and Fintechs. LX. This is one of two Chinese ADR tickers on the small cap recap with earnings related catalyst. We'll start here with LX. This one nicely to the upside here. Very few red candles to be seen. We're near days highs, or if not at days highs. And this is their earnings report for LX. Next up, we have TEN. This one here, XHLD, penny stock, announcing a $1 million stock repurchase program yesterday midday, so kind of a day two catalyst. Last but not least, a day three earnings play for LSC. This is also a Chinese ADR, much like LX. Lishan Energy reporting pretty weak earnings numbers. This was back on Monday morning, so day three earnings play for LSE alongside LX and XHLD, some other small cap movers as well, including KBSX and TRNR, guys. Back.
All right, thanks, Adara.
Thank you, Adara, for the
lots
update.
of movers today. That is for
There's no shortage of movers in today's market.
Movers and shakers.
All right, now that you just did another wick on Intel, you can see I got some bids out underneath, but I just saw a few people mentioning a name from 2 days ago.
Which was?
Affirm. Affirm in a big way is making a power move. It's a squeeze type play on Affirm. It did this 2 days ago. I was going to say yesterday, and there was a huge reversion at 48. So if it gets to 48, just putting it on the radar, and thank you guys for pointing it out. Anytime it goes this parabolic, I like those types of pullbacks when it breaks a trend. It did so at 48 yesterday, so I'd watch out for that 48 level again today. But Intel, we reloaded. We have not reloaded on SMCI. Tesla doesn't seem like it wants to break out yet. That's not happening. With the market running into resistance, Apple is finally... I'll go back to Apple. Apple's finally pulling back here. I keep trying to get rid of this wick. The wick keeps coming back. It's like the cat comes back the very next day. So 216 right in here is VWAP. It's respected it all morning long on Apple. Like this is it riding VWAP. So if it comes back down in, let's just try to keep things simple. Didn't have a lot of long ideas outside of Reddit, which I admit I bungled a little bit there. If we can get back into VWAP, going to try Apple. And Intel working off of VWAP in the other direction. Let's see if we can't get the low of the day. The stock is incredibly weak. Oh, and I have another fail to slap. Like, why am I not short Rigetti? I liked Rigetti. Rigetti yesterday in the afternoon. I actually said to Sean that the biggest move down was SMCI. That actually wasn't true. Rigetti moved almost more, I think on a percentage basis, more off the Jensen Huang speech. And this is breaking lows when the market's at the highs and breaking $10. So the next available pop, I should be in this one, and we've been way too kind of focused on SMCI, which wasn't doing what we wanted for the short trade. So continuing to get out of Intel off these lows, it's still weak as far as I'm concerned. But Rigetti, that was a missed opportunity. What the heck is that doing?
I just wonder if you go into a club and you go into it twice, you know, I mean, there's Palantir right now. Thank you so much, Tammy and everybody else out there. This Palantir is really starting to go downside right now. Now $2 in the money. I was about to get a piece out there at past support, but I was like, nah, let's just wait to see what winds up happening with Palantir here today, as it looks like it does not hold anything. Maybe we will get that $82, but if we're going to try to be very specific about it right there, you got to clear up some of your trades, right? I mean, we don't need this thing to go all the way back, and then we look like, okay, 83.75. Maybe down into here, 83 change right there for Palantir could be something. So we'll wait to see if that comes in again. So we did get taken out. I'm honestly like, okay. This is just such a darn roller coaster here with NVIDIA, man. Like, it does get stopped out. Like, I'm, not going to sit here and be like, we didn't get stopped out there at O's, because we did. There's the stop out at O's, and there's the buy right back again. So I don't know, man, what exactly we're doing trying to chase this. What was a cascading waterfall right there, right into some past levels. So right now, 116.80. It's been okay. It's too bad. Like, I just feel bad that we didn't look at that 118 a little closer there as well. Dell the day trader is right here. I want to say a big shout out to you, because thanks for that, first of all. And we know, a big congratulations. We'll go, oh my God, and awesome right there, as we know that you are a new father. So what's up to Dell the day trader there? So thank you so much for that. Get ready for that journey in your life. Obviously, one of the best.
The most important journey.
Yeah, exactly. The most important journey.
In our opinion.
In our opinion, yeah. Others, maybe the journey to the gym might be important and things like that. But for right now, what's up to Dell the day trader? Congratulations, and we'll give a big high five and a thumbs up and all of that. I'll go. High five, and for that, so thank you so much for your support. And again, one of the OGs as part of that. Do I still have the OK, I'm reloaded animation? Says Eduardo. Let me see.
Yes.
Yes, but not for long. There goes NVIDIA. We did reload it, but wow. Palantir is really coming in, but okay, there it is. We're out of the 200 period. We might just have to forget about this NVIDIA long idea that we had because looks like the short is the right idea, but Palantir is the one that's really starting to make us happy here as that goes now $2 and getting lower. Maybe we'll get that 82 after all. I'm going to sit right here, 82.80. If we get that on Palantir, then that'll be pretty good. So, all right, you know what? I'm going to wait at 83. We'll take an 83 bid on Palantir. How about that?
So I'm going to just very quickly here. I'm not reloading SMCI right now, but it's since VWAP, it's got a trend line that it's now following. If we lose that, I'm going to jump out. So if it breaks the prior bar from that trend line, which is about 39.4, I'm going to jump out. If it holds a trend, then we can reload. It's just with the market at that high, I wanted some confirmation that we're going to actually continue that upward trend. Intel right back into 24.5 in the lows, so it is holding the bottom end of the range here, 24.75 to 24.5. It's broken it once to the downside. Let's see if it can break it again. I still think you can see 24, which, reminder, 200 period moving average on the daily. I think that's going to be a bounce area for Intel if we're able to get there. Crude oil is coming out in the next minute or so, so it is Wednesday. So in about a minute, you're going to get crude oil inventories. And yeah, there's only two we're in, and it was rightfully pointed out to me that you could have shorted QBTS, and it might have been a better short. It was Rigetti that I was looking at when I made that comment because we shorted Rigetti yesterday. I didn't really look at QBTS today. They're probably basically the same chart. So if this one comes back up, it's been respecting VWAP and respecting lower highs. Now I want to look at where was support before. In the afternoon, it was at 10.25. So if we come back in there, want to look for the short on Rigetti. I pay for locates on this and not QBTS today.
Okay, yeah, I didn't even QBTS. I was actually, let me have a quick look at that one because we were looking at 1050 there for QBTS, and that just like whoops came right in again, feeling like it's a sell the news event ahead of what is tomorrow's Quantum Day over there at GTC. Yeah. I mean, you saw what it did to NVIDIA, right? All right, back over to Adara right now. A build on crude. Let's go find out why.
We have 1.745 million here for the crude oil inventories versus 1 million expected. Then we get EIA gasoline inventories also higher than expected here, negative 0.527 million versus negative 3 million. So again, about negative 500,000 versus negative 3 million expected. EIA distillate inventory is actually a bit of a draw here, negative 2.812 million versus negative 0.5 million expected. Now let's take a look here at XRP before we get into Bitcoin. This is the 15-minute chart for XRP. Interestingly enough, we can start getting this volume spike around 9 a.m., though the big catalyst for Ripple actually came yesterday, about 21 hours ago. The CEO of Ripple Labs, Brad Garlinghouse, actually posting on X that the SEC is going to drop its appeal against Ripple. To my knowledge, we haven't actually heard anything about this case from the SEC itself, but we know similarly with what happened here to Coinbase and Robinhood, where their CEOs announced that the SEC had dropped the case before the SEC officially announced the drop. It could be that type of situation. Regardless, Ripple's certainly on watch here with this volume increase, so it's giving back some of the move. Let's talk about Bitcoin. Nice uptrend here on the 15-minute chart, and on the daily, we are continuing to consolidate here, potentially looking to break out this lower highs, lower lows pattern. The most recent lower high here was that 85.3. Currently, we're trading just below 84,000. So let's see if we're able to break above that level and continue to push higher using the slightly higher low here around 81,000 from yesterday as some potential support. In terms of other crypto names here, Bitcoin doing nicely up about 3%, but Ethereum is the real star of the show, up about 7% here and back above 2,000. XRP up 11%. We have Solana up 7%, Cardano about 7%, Doge 5%. So really great look for a lot of these crypto tickers today, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. And one update, when I mentioned Rigetti looking for the shorts, if this gets down to like 950, I'd look for a reversion bounce play. That's just a big level on Rigetti. The quantum event is tomorrow. NVIDIA's quantum event, I should say, not the quantum event. Like it's NVIDIA's thing.
The event.
Yeah, and we're just expecting you could see some fireworks. It's been a sell the last couple of days. on these names. But if you do get down to 950, I would at least look for a bounce on Rigetti. We haven't gone into it at all today. SMCI said I would not reload unless it held trend. And how many times am I, chart? No? Is the 15-minute going? Here it is. I don't know why the 3-minute wouldn't go, but I'll use the 15-minute. It broke the trend, so no reload. Just jump out just under break even. We lost on the shorts, made on the long, but we're still down through a short like 3 times. Intel is still holding fort at the lows. I still think this one is a reload every chance. We can get it off of VWAP and try and play it for a break from here down into the 24 level. So this one's still working to the downside. Tesla has yet to break the range. Like, Tesla's the one barcoding, man. Like, it really hasn't done anything.
Was the bottom 228? Oh my God. Well, no, not really. What is that?
Yeah, that's 229. Like, it's just sort of sitting in the middle of the range right now. So kind of a nothing burger. And then the one that is strong is Apple. So my 3-minute just crashed there. So Apple looking relatively strong. I'd like to see it pull back a little tighter into VWAP, which I think about 216 here. So while it's on the dip, patience for this one to get into VWAP. It's already 10:30, so I don't want to chase too many things in here. Like, the only thing that's consistently been working is the Intel short right now, so it's relatively weak. And Apple's been a good long, so I want to see this make a rounded bottom or consolidated bottom. I'll get my 3-minute back up and see if we can get into Apple long.
Yeah. All right. So I don't know, man. Things are working out pretty good over here. And I mean, look what just happened on Palantir. Just before we went to Adara, what did we say we were doing? Bidding $83. So over here on our friendly X account, we initially started posting about our Palantir when we were short early. Then all of a sudden, there's the out right there on that as that continues to go higher now. I don't know. I mean, this is the thing. It's not like we just sat there and got the fill, right? It's not like we weren't even like focused on it saying like, oh my God, where's this thing going? We just were like, okay, 83, we like that level. I said 82.80 right there could have been that bottom, but I just decided to take it out there at 83. We talked about that, so now we'll wait to see what winds up happening. We're again, like, we just keep fighting this stupid NVIDIA trade, but like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, there's a bunch of scalps out again in the 20s. Like, so far so good on this reload, but we're only taking like, see, like now I'm thinking about getting some more out. I'll offer some more right now, and it sucks to do this, but at the end of the day, it's like, you know, watching this thing just bleed all the way down. And I'm just trying to go long because the market's up right now. And I thought that maybe now that we're kind of through, we've heard some of that GTC. We heard Jensen yesterday. It did tank into 114.50. So we do know that there is that bid down there, but it looks like it may want to get back again. That's 115.50 today, 114.50 yesterday at close. So I don't know, man. I was just thinking of maybe a rebound day here for the name. It seems like maybe that's going to be wrong. Up 1.3%. It was up 2% when we were feeling pretty good about it. But right now, yeah, not very good about it at all. And here we go. If it breaks through 79, we're out. There goes NVIDIA. Looks like it's going to be pretty weak. So, yeah, I think that, you know, I know you mentioned they're taking a couple of swings at some stocks, but I think we're taking probably too many here at this name as NVIDIA, there it goes, doesn't want to work. So, all right. If anything, it's going to be a short the next time it pops up. But for right now, stop fighting that name, man. We took some wins, took some losses, but at the end of the day, it's just going to be like back and forth, spending fees and spending like mind capital on that.
Mental capital. I love this.
Yeah. No, I don't want my mind to be on this.
Apple's at VWAP.
But I mean, I still think it's a long. But
just for a quick update, I had mentioned Apple VWAP. It's not 216. Right, it's actually 216.5. So just a quick correction. We're going to go up to Adara. It is...
Maybe the futures?
This news? This news.
Keep an eye on Apple here. Apparently, the company has been told by EU antitrust regulators to open up its technology and mobile operating system to rival makers of smartphones, headphones, and virtual reality headsets. So smartphones, headphones, and virtual reality set makers, apparently now Apple has to open up to these with regards to how its technology and mobile operating systems are run. Also, we have some comments coming here from the EU with regards to Google, saying that Google's rules on the Google Play app prevent app developers from steering users to rival options, so the service fees go beyond what is justified. So EU regulators opining on both Google and Apple here, not in a great way either. So keep an eye on both of those stocks. Also keep an eye on some others in that category, for example, with virtuality resets. With regards to Meta, keep an eye on some potential sympathy or antipathy plays off of this headline. We also want to take a moment to thank our friends at eSignal. Thank you so much to eSignal. And traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right. We are waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, and capitalize because our platform is everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts that help you predict faster with back testing, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. So do not miss out. Execute your best trades now with eSignal. Are you really ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara, and big shout out to eSignal, which you could probably guess this, but when I look at my trade rate, Apple, BDTX is probably some small cap going nuts, NVIDIA, Palantir, TQQs, Tesla, Intel, quantum names. Basically, all of the names that we're looking at are all the top of the list. Robinhood, interesting that it's there. I don't know BDTX, but I'm willing to guess that someone in our chat is probably looking at that name for sure. So since VWAP trend down on Intel, it either gets to 24 or it breaks this trend for an out. So that's the way I'm looking at this. And the fills have only been at VWAP for me. Apple, as we said, is pulling back in. Still hasn't caught a bid yet. Want to be patient with it. Let it catch a bit of a buyer. As long as it either holds the volume weighted average price, the other place that you could find theoretical support, if it were to break that, would be yesterday's high. So yesterday's high, we're at 215. So if we get like 215, that'd be another spot to look for a bounce play on Apple. Up 1.8% into a week, 1.8% into a strong market, I should say, but double what the NASDAQ is so far on Apple. So that's the one I want to look for a bounce play because I haven't really given up on the short ideas. And then Rigetti, which I had mentioned, we want to short any kind of a pop into the 10 quarter. It's not really popping. So you remember Rigetti charts acting up. It's 10 and a quarter, which is prior afternoon support levels that I want to work the short on. So either Apple, once it catches a bit off of VWAP, Intel breaks trend, we're out, gets to 24, we're taking profit. And that's about it, unless Mara wants to make its way down to 12, which it does not want to because Bitcoin's too strong.
Yeah.
I should cancel that bid. It's not going there.
I just keep on scalping in. We're frozen.
Oh, you're right. I'll get it. I'm in circle.
Yeah. Okay. So our quotes are down. Right now. So hopefully, you're gonna go into that live support.
I'm already
channel?
there.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm there.
So this is the thing. Now we're back up. But at the end of the day, I was just gonna say, like, you see Neil and I, when the quotes go down, like we just had, I guess maybe, I don't know what that was, a little bit of a hiccup there. Best thing to do then is like just go through your orders, make sure none of them have got filled or anything like that, and just try to, as calm as possible, get that support. So like me and Neil have our support channel up here for real trading. It's very, very active, and we can go over there right away and say there's a quote problem and then get that all figured out. So right there, it looks like we're back up and running now. So no. Nothing on that rate now. All right, man. DraftKings going for a run today. What do we think about this? Look at that. Nice little bump up there for DraftKings coming into $38. You don't necessarily want to short momentum into this play, but we've talked about things getting at highs and maybe getting to key levels. That's 38.10 right there as that high for DraftKings. So nice move up there, up 2% today.
March Madness bump.
Could be a March Madness bump, but I think with that happening literally tomorrow,
They're playing games already. North Carolina.
I saw that last night.
Come on and raise up.
North Carolina's in a play-in game?
Well, no. So they have. It's different now because they used to only have play-in games for like the 16 seed.
Right.
But then now they have like a mid. It's kind of like a middle play-in for like I think it's an 11 seed.
What? They're just looking for.
Which they're a good squad, and I don't know. They're a talented squad.
We're frozen again.
Yeah. There's still some issues happening. So everybody, if you're at real trading, there is like intermittent like quote freezing. Execution is absolutely fine. I'm still getting fills and orders. My stops are still okay. So your trailing orders, all that stuff is good. It's just the quotes are coming in and out.
Okay.
Not too big of an issue. I do believe. Did I hear?
As long as our triggers are filled.
Yet. We'll let Brendan run past, and then we'll go over to Adara. I didn't need to say we'll let Brendan run past. But we just did, and now we'll go to Adara at the screen for.
It's behind the scenes, we're doing it live.
Well, he was like, do I go? Do I don't?
Oh. All right, what's up there? Oh, they're still saying we have quote issues?
Yeah.
Lots of sectors incredibly strong here, especially commercial services standing out to me right now. Pretty much all of the major names in this sector are very green. Producer manufacturing looking great as well. Consumer services, energy minerals, consumer durables led by a very nice move upside in Tesla. In terms of choppier sectors, health technology, Eli Lilly to the upside, but a lot of these other names, including Gilead, to the downside. Then we've got some weakness in consumer non-durables. Utilities a bit mixed with the exception of strength in Constellation Energy and the tech sectors we have to talk about because Apple, Nvidia, Microsoft, Google, all nicely green. In tech services, we also have a lot of strength here in Netflix and Oracle, though some of these other names, including Meta and Broadcom, a little bit flatter. So a little bit of divergence in the performance for these tech sectors, but generally a lot of these larger names are looking very nice today. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, what a tale. See, this is the thing.
The strength in Apple is it's not happening anymore.
Right. I was going to say there's really not much
anymore.
strength in any of these big names right now. But thanks to Derek for that update, because this is the thing, it's a tale of two stories, right? Like if you're looking at NVIDIA, you're like, wow, man, NVIDIA's up 1%, but it is just straight blood right here in NVIDIA. It's actually down 1% in the last 30 minutes, right? And so that's the thing. As Apple continues to bleed, let's just check out what's going on with Google right now as well. Down to 161. What levels did we write down? Okay, we have 159. So I think there's probably strength in this name. This looks like it's holding right now. But yeah, so it looks like we're probably back right now from our sort of our issues on quotes. The newest position for myself right here is going to be hopefully a fail with DraftKings. We just talked about that up into the levels. So we'll see if DraftKings wants to pull back. We do like 50-period moving averages. So that's going to be right around here right now for DKNG.
You know, I was having a thought about that stock.
Yeah.
I was in the last couple of days, not days, but like last few weeks, I've been thinking about like what are stocks that can do better in a recessionary environment. And my first thought was, what do you think of gambling stocks in that environment? Like I think it goes both ways. Are people going to be more apt to maybe, if we have some issues in the labor market, are you going to have a situation where more people are dabbling, or because they're pulling back, do they have less discretionary income? I actually just don't know the answer to that question, and was sort of thinking about that one in my head as you brought that up. Just one note, I'm getting out of Intel at 24. I'm not going automatically long here, but this is starting to be a spot where I'm going to look for a reversion. As I said, where I want to look for a reversion. There's just been all kinds of supply at 24. So I want to respect the level. It's trying to bounce as we speak. I'm sitting right out in front of it. I haven't really gotten filled yet. I'm at 05s. But if we break trend, I'm out. If we get down and fill at 05, then I'm also out and going to look for a reversion trade. Doesn't mean I'm automatically going to get in. Apple's trying to hold. Like it's got room under VWAP to 215. So if 215 holds, that's the prior day's highs, the last couple of sessions. So even if it doesn't hold VWAP, I still think it can make a bounce here off the 215 and show some kind of continued relative strength. But I'm not going to jump in and catch the falling knife. There hasn't been any strength whatsoever in this pullback on Apple yet. I still think we have a chance because the market is the same story. Like the NASDAQ is pulling back into prior highs. That would be a natural bounce spot. So let it get down there and then look for the bounce.
I was thinking maybe just about the futures pulling back into VWAP right there. I mean, some of these names like the Mag 7 and all that just not really working out there. But yeah, this futures trade, we could get back into that right here at VWAP and then at the 200 period. So here we come, man, bleeding to the downside. The only trade that we have on right now is DraftKings short, which is 13 cents in the money. We'll wait to see if that can get a little bit lower than that. But right now, the TQ's at VWAP. What's up, Adara?
Q9, QUBT consolidating near lows of days and getting hit with a short report from J Capital, saying they view Qubit or QUBT here. This is quantum computing. They view this company as the worst of the quantum names. They could not find any revenue associated with their purchase orders, and they said many deals appear to be with undisclosed related parties. So I guess a little bit of skepticism about their deals and revenue process here, leading JCap to have this short for QUBT. Back to you.
Yeah, but I mean,
quantum's going to be that up and down. Like people are always going to try to be smart about it, right?
They're not making money in these.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like you
that's
put out
short
obvious
report. What everybody knows.
Yeah,
I don't know about That's just weird. Usually it's like, we have found this or that.
Yeah.
Anyways, it's
like
just
a new report. There it is. So we actually went to something new there. And we take DraftKings. We get a little bit out at 60 right there. Or was it 61? I want to be exact. Yeah, 62, sorry. There on DraftKings as it does fall back in a little bit into that level. Look, we're waiting for lower than this. We do have our bids at 50s, 54 actually right here at the 50-period moving average. Then we'll see if this market really wants to bleed. But we just talked about maybe grabbing that TQQ there off of VWAP. I think that would be something, an interesting area to start. Again, just in case, right? I mean, just in case this market wants to go for a little bit of a run, we do have, we didn't get that fill there. Oh, that's too bad. We're trying to get 99s. All right, let's just punch one unit there at 03s. Now we'll see what we can, or actually we got 04s. There it is. So there's the fill. I'm going to give this to the 200 period again. I know it's coming back in and we don't necessarily want to chase falling knives or anything like that. But that's a good move already in the futures. We were up nice and high there. We did get stopped out of our NVIDIA, which sucks because look at that. Now it's bouncing back. And I'm thinking like, oh yeah, I tried there, boom. That last one was basically the worst because, and it wasn't that big of a hit. We got 75s out at 50, so 25 cents right there, but we don't have any outs, which that was 25 cents. So we were hoping that we'd get something at the 200 period, but we didn't. Just fell completely down right there when we had that last trade. Everything else, we're able to reload and get out of it, but this last one, no. NVIDIA just says no thank you to getting out of that trade. We're hoping that, again, DraftKings can go down. We do have a starter position right now on the TQQs, hoping that we can get an upside move. It's 10 handles in the money now, but I would like to see 50 period, right? So right there, 25s. So let's put an offer up here at 61.25 or so. We'll put it at 19s. We always like to wait a little bit ahead of some of the key levels that we're looking at. So a little bit ahead of that, we'll get it. Just like if you waited for VWAP, sure, you got it. But at the end of the day, nothing wrong with taking a few trades a little early ahead of those levels. So let's wait to see there. We've reloaded back in the queues. We talked about liking the futures. They trade obviously pretty clean.
It's funny. What? It's funny you say that because taking trades a little bit early. I had this discussion with Brian Shannon last night when I missed the Mara because I was sitting at 12.12 and it went to 12.15. And instead of just punch into like 17 or something with like less shares, I didn't. And then just now, similar thing on Intel. Like the reversion happened. So it bounced off 24 even. I'm going to get to some super chats and all that stuff in a second. But it bounced off 24 and then did this like crazy wick, which I didn't want to chase. So we got out of the short, but it was already up at 24.25 like really quickly. So might have missed that reversion trade. There's always a chance we could get VWAP for a short, but that's a miss on. We got out because we were sitting at 24.05. And we're able to cover the trade, but we didn't get the long reversion on that Intel. Shout out to Zabo in the chat. Loving the show and the honesty as per usual. Been wondering, do you ever use fib levels to chart potential moves? I can't say I have never used Fibonacci's. I've tried and dabbled with them. I've never used Fibonacci. Oh, sorry, my bad. We say Fibonacci's around here. Because of Sharif. No, I never had any success with them. Every time I tried them, I used to trade penny stocks a couple of decades ago, and I just never had success with Fibonacci's. Now I'm saying it that way.
The Fibonacci king is over there. He's never going to get that let down.
If an indicator works for you, great. I think you try them out, find what fits for you. I tried it out, never had any success, so I don't use them. But I have nothing against them, and I will never speak badly against any indicator that you find works for you. I like simple moving averages and VWAP and volume, and I try to keep it that simple. But thank you, Zabo, for the super chat.
Yeah, was that a call for A? All right.
This is the US dollar, which does kind of look like it's either doing a bit of a bear flag or this hockey stick pattern that Sharif refers to. We have this push to the downside on the daily chart for the DXY, really starting, I think, more aggressively in February, though we've been in a downtrend all year. Then now we're seeing this consolidation, this chop and churn. Today's action, though, to the upside, actually taking out all of yesterday's selling. So let's see if we're able to make a higher high here on the USD. That would be a nice hold and close above that 104 level. The only economic data event of the day, as mentioned earlier, is going to be, without a doubt, the FOMC meeting. That's going to be coming through at 2 p.m. We get a rate decision from Fed Chair Jerome Powell and team. But in terms of other economic data to watch out for tomorrow, we do get the Philly Fed Business Index and some existing home sales data. Then on Friday, it's a really light day, but we have some comments from Fed's Williams. Now let's take a look here at the CME FedWatch tool for probably the last time ahead of the meeting. 99% of participants expecting we will not get a rate cut or a rate change. That's what we expected. A tiny sliver, 1%, expecting that we could get a 25 basis point cut. Now, if you go ahead to May here, just take a look, we're actually seeing a really distinct difference. The last time we looked at the CME Fed Watch tool, I believe on Monday, 24% of participants were expecting a 25 basis point cut. That number has been cut to 16% of participants. We still have 0.2% expecting a 50 basis point cut. But generally, once again, for May, it looks like the overwhelming majority of participants are expecting we're not going to get a rate change. Let's see if that ends up coming to fruition, starting with today's meeting in just about 3 hours now, guys. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Darren.
Rule number one, if Amazon is looking at potentially getting into your game, you're going to go down a little bit. So Carvana dropping through VWAP and losing about $3 here on a Auto News saying Amazon eyes used car sales. Yeah, man. What do you think? What does Amazon do to everyone? What do they do to the What do they do to the pharmas? They just crush everybody. So Carvana, which, I mean, let's just say its chart's been detached from reality for some time, but it's already pulled back almost 50% here. And this one could get into some trouble. Look at the daily, losing the 200 period moving average recently. And if you lose 164 on Carvana, anything is possible to the upside and the downside on the stock as far as I'm concerned. Well, I would just leave it at that. But bit of a news story here on Amazon and Carvana. Clearly, it's not going to move Amazon that much, I don't think, but Carvana for sure. So with the market still trying to pull back, Apple, it's above 215, and it's got a very clean trend down. If it can reverse this trend, that's a bad, poorly drawn trend line. I'll have to redraw that in a second. But if it can break this trend, then I want to still look for a long as it's above that 215 level. But there just has been no curl in the stock yet. That's a little bit of a better fit. If we can hold 15, break this trend at any point, I want to look for a reversion long. Intel, I think we'll just reshort it if it gets to VWAP. That hasn't really changed. And Rigetti, it might change things for me what I think about Rigetti after that short seller report on QBTS. Because I have the opposite sort of thinking. Like, you give me a short seller report, and I'm thinking that's their exit liquidity to a certain extent, and can it bounce off a support level, which is 950 on QBTS, and then Rigetti, I believe, was actually the same price. That can't be right. Both, it is, it's true. So 950 on both those two stocks just happens to be a support level. That's sometimes annoying, because then you might mix up which one you're in. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, this has been, quite the morning where we had a huge move up, and then now retracing all the way back to VWAP right now is the futures. And again, this is like, so it's not a bar-coded morning, that's for sure, because you make that move higher. But then if you look at where we're coming back into, that's the whole point of VWAP. It's the volume-weighted average price. So we're just like, we're right here, right now again, basically where we opened. I mean, this is 8:30 or 9:30 right there. So we're just where we opened. We did make that move down to 19.7. We recovered 200 handles up to 19.9. And now here we go again. We'll try the futures down here. All right, let me just call up the futures chart just quickly for you. So we're light into it now. We are going to buy this. If we can get something at 60s, we'll buy it. The bid I have in here is 61s. So if we can get a 61 fill, that'll be a more serious position for us on the futures. And then I'm just going to give it into that break right here that we sort of supported before, 60.50. So a break below that, the stop order's in right now. So what started out as a really good morning for us on NVIDIA, especially when we thought it was going to go, it just completely stopped at that pre-market high. So there's the down, there's the up, there's the stop, and here's the drop. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening with NVIDIA and the futures as we just missed that long right there. Well, we're at 61. It went to 69. Our average price right now, 90s. So not a great average here in the futures, but that's okay. We'll wait to see what winds up happening there. The thing that we talk about lately, because we do have the menu, is let's talk about what's for lunch, because again, another very, very popular segment that we have here. So today, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday, Wednesday. That's right. I'll get it right at some point. Day. Yeah, Fed Day Wednesday. So today for that, not bad. Feels like this is a little bit more of a festive moment for the fall and winter, but we have oven roasted turkey. That should be pretty good there with roasted baby potatoes, butternut squash, and a chef salad. So
Usually turkey's more of a holiday thing.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I just said. Like, it just feels more festive.
You know what? We pride ourselves on keeping it real. That's what the show is about. I think turkey is incredibly overrated.
Yeah, it's dry.
It's dry. There's no chance that it's anyone's go-to white meat or just in general. It's okay. I understand, Sharif. I was about to say that it is a very healthy, lean source of protein, so I get it. If I get a sub, a lot of times I like the turkey breast for the healthy, but like it's just not. It's not my thing.
We're talking about taste.
Yeah, I'm talking about taste here. Like, come on. There's like every other meat that I would rather have from a taste perspective. And I know you celebrate with turkey. I'm like, why wouldn't you celebrate with the thing you enjoy the most? Like my dad,
Celebrate with trading?
Oh, he loves salmon. So if he's cooking on a holiday, then we're having salmon because that's the thing that he loves. I think that's what you should do. Nothing against turkey. We just closed the buff. We'll see if this actually holds the prior bar low because actually, you know what? I got in too early here. This did not close. Rule break, get out. Apple did not close above trend. It broke the trend, but like it wicked above, but it did not close above. So I'm just going to jump out because that's an impatient entry as far as I'm concerned. I want to see it. And I know exactly why I did it.
What?
Because when Intel broke the trend, I didn't get it. So you're like, oh, you're anticipating the move instead of actually seeing the confirmation. So if we close above the trend line, then I will jump into Apple. We got about a minute left to go, and then the midday is going to come on where we got the learned trade, where we have the boys. But if there's any names that you guys are that we haven't covered, I don't want to say I promise you. I always say this, but there's a high probability that some of those small cappers that we haven't really been looking at are going to get covered. But I'm just eyeballing the trend break on Apple at this point. Maybe we can get a pop to get short Intel again. Though with this market coming down, it's just not happening at the moment. And then Zai saying, can you look at Tesla at VWAP? What, Tesla's at VWAP now? Find that surprising. Yeah, Tesla's just barcoding. You know what? Tesla wasn't on the list today, and it's still not on the list. Like, what are we doing, Tesla? It's not moving. Like, look at Apple. Like, look at Apple versus Tesla today. Apple's moving. Tesla's not moving, so I don't really want to trade it. I think a break on Apple, this trend, can get you $1 right quick. So, yeah, Apple over Tesla, whether it actually gives me this reversion or not, only time will tell, I guess, is the best point. But I can't figure out why Tesla's not moving much today. It just isn't.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not at the right levels. I think that's why it wasn't on anybody's radar to start with here today. So DraftKings and the futures is what we'll leave you with right now. Futures right at this level, which is why we're trying to buy these dips right into here right now. If it gets going, great, but I mean, it's not really looking that strong as the momentum's back in. Remember, Fed Chair Powell coming through at 2 o'clock, which means we'll probably be back on the air a little bit earlier, maybe 1:50 or so. And I assume that's what we normally do. So we'll wait for that day well, the day is here, but we'll wait for that time to see you guys again. But for now, again, thanks for watching. I got that short on. Neil's positions, I guess, are gone, but what's the position you have right now? Nothing?
I'm flat. The only thing I'm looking at imminently is Apple, this trend break, which has been since 10 o'clock. It's been trending down for an hour. Apple's been trending down. So I'm looking for the trend break here.
Yeah. I think trend trading probably pretty good here today as we'll wait to see. Trade the weak names short, the strong names long as we'll wait for 2 p.m. Okay, good Joe today.
Joe's
Neil.
ready.
And yeah, Joe is ready. So let's go, man. Sharif's wearing the red. So
it's white shirt.
I don't know. We'll have to figure that out right now. Yeah, we'll have to figure. Well, we'll have to sort that out. But no, thank you so much again for watching. It's been a good one. Let's throw it over to the boys. We'll see you at 1:50 or so.
Yes, really. Cool.
Boom! What is up, beautiful people? Scared you there. Welcome to How to Trade During the Midday. That is your boy, Joey Dang Options. And I'm Sharif, and we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream because YouTube be taking their sweet time. All right, we got X-Bays, we got Matthew Booth, we got the OG Darwin dancing up a storm, and it wouldn't be a day without your main boy ADL. Shout out to Adam, Patrick Riley, Cigar Attache. I love that name. Juan Padilla and Vern, Airy Pages, Hytham, Ak, Monty G, Bears versus Dang Bulls. We got Jacques. We got 1320 Wolf. We got Richard. We got Showtime. Mary. We got Moon Rocket NFTs. I like it. Junior Son, Anish, Jose, Stuart, Random, Howdy. Right back at you, baby. Small Trader Nick. I do like that one. KK, 14M, and Bobby Posey. Dinkelberg. We got D-Loaf, and we got Jay. The J420, my man. There we go. Venado, Jose, Benjamin, Wiki, Ezekiel Reparia, and why not? How about Salt Tunes? Yes, I like that. Chet GPT, Airy Pages, Julie, Dexter, KK again. Who else? Jordy VWAP. I can't read that one. Jason. We got Bobby Posey again. Stock Up DJ. One more. Two more. Jersey Boy. And the Piper. Welcome everybody to a nice Wednesday. It's a beautiful day here in Toronto. Feeling good. Some of these names are kind of green on the market. We'll get to that. It looks like things are turning around now. Joseph, we've got a lesson in store, my man.
My guy. I'm just saying hi to somebody in the chat, and there we go. What's going on, everybody? We got a lesson, most definitely. We're going to touch on what we've been cooking up this morning as well, too. If we can pull up my screen real quick. Excuse me, that would be fantastic. So, guys, IBIT today trading above the cam range, out of above R6, strong in the pre-market. I like those looks. So what happens here earlier in the morning? I'm like, all right, let's see if we can continue with this relative strength. We see from the pre-market that we're trading higher. I don't always love these rallies in the pre-market before the open, but you can see that we held VWAP relatively well. We get that kind of a trampoline elastic effect here in VWAP, and then we bounce through. We add, we enter the trade, add, and then you just take it all the way up through the top, and then I got out my remainder there as it came to the break even there, guys. So that is what we got cooked up on IBIT. The multiple ads, and it's continuously strong today, so it's unfortunate that I didn't grab anything else on it. We'll pull up what I had on Tesla. Full disclosure, your boy is fully out of it, even in the LT. So I'm like, all right, I'm happy about that one. Sitting on about 10% cash right now, ready to pounce. So yeah, I'm looking forward to just kind of rotating the portfolio. This was our other trade here as well, too, guys, on Tesla. We got the moves higher, but then this was my last out. I'm like, all right, let me just get out of this trade. I don't believe in it right now. So then you can see that it continued to dump. So that was it there, guys, on IBIT and on Tesla. Those were my names of the day and the picks. So good trading. We're going to go over the top performing sectors after we go through.
Sounds good. We're going to continue with our discussion on the gap and go strategy. Specifically today, we're talking about that 2-bar gap and go. So the classic gap and go strategy typically focuses on strong price movement within a single trading day. But what if you want to identify trends with longer legs, so to speak? Enter the 2-bar gap and go strategy, a variation, of course, that leverages momentum building across 2 consecutive days. So we're talking about technically swing trading here. So this lesson dives into this approach and how to spot potential opportunities. Let's get right to work, baby. So beyond the single day. So the standard gap and go strategy thrives on gaps, I should say, occurring at the open of a trading day. While powerful, of course, it can miss trends that develop over a longer time frame, that 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 4 day kind of time frame. So the 2-bar gap and go strategy expands the scope by focusing on a 2-day sequence. So day 1, a stock experiences, as we typically know, and we've learned the first and second lesson of this series, is it experiences a significant price gap up for the longs, for the bullish momentum, or gap downs for that bearish momentum, accompanied, of course, by high trading volume. Then the day 2 in this strategy, the stock opens strong again, or strong or weak again for bullish or bearishness. On day 2, continuing the trend that it initiated on day 1. And here we go. This is a perfect example. I remember Adara included this chart back in the day. And this is AstraZeneca, a long, long time ago, February 2019. It was moving on its merry way. And then we got a news catalyst overnight. As you can see, it gapped up nicely. And then it continued to move up on day 2. So there were plenty of opportunities here, day 1 and day 2. And I'll submit to you that day 2 in this particular instance was even stronger than day 1. 2 reasons. 1, it moved more in terms of price action, and number 2, it closed much nearer to the highs than it did on day 1. So that day 2 should not be discounted as subpar to trading day 1. So why 2 bars? So this 2-day approach offers several advantages. Advantage number 1, identifying momentum. So the gap on day 1 signals a potential trend. Underline that, potential. The strong open on day 2 kind of confirms that trend, that continuation, offering more confidence before entering your trade. Number 2, it reduces the likelihood of false breakouts. You're never going to get that to 0, but it's just about putting the statistical advantage on your side, right? So single day gaps can be fleeting. They can end and they can reverse. Waiting for a strong open on day 2 helps filter out those shorter-lived momentum names. And number 3, targeting news-driven trends. So news or earnings reports can sometimes trigger gaps. We've seen that. Anybody who's traded earnings or held a stock into earnings knows all about that. Watching for follow-through on day 2 helps identify stocks with potentially sustained momentum due to that news catalyst. And oftentimes as well, guys, when that news catalyst hits, when you're a big money hedge fund, a big money sovereign wealth fund, a pension fund, whatever, you're not hitting that buy button like willy-nilly. A lot of these bigger money institutions have buying committees. They got to meet and agree on to what to do post earnings or post news. So sometimes you see the momentum continue in multiple days after the buying committees have made their decision and then communicated that decision to their traders. So think about that from a practical perspective. So how do you put this whole strategy into practice, right? So step number 1, I'm going to identify three main points here. Step number 1, you want to scan for day 1 gaps. So use a stock screener or watch list or however you find out the kind of nature of the market to identify these stocks that gap up. Personally, I use a scanner, and I can use a very specific scanner called a gap scanner. And what it does, it just basically enumerates all the stocks that are gapping up from the previous day and then lists them from high to low or however you want to list them. Low to high, you want to filter by volume, whatever you want. Use a gap scanner. So easy to get, most platforms have them, okay? Number 2, you want to focus on that day 2 open. So the next day, which is day 2, obviously, you want to observe the opening price and the volume. You want to keep an eye on both. You're looking for a strong open that continues the trend initiated on day 1 and is accompanied, it doesn't have to have the same amount of volume, but it should be above average volume. And the way you determine above average volume is you can look on previous days to compare the volume, or you can use RVOL, relative volume. If you don't know what that is, a quick Google search will allow you to know. Step number 3, your entry and your stop loss, obviously. So once you see a strong day 2 open, consider placing an order slightly above that bullish gap or below that bearish gap on day 2. Opening price. Always, though, set a stop loss to manage your potential losses. So some just considerations to think about here. Number 1, patience is key. We're talking about a multi-day strategy. So pack your patience. Don't be so quick to jump in. This strategy requires waiting for confirmation, obviously, on day 2. Don't jump in exclusively on the price action on day 1 unless you want to trade the day 1 gap. But specifically here, we're talking about the 2-day gap and go. Number 2, false signals are an ever-present danger in trading, swing, day, or whatever. Even a strong day 2 open can reverse. There's nothing preventing it from doing so. Proper risk management with stop-loss orders are crucial. And last but not least, not for every gap. What does that mean? Not all day 1 gaps lead to sustained trends. Analyze supporting factors like the news, the veracity of the news, and technical indicators before getting in. I hope everybody.
Dang.
Next up, that store.
Hey, multiple here, guys. Yeah, speaking of multi-day trades here, Sharif, I really like this signal here on Google. My buddy Gorev, hopefully you're listening. Check this hammer out, my guy. We're at a low. We're down 25%. So I can confirm that this is a possible bottom we're signaling here. 25% with Google from peak to trough there, guys. So a nice signature. It is not isolated, and you can still see that there's a little bit of selling pressure. But again, I like this for a bottoming signal. I think it's time for this name to turn around. So speaking of multi-day trades, but here we go, guys. We're in some TSLL. Hey. I wish I put a little more size on this trade, but we're not going to get too worked up about it. But that's okay. We'll figure something out here. We're going to take some off. Let's go. Patience is key, as Sharif was mentioning. Continuing to climb here. Sharif is selling that siren. We're going for the break of the high day. So yeah, well, hit it. We're not in the dollar club yet, so we can't hit it just yet. We don't want to we don't want to do that prematurely or anything along those lines. But yeah, guys, working out really, really well. This was my second entry. You can see that there was multiple fake outs. You break up here, have the inability to climb higher and crack through the high day, and then you come back now, and that's what we're going to look. We're going to see if we can break through this. A nice flat top here, so if we can punch through resistance, that volume on the lower time frames really starting to pick up as well here too, guys. So this will be the look on TSLL. IBIT is still ripping, so I really like that as for sure, because you know that is it's my largest holding. So trading around $48 right now, and I liked it from a daily standpoint as well too. Never mind the Camarilla pivots that I was referring to in the morning. You can see that I thought yesterday, if we sat on top of this range here, that we were going to break out and continue to the top side. But here you notice that we kind of opened up just a little bit below it, but it was a bullish candle. You gap up in the pre-market, and then now you're running into some resistance. So if we can punch through that, this thing can really, really start to get going. So yeah, I like Bitcoin. Yeah, I'm not going to grab any more just yet. I'm going to be really, really patient. But Sharif, we're moving here in Tesla. Going to go crack that high. Yeah, we're going to go and crack that high day here, my friend. So it will take a little.
Sells Tesla, and then obviously he's going long Tesla.
Yeah, I mean, during the day, yeah. You know what, man? I'm happy with that. Like you said, don't monitor it, don't look at it. I did have somewhat of a game plan. I'm like, give me 300, but I'm like, no. My average was slightly higher than what I thought it was. So just the fact that, and I was telling Sharif this morning, I'm like, I can't have a trade that was over 110% return go anywhere close to me going negative, right? That's just just basic management. I should have never let 110% return even go south of 50, let alone lower than that. So I got out. I'm happy that in the long term I'm on 10% cash, and in this market I'm going to be able to find some good stocks at a good price. So yeah. That's
all right.
The game plan.
We're involved in nothing. We just got stopped out. All right, MLYS. This is my first trade. We're going 0 for 1 to start the day. Here's the deal. So this one was obviously a buy program. It looks like that buy program got shut off right at 11 o'clock. Not surprised by that. That is kind of normal with these buy programs. Sometimes they get shut down before 12. Sometimes they get shut down a little bit before. So this is very directional. I'm talking about MLYS. It's a $1.1 billion company. It's only traded about 1 million shares, a little bit less than 1 million shares on the day, with about a 43.5 million share float. And let's find out what the short float is on this monster MLYS. 8.18%. So here's the deal. I still like it. It looks like it's strong. I'm going to be setting up second time on this one at the volume weighted average price. I'd like to wait somewhere around 17.25, 17.33. I'm looking to front run the actual volume weighted average price in case there is buyer exuberance and it gets picked up a little bit above that. So that's number one. We're going 0 for 1 on it, but we're not ending the story there. Then XHLD. I was watching this one for a hot minute. It did drop below that dollar. And so it was like, okay, well, is this going to kind of lose the bid? What's the situation with this one? It's still above VWAP, but below the 10. Well below that $1.22 that it put in the high. Then I made some more observations. What's that pre-market high? If you see me trade these small cap gappers, I always like to earmark that pre-market high. Lo and behold, look where we end up holding up there on a 4-candle support level, that 95 penny area. Well, what's that 95 penny area, you're probably asking? Well, that's a pre-market high, the one that we printed at 615 before we big boy broke it at that 10:30 time slot. So I do like XHLD. I'd like it a lot better if it got away from that dollar. I hate having to deal with stocks that are north and south of a dollar hanging out around that level. The reason is it's a different trade north and south of a dollar. I'll have more to say about that as the day goes on. But XHLD certainly on watch. MLYS is coming in a little bit here. I will be waiting. I haven't thrown my order out yet, but I will be waiting at the volume weighted average price for this bad boy. As you can see, we've got a lot of different names up on here. ADTX. Now, if you watched me trade yesterday, you know this is a holdover from yesterday. It's a second day play. Come on, bro. Show yourself. It's a second day play, but guess what? we're not an inside day. We're higher lows and we're higher highs on ADTX. I love this setup. So we kind of consolidate sideways here in the pre-market yesterday. We big boy break and then we retrace and kind of close at VWAP generally. We close a couple of shekels below VWAP. VWAP was at 769. We closed at 750. This morning, we catch a bid right before the pre-market there at around 8:30. This one starts putting in higher highs, higher lows, loses, though, the volume weighted average price right at the open, right at 9:30. So it wasn't in focus for me. It did, though, find support at yesterday's afternoon high. So that 825 area had all sorts of support for it. And then all hell broke loose to the high side. That is about 10 minutes before 11. This one caught a lot of volume. It broke VWAP. It broke the after the market high. Obviously broke the pre-market high as well. And now it's got a high day of 1185. It did, though, and again, I really want to stress this type of trade, it really did get away from the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. And why is that relevant? Well, I use the 10 exponential once these stocks get really parabolic to gauge overbought and oversold conditions, mostly overbought conditions, because I typically don't short these bad boys. So what does that mean? That means it got too far away from the 10, so I'm waiting for it to come a little bit closer to the 10, just what it did right there. It got a 1050 bounce and then popping back up. But as you can see, it's moving 20, 30 pennies at a time. That usually means it's a spready stock. Okay, you don't even need to look at the level 2 most of the time to kind of know it's spready. When it's moving that aggressively, it usually means there's a bit of a spread between the bid and the ask, and hence why it's doing that. So ADTX certainly in focus, but not the best setup quite yet. Sadly, LSE is losing the bid. AEVA losing the bid. I've got my eye on Lucid, despite the fact that I went 0 for 2 on Lucid yesterday. Lucid's up again today. It was up big yesterday. It's up nicely today. It's not big, but it will close out at 235, and we have a 257 high a day. I'd like to pick this up off VWAP, maybe at around 247. You'll likely have to size into this one to make any real amount of money because it's like $2, okay? So that's the way. And then ATER, when I kind of just started looking at this one, it was above the volume weighted average price. It's lost that. Last, but certainly not least, one that kind of came up at around 10 o'clock. This one was not really moving at the open. CSAI. So this has got it's good, but it's number one, it's spready. Number two, it's got very wide range per candles. And when a stock has a tendency of putting in these topping tail candles, it means it will do it over again. It usually is not a one-off incident. And just take that for me for what it is, okay? When it gaps up aggressively like that and it shows a tendency to break the high but then pull back, it will usually do it again and again and again, not sequentially, but it will have that inherent in its kind of DNA, so to speak. So it's above the 10, it's above VWAP. I like it at $7 because you have an overlap there between the 10 and the volume weighted average price on CSAI. So those are the three that I like, or the four, excuse me, that I like the best. MLYS, CSAI, ADTX, and last but not least, XHLD, Joseph.
Yeah, good stuff there, guys. We've got a lot of stuff going on in the chat. We're talking up a storm here, officially unburdened. I totally agree with you. You know, I'll talk about it all the time. Elevated VIX, definitely an option seller's market, not the best for buyers. I was about to say something to you as well. But also keep in mind, so what I've learned over experience, I don't always need to be in a position, but when I get into a position, I have a lot of conviction behind the thesis, and then that way I can just kind of make it as large as I possibly feel like a little bit uncomfortable with. And I think that's what you got to do. So when I'm not in something, that's totally fine. Being in cash is a position in my swing account, all right? I like to sit on cash and I wait for those prime opportunities. I have multiple set up. I had a bull put, an offer on a bull put. I didn't get filled. That's fine. And I'm looking to acquire some hood calls for September, but I'm going to wait for it to start to pull in. I had that 5% pullback yesterday, and I should have pulled the trigger, but I was just a little bit too busy, and I didn't. So I'm going to be a little bit patient. If I can get 40, 50s, then I'm going to enter that trade. I really like that. But if I'm writing things, then being patient is really good. And I like that you pointed out officially is that you're 45 days out, and that's great because that's how you reduce your gamma exposure, and that's something that I should do as well too. I like to write weeklies, but then as you get closer to expiration, that's when the gamma starts to increase. And if you're especially getting closer to at the money, you can get in some serious trouble. It's happened to me before, but again, I like that 30 to 45 days out for writing, because when you come to about a week around expiration, you can just get out of the trade and then just roll that contract essentially if you want to, right? To just collect all that premium from the previous 3 weeks, and then you'll be okay. Without having to weekly and worry about losing all those potential returns in that span. But yeah, guys, we're going to go over to it there.
This part of the show is brought to you by VinFast. Meet VinFast, Vietnam's all-electric EV powerhouse, driving a new era of global green mobility. In 2024, they delivered 97,000 EVs, and now they're on track to double that momentum. With expansions in dynamic markets like Indonesia and the Philippines, plus a fresh green series for commercial fleets, VinFast is electrifying possibilities. Powered by bold vision and proven execution, this emerging trailblazer is forging a sustainable future, fast, efficient, and impactful. Keep your eyes on VinFast, Vietnam's dynamic EV leader, rewriting the rules of mobility. Buckle up, this ride's just getting started. Back to you.
Nice one. Buckle up, the ride is just getting started here, guys. Let's see if we can get this fill up here at 8 on TSLL. I tried to add it at 796, but it just rejected my order, unfortunately. So I got to post up there and wait for it. But here we go. Let's see if we can tap into 8. All we need is the bid to run into it, guys, and then we will catch this fill here on TSLL. Come on, push it. Push it. You ever see that meme? Yeah, push it. Push it real. Do you ever see that meme where the guys are like blowing on their screen to try to get the stock price to go up? It's absolutely hilarious. My dude killing it over is, let's go. Yeah, DJ2IM dropping some new Dolph mixtapes there. Nice work there, my guy. Yes, Vladimir, how can we help you? You just tagged us and you didn't really ask anything. So I'll keep an eye out for what you have to say and what questions you may have. But here we go. I really like this signal here on Google, so let's see if this comes into play. As soon as we get the break, maybe that could be a potential swing trade there as well, too, at the crack of 164.35, still being down about 25% from that peak there, guys. So I really like this look. Let's see if we can catch that fill. We're just knocking on the door. I don't see anything on the immediate bid that's going to say, hey, we're going to catch this 8. We got to push it. We need to get those offers slightly higher to see. There we go, and we caught that fill. So we'll go with Sharif and bang, and bang. So yeah, holding some, we got that crack of the high a day. I really wanted to add right here, guys. I didn't get the opportunity, it passed me. But one thing I do note here is that I like this bottoming signal on RGTI here, Gorev. Take a look, multiple candles, and then now we're trading above it. You do have that isolated volume signature. You crack it to the low side, but then you get a follow-up print here as well, and now you're slowly climbing back. I know Green Guru asked me to take a look at AI asked me multiple times, so we shall do so. It's looking really good here, Green Guru, from 22.26 to 22.79. So yeah, a good look. We'll zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. I mean, this could be a potential good swing. I like this nice round bottom right here, Shreve. I know you like rounded bottoms here as well, and this looks like a pretty good setup. You can see that we're holding these support levels fairly well, and now starting to curl back over, running through that resistance zone. This could be a potentially good swing, but I really want to get, now that I'm sitting on cash, I'm like a kid in a candy shop. It's like, what can I buy here and where can I buy it? But I like Rigetti. I like Rigetti and QBTS as well here, guys, because it is starting to run into these all-time highs. So I want to stick with the stronger names, and if we can crack through 1150, then we might be able to climb higher in it. But again, if you were in it anywhere at the lows here, then you're sitting on a nice return already, over close to 150%, which is fantastic. So yeah, I like this quantum space right now. It's back in play. I mentioned it before. Now it's trading higher. You can see this insane engulfing bullish candle right here, guys, and then you just continue in that strength to the top side, cracking through this pivot high here, and then continuing here. But we're starting to pull back, so it might be an opportunity to get entry.
All right, couple of trades I took while you were talking. We got into ADTX for the 12th break. What the beak there, all the way up into 35s. Drop back down below 12. Got stopped out. What's going on? Tesla's
breaking,
nuts, eh?
man. Let's go.
Tesla's 4.5 in the clear right now. Yeah, you're riding that. Wow, breaking through the flat top.
Yes.
That 234 flat top on Tesla is absolutely monstrous, bro.
Yeah,
that was multiple resistance levels. Let's just pull that up real quick there. I think that's really important to show because Tesla is one of the fan favorites, baby. TSLA.
Sucks.
Here it is. This is what I'm talking about. Multiple 234 attempts. You had the initial one right at the open. You got another one at around 10:20, and then you had a couple over here, one at 11:15. Then you got the big boy break with higher low. So great trade, Joseph. Good look for you, my man. Keep me updated. Keep us all updated about that. So back to ADTX. Probably kept my stop a little bit too tight, but I didn't like taking the break of the high of the day. I'm buying here if we dip down into 11. That is the 10 exponential. I'm going to throw it in order to front run that. I'll wait at 15s. It's showing me 75s right now. Let's see what comes of this trade. But not a bad trade so far. Was able to take about 30 pennies, give or take. MLYS, I'm back into this one. Wet the beak already. Got initially at 52. Took out some at 69s. Added as it dipped down into VWAP at 32s. I'm looking to add again into 1720s, and we're break even on it right now. Actually, we're a few pennies in the money, but I don't think I want to take anything out until we attempt 18. MLYS was, to me, a very obvious buy program that got turned off. Let's see if it, the move up here attracts some intraday traders, and we're able to ride the momentum possibly back into the high side here on MLYS. I'm involved in XHLD as well. This is below VWAP, but I've given myself to below 90 here because I've seen this story before where we breach VWAP and then kind of by a couple of pennies, maybe even less, and then move right back up. So I said to myself, you're so close to that 90 penny level, just give it to 90s, and that's what I've done. We're showing 91.5. I'm long 94. We're out of the money. Haven't printed anything on this one yet, but I'm looking for this one to kind of try to reclaim the volume weighted average price, and I'm setting up my profit takers, my beak wetters, so to speak, in front of that $1 area, knowing that the dollar area does act as resistance on occasion. So those are the two trades I'm involved in. It was a short-lived trade on ADTX, but that doesn't mean it's the end of the matter. I've got a dip trade now looking to shadow the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 on ADTX, excuse me. And I also like, look, if 11 doesn't hold, then I certainly will be looking at around $10 for a couple of reasons here. Initially, we had an area crest at 10 bucks. It rejected 10, dropped down to 8, held 8, and then we ended up taking 10 after that. In addition to 10 being an area price action resistance, it is also currently the volume weighted average price. It doesn't mean that VWAP remains there. VWAP is a dynamic indicator, meaning it changes as time goes on and the price action develops. So currently, it's a couple of shekels below 10, I think at 9.88, give or take. But if it comes down into there, I like it at 10 and VWAP, especially with the overlap. We'll see what ADTX wants to do. I'm going to give the first attempt at 11 to shadow to basically try to front run the 10 exponential, which is essentially at 11 bucks. So those are the two trades I'm in right now. Nothing doing on XHLD. It's not breaking 90, but it's not printing me anything to the high side. And then this one, MLYS, we were able to wet the beak. It's holding VWAP, but that's the good news. The bad news, the current candle still has a lower high than the previous candle. So we're either locked in a range or we're still putting in lower highs with that flat bottom. Those last two options, I don't like. I don't mind a range if it's setting up for higher lows and higher highs. We'll keep an eye out on that one. Stevenson. I appreciate you, man, my man. How long have you been in the game? I'm transparent with it. Like, I'm going to just tell you fully, dude. I don't take big positions on the show. I like to execute the trades as I see them so I can keep a clear head and give you guys what I see is the best thing. So you're not going to hear me pretend like I'm up $1,000, $1,500. That's just not my nature. I will tell you exactly what I'm doing and kind of let you guys make the money, so to speak. So that's my position right now. We're involved in these two bad boys. Joseph, how's that TSLL?
Yeah. I mean, it's working out here, guys. We're very, very well. So that's it. But to add to Sharif's point, I'm like, all right, Sharif, I was trading IBIT this morning. I'll pull it up for you guys. I only got about 1% left, or no, 10% left here in this TSLL trade, so I'm just going to hold it for the dream, but I'll pull up my IBIT here once again, guys, and I'm like, all right, Sharif, I'm heavy now after this final ad, and he's like, chill, bro. He's like, breathe, and I'm like, yeah, you're right, and then I took some off, and then I was like, all right, now you're calm. It's funny because you get all antsy, but then when you get to it, when you take off size that you're comfortable with, and then you're just calm and cool, right? So it's like the first couple partials for me, and then you kind of start to calm down and realize that you're in the moment and just need to execute the trade. But again, as soon as I get those first couple outs, now I know that I'm risk off. The trade's working, and then you can just kind of calm those nerves. He's like, breathe, bro, breathe. And I'm like, yeah, all right, I'll take it easy here. But yeah, good luck and thank you for that, man. But see, that's the thing here, though, too, Sharif. Imagine I was sitting here by myself, and then I'm not in panic mode, but I'm like not thinking rationally because I'm excited things are working out. And then you have somebody beside you just being like, yo, you've done this before, relax, breathe, and everything's, having a trading partner, whether it be someone who's beside you or in the chat, Obi's always in the chat, just somebody along this journey with you just makes it so much easier, guys. So again, I'm big on trading like communities like what we have here, and then even just having a trading buddy. Greg V was mine for a very, very long time, still my buddy. Sharif's now my trading buddy as well, too. So it just helps out around the clock. So it's a good look there. So yeah, continuing to cook up here in Tesla. I'm upset that I didn't get this ad here because I did punch it, but then it just rejected the order. So I'll have to post up next time. But I do like how this pullback was on lower volume than what we were climbing, even though it was slightly stair-stepping up and some indecision there. And I wanted to get that additional share size in there. But again, if we can crack through this, I'll just take my last little bit of out there, and then hopefully we can maybe find another trade. But that'll be it for Tesla. We are starting to run into some pre-market zones as well. So I'm going to take that into consideration because we are rejecting resistance levels fairly well. And you can see we're running into this support level here, which is now acting as resistance. So that'll put us at 235. But it feels really good to sell at the low here. That's total sarcasm, but yeah, I'm not going to worry too much about that. So yeah, I knew that.
There, homie.
Yeah, I knew.
There.
Dude, how long have I been saying that for? I said it to Greg. I said it to multiple people. I'm like, watch, as soon as I get out of this position, it's going to start to rally. And then sure enough, here we go. But it is what it is. And
I think a lot of people felt that pain before.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you feel the market's targeting you.
If you've been trading, you've definitely felt that pain before. Yes. So there it is. Yeah, got to trade like a robot, says Pug Life. Yeah, I agree with you, man. But sometimes it's hard, but you got to contain yourself, stay humble when it's. And DJ TYM, yeah, very true. Daryl Flinch, let's see what you got going on. Tesla testing that key range between 235. Nice that I mentioned that 236. See if it can start holding and take long. If not, fail right back to 230. Yeah, sounds really good there. Okay, so me and Jose were doing some work last night, just talking about the options chain, and I want to go over some things here to see what we might have in the works for this FOMC meeting today, and the possible ranges that the market can give you, and say, hey, this is what all these participants are pricing in, and you can use the chain and open interest to kind of gauge this level. I want to pull up my chat to see what I actually sent to him last night, just to confirm on what I had going on. So nothing crazy. 480, 470, I believe, in the Qs. What are we trading at right now? 479. Okay, so we're gonna pull up the Qs. I had SPY here to see what the NAS is up, because we know that the tech heavy is extremely weak. So 480, 9,000 open contracts. For 2 o'clock today, I don't see anything outstanding besides what we're sitting at right now. And 480, I mentioned to him last night. And then where was our high here today, Sharif?
Where?
479.55. 479.55. I have it's in writing right here. I'm gonna show you guys as well. I said to him last night, nothing crazy. Would look at 480 and 470 to be respected, but again, no large levels of OI. We tap into 480 on the Qs, and then we reject it here. So really, really nice look. Love the options chain, guys. If you have the ability to if you have access to it, use those for ranges throughout the day, and it's gonna really help your trading. All right, guys. So yeah, that is that. I'm gonna piece out this last bit of Tesla at 816. I'm gonna put the order in. What are you up to, my guy?
All right, man. We're long ADTX. I got the dip trade that I wanted. These always seem to be the most profitable trades for me. Dip trades off key levels. This one was a 10 exponential. We're already nicely in the money. I did wet the beak there into about 50. 3 out so far. Looking for this one to hold 11. So I'm going to move up the stop. I initially gave it to about 1060 just so if it wicked down aggressively, I wouldn't get stopped out. But I'm going to move up my stop into that 1098 area, and then we're going to give it a little bit of room here. How many shares do we have left of that? Okay, good. All right, so I'm waiting next at 50 something or another, mid to high 50s. Here we go. It's showing me 40s. It did pop up into 40s, which is where we got the print to high 40s. That is. Now we'll wait for either a 50 break or to get stopped out. So here we go, showing me 50. There is a hidden seller at 50. You can kind of see that right away. Nothing posted on the book or not enough size at the actual level to prevent the price from moving up given how much volume was coming in. So we know that there's a hidden seller now at that $0.50. And these $0.50, they can be areas of support and resistance for these small cap gappers. Nothing we're unfamiliar with there. So going to pack my patience on this one, looking for that $0.50 break. Let's see what comes. XHLD, we're going to get stopped out soon on this one. It looks like it's putting lower highs, lower lows, but we won't be taking too much of a hit there as it's kind of a bit of a cheaper stock. CSAI, we still haven't gotten filled. I did move up my order to shadow the 10 exponential. That's no longer valid because the 10 exponential is a dynamic level and it requires you, to move with the price action. So we're going to go ahead and set up here at 755 for a dip trade. Let's see if we can get something in and around there. I'm going to talk about BON in a second, okay? I will because this one was on my side chart and I removed it because it lost VWAP as we started the show. But it is, I think it is the number one gapper. It is up 90.5%. I'm not showing it on the screen yet. I'm just keeping my eye on this current trade on MLYS. This has been holding at VWAP now for 4 5-minute candles. Okay, after being insanely directional all morning, it is now awfully consolidative. So I'm looking to extract some profits here at the 50s. I didn't sadly get anything printed in the teens, 17 mid-teens. So we're going to hold on to our order at 43s. We're essentially 10 pennies out of the money right now on it. Let's see what comes of this. So now let's go to talk about BOWN. Bone. I'm going to call it Bowen. I don't know why, but BOWN. This one halted multiple times on the way up, so let's find out a little bit more about it. It's a $77 million market cap, having traded not that much, about 3.7 million shares on the day, probably has something to do with the halt, about 7.1 million share float, and let's check what Trade Ideas says about this one. Yeah, it says 7 million share float. I sadly don't have a short float for BOWN, so we'll have to fly blind here when it comes to the short float. What I do see, though, is respect for the pattern. I saw an $8 give or take flat top. Now, you did get this outsized move initially, but you got rejection off 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then you broke it on the 7th. I'm not counting this one because this one retraced super quick. All the while we were rejecting off 8, we were putting in higher lows. So this one feels like an ascending wedge. It is also generally on the wicks down, respecting the 20 exponential moving average, okay? This candle, this current candle that we're involved in on the 5-minute is bouncing, the low here at 775 is bouncing perfectly off the volume weighted average price. So I'm keeping an eye on this one. This one, you're likely, the money fills probably are gonna be dip trade fills, off key levels. That's just my inclination with BOWN. It's a great one, though. I mean, if it can kind of settle down, give you a predictable pattern rather than having these zigzagging candles through resistance, below resistance, so to speak, I think we could definitely work with this one. All right, we're doing well here on ADTX. I can see that. Multiple prints to the high side. We just got filled at 60s. Let's move up a little bit now. We only have one out left on ADTX, so I'm going to be quite lofty in my expectations. We're going to wait in the low 90s to front run that $12 level. Technically, the day high is $12.30, but again, with these small cap gappers, you're likely to encounter areas of support and resistance at these whole dollars and as well as a $0.50. Nothing changes with respect to my out. I already made that clear. I've moved it up from 1060, the area low, into $11, so we're risking about 15 pennies left on this bad boy here. That's going to be my look there. Let's go MLYS. This one is displeasing me greatly because it's continuing to hang out at VWAP. I shouldn't say it's displeasing me. It's making me a little worried because that kind of direction. Let me show you my black charts. I think you can kind of see the buy program a little bit clearer on this. So this, in my I have no proof, obviously, but just from my experience, this feels like a buy program. And when you get the buy program shutting off at such a predictable time, 11 a.m., you got to wonder, is there anybody else that's going to step in to buy? Yeah, look at that, Neil. I mean, it was just quite directional, and now it's been obviously shut off at 11 o'clock. That's when we kind of made the first red candle there. This one looks like a bit of a consolidation. So whoever was buying this obviously was interested in it. Is there anybody else, though? Because that buy program got shut off. We don't go up without volume, right? So I'm a little concerned. Now, the other side of that coin is it's holding VWAP, and it's been holding VWAP for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-minute candles. That's good news. The bad news is we're not putting in higher highs and higher lows. So there's really no real support there, I should say. So we'll see with this one. I'm already kind of negative on it from that initial trade, but I did extract some profitability on the pop. We'll see if we can get some more. I'm going to try to be strategic with my stop placement, but you never know how these things end up going. XHLD, it's finding support at this level at around 90 pennies. I'm just going to leave my stop where it is. It's below 88, and if it ends up breaking down, it breaks down. So that's ADTX. Let's go back over here. CSAI, man. This is the one I just need to punch in at. Like, I keep moving up my dip trades, and it keeps giving me the middle finger because, again, I keep trying to shadow the 10 exponential. So my order is at 55s. That's no longer accurate because the 10 exponential is at 75, and it really hasn't touched the 10 exponential in the last 10 minutes. I mean, I don't know what to do. I don't want to chase it either. So I'm going to go ahead and wait a little bit higher than the 10 exponential this time. I'm going to wait at 82s, 10 exponentials at 75s. I'll wait at 85. There we go. We'll see if we can get something in and around there on CSAI. Joseph.
Yes, good luck there, guys. We're all out of Tesla. I should have been a little bit more patient because I just pulled up the options chain and then I seen high levels of OI at $240. So I think that's going to be a potential target. We may not get right into 240, but I'm also going to look for a rejection at this level. So this was our Tesla trade here, and we're still continuing to climb higher. So yeah, that's the look. We're now at $8.20 on TSLA using that 2x leverage, which I tend to like to do, but a nice positive sign here on Tesla. So yeah, that is that there, guys. Google's continuing to climb higher. Yeah, I mean, you always want a little bit more. I would have had some more shares. I just ran out of shares all the way up here. If I got this, yeah, exactly. If I got this ad here, then I would have been sitting pretty, but that's okay. So yeah, we'll be patient, wait for those levels to come into play. Watch out for 240. We might get a little bit of a bounce, 19,000 open contracts, and then you want to go to that next kind of target. It's going to be 250, a ways away. Again, has about 26,000 open contracts, and then you're going to go 260 with about 24,000 open contracts. So those are what stand out to me. 200 on the put side, so not overly worried about that. And then you got about 220, you got 18,000 open contracts at that level. But here we go. We're going to continue to climb in Tesla. I do believe that 240, 239 is going to be in the works today. I grabbed the majority of this move, so I can't complain really, even though you would like to still be holding on to some as we partial out. But that was it. I had 2 attempts on Tesla here. Got that one partial, then I just cut that one out just a little bit before break even because the tape flipped. But here it goes, continuing to climb. So yeah, it is what it is. You got to accept the trade. NVDA looks like it wants to break out. I would rather get that closer to the volume weighted average price here. Oh yeah, wow, nice look there on Tesla. Yeah, I'm out, but I mean, hey, it does look like NVDA wants to climb higher. You got to watch out now. This what I'm finding with this underlying is that it really starting to trade how Apple trades. And I remember when I first got involved in trading in 2022, Apple was my favorite. Why? Because I had a basic scan and it always had that volume. So I'm like, oh, okay, it must be in play, et cetera, but it's not necessarily the case. It's just multiple fake outs throughout the day. You got to position yourself really well when trading this stock. And now I find it trades relatively close to how Apple trades most of the time, just because the float is so large and it takes a lot of capital in order for this underlying asset to get moving. So yeah, that's a good look here. This is what's frustrating, right? Is just you sit, it's like, okay, you're going to play the VWAP break here. That's when you really need to worry about positioning. It's because you have a failed new high. You come back south of VWAP and it's like, all right, I got to get out of this trade, even though this is a support level. You can see it respected multiple times. And then you got to hop back in, fails that high, break again. And then at that point, you've used up a lot of mental capital and you're like, I don't know if I should take another swing at it. I have rules to abide by, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh,
so Yeah, that's it with NVDA. When it's really in play, we'll notice that it's going to start to move relatively cleaner. But watch out for 480 on the Qs. I mentioned this before. That's where we kind of have some outstanding open interest. Nothing crazy to be overly alarmed by. During FOMC, we can definitely blow past that. But we're going to go off to Adara, guys.
Keep an eye here on the markets as we get into today's high of day. I think it is worth noting that Donald Trump posted a couple of minutes ago that he completed, quote, a very good telephone call with Zelensky of Ukraine, saying that much of the discussion was based on the call yesterday that Trump had with President Putin, and saying they're very much on track with regards here towards a potential ceasefire, saying that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and National Security Advisor, Michael Waltz, will be apparently providing an accurate description of the points discussed. So keep an eye out for that description of the points discussed on the call between Trump and Zelensky. If I find any details on that, anything comes out on that, I'll let you guys know. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Adara. All right, a couple of things over here. MLYS, we got stopped out. So we're basically 0 for 2 on this one. But we are doing better. XHLD just got the first print as this one's curling up. Pleased with that one. ADTX involved here at the volume weighted average price. I ended up getting stopped out break even for the last remaining amount. It's at VWAP now at that technical level, so I'm trying to give it to prior bar low. If it breaks, it breaks. But yeah, there, it just broke prior bar low. I think that was a specialist breakout, though. Almost certainly a specialist breakout. So breakdown. So I'm getting right back in on this one. I'm going to move my stop right back to where I wanted it. Give me a second here. There we go. And as I thought, is exactly what I thought, okay? There we go. Now we're taking some out over here as it dips back into my level. Let's just wet the beak there. And then we're going to set up some orders to the high side on this one. Now, I want to talk also about this bad boy over here, BOWN. So I set up my dip trade at 8. We scalped up into 840. Now I'm waiting at 856. We'll see if this one holds. I've moved up my stop from 777s to basically defend my position at 8. I'm long 805, looking for that flat top break to kind of manifest. We'll see if it comes or not. Holy cow, XHLD's going. Here we go. So we're going to take out some more over here. This one really kind of gave me a bit of a scare. We have more size on this one than we do on most of these others. This one is interesting, though, because we still have lower highs, and we're at that dollar. So I don't want to overstay my welcome on this one. Lower high, lower high, lower high. So just because we're positive on it doesn't mean that it is the right trade. So looking to basically de-risk a little bit here, and then we can leave a piece for the dream. And then if it wants to break above that 105 area where I perceive resistance, then we'll get back in there. That's exactly where I'm going to wait. Let's wait at 106 to see if we can get anything in and around there. CSAI might be coming into my area over here. Let's have a look quickly. Where's my CSAI? Okay, we just got long CSAI now. So now we're going to have to be careful. So I'm going to have to put in my stop below that $0.50. 785 is, whoa, wowzers, bro, wowzers. This one's giving up the ghost. I'm going to have to decide. Well, yeah, I'm going to have to get out of this. Now it's not letting me out, Joseph. No. All right, Adara, what do you got?
There we go.
Keep an eye here on NVDA. CEO Jensen Huang here making apparently some comments, likely at GTC, saying that the understanding of DeepSeek in a general sense is completely wrong by most people. He's also adding that demand for computing remains extremely high, partially because reasoning AI actually increases computing demand. So basically saying that a lot of these fears that people had with regards to the rise of DeepSeek R1 and it threatening NVIDIA are incorrect, because it actually, we have this reasoning AI, will lead to an increase in computing demand, which according to him remains high. Back to you.
Gaurav, yeah, good look there on IBIT. Yeah, I just seen your message. It's climbing higher. I'm feeling FOMO here, guys, on this trade because I wanted it. I wanted it at both VWAPs, but I was just being a little bit too passive, which isn't always good. If the setup is there, just take it, especially when you have an opening drive like this here, guys, where VWAP is really trailing higher on these underlying assets. Now it's just absolutely squeezing up about 3%. So good look there. It's unfortunate I didn't get that one in there for you guys, so I apologize on that front. But yeah, we'll be patient. That was the game plan, right? Like, just be patient. I'll show you guys, hold on, what I got going on here for a second. Just from a note standpoint, and just getting back to my style, you know what I mean? Because I feel like I feel that's just like who I am. Like I'm more of a sniper, you know what I mean, than most
Bang.
things. So here we go. So daily rules, right? Even though it's basic stuff, be patient, don't force the setup, no outsized losses, exit when planned. Define risk per trade, says Sharif. So there it is, the daily game plan starting to cook up there on which one are you cooking up there? CSAI, nice look there, bang. He's getting that revenge, following those rules. The market's starting to break out the cues. Can they break 480? We have high levels of OI there. I'm going to pull up the SPY to see what we got for our next potential level there because we are starting to squeeze. Nice recovery here in the market. Why are we recovering? Well, we were down 13%, 14%, 20%, all across the board. Not a good look. This is what we want to see from an oversold bounce. What do we have? 570 could be in the works today, Sharif, because we don't have any higher open interest until we hit that strike price. We're climbing higher. FOMC in play. I think if it really, really gets volatile, we see 570 and there might be a slight rejection, 14,500 open contracts at that level, and I don't see anything relatively close as high as 10 more strikes there, guys. So yeah, follow this IBIT continuing toward the long term is loving this. Get us, make Bitcoin great again. As Katina Man likes to say, we like it. I think it was a bit of a delayed reaction on the reserve, and I had a feeling that the ball was really going to start to get rolling here. So a lot of good names at some discounts. We're happy to be sitting on some cash, Sharif.
Yeah, man, I feel you. It's an easier feeling waking up in the morning too, quite frankly, when you're just sitting on cash. The FOMO, though, also hits equally as hard.
Yeah, well, I told you I sold Tesla at 229 this morning, and at 226, and now.
That's all good. I mean, no, I mean, like, genuinely, like, when you get out of a position, right? You're feeling good. It's like, I don't have to check everything every morning. I'm out of the money. I'm in the money, blah, 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 right? But when things start moving without you daily, I don't want to punch in at highs. I don't want to punch in at. So I've been there, done that. It's a great feeling. All right, guys, we're back in CSAI, scalped up aggressively into that 788. Now we're waiting at 795 and then in front of 8. But anything below 740, that's where I perceive there to be kind of support. So we'll get out there if that level breaks. Otherwise, I'm going to pack my patience. I'm quite happy with how ADTX is trading. We got in at 9.99. It's showing me 40s. It did pop up to 50s. I'm waiting at the 70 penny level. XHLD as well continues to please me. I'm going to wet the beak up here as well. Not a bad look. We still have some shareage here on XHLD, but I am concerned with this $1 area being a resistance level. So, trying to pack my patience on this one. So ADTX, XHLD, and CSAI are the ones that I'm involved in. Back to CSAI, because I'd like to see this one pop up possibly into 8. This one bamboozled me, and I literally got stopped out like bottom wick, which is, it's not a great feeling. It is one of the worst feelings I have, because then you start, kind of blaming yourself. Why did I get out there? Why didn't I add into that position? Oh, it was still above this moving average or that moving average. I'm so silly. I shouldn't have done that. So it's kind of a bit of an annoying feeling. Oh, baby, here we go. XHLD breaking to the high side. Now we're going to set up some more orders up in this. You know what? We're going to wait at 10s for that big boy break. And then I'm going to wait at 18s. Because, well, we're going to front run the size, which is 22. So we'll see if XHLD wants to catch a bid. Already in the money on it, protected and well away from my entry. Now it's just got to basically move on up and give us the print. ADTX, no print still above the halt level. The halt level is 1040, and we've seen this story before. The up halt there did halt at 1040, gapped up into about 1070. Okay, so these intraday halt levels sometimes, underline that, sometimes act as areas of support and resistance. It's not always the case, but just be aware of them in case they do act as support and resistance on the occasion that you're trading it. So yeah, nothing printed quite yet on CSAI. That bottom wick into the 20 exponential pushed me out, but we're right back in looking to exact some revenge. As I mentioned, guys, I've moved up my stop into that 740 area, so we'll have to hold on to that area. DJ 2 a.m. I like that. Oh, you know what? I saw the trader's journey, but didn't see one for Joseph or Sharif. You guys were doing them like 4 years ago. Well, I wasn't on the show 4 years ago. Neither was Joseph. I got on August 2022. So this August will be 3 years for me. But still, yeah, I mean, that's like actually a good idea. Maybe we should do that again. I think that would be
A
interesting.
trader's journey?
Yeah.
Yeah,
like you and I talk about it informally. You kind of told everybody about COVID and how you and I both got started, this, that, and the other. So some people kind of know our stories, but maybe not as well as they'd like. Or
I'd like to call it an expedition because it's
Are you going to the Antarctic, bro?
Yeah, bro, it's a pure expedition. You got a lot of endless hills to climb.
You like the Ford Expedition?
I don't mind it.
It's not bad. It's a big boy car.
It's a big boy car, you know what I mean?
I don't know what obsession I had with these cars in high school. I wanted to fit all my friends in them. So
that's the thing, right? That's when you're that age.
Not that age anymore. I don't want to fit in my 100 degen friends and hit money.
It's like you need a ride, bro? Come on.
I don't even want to ask you this because I know you're not going to remember. But Neil, do you remember Money, the nightclub Money? You know, he remembers.
Money.
Yeah.
Hit it, man. Hit it. Hit the dark. What do you mean money? We know the club. We know the club, man. We know the money club, man.
There we go, baby. All right. What are we doing over here? So we got stopped out for the last remaining amount on CSAI. Did dip below 40, but I'm keeping my eye here on ADTX, looking for that print into the 70 area. Good look there. Oh, wow. XHLD just came up into 10s. It did reject 10s. It didn't cross at that 10 penny area. So I'm thinking maybe I should wet the beak here and take it out there, and then we'll move up the other one right back to where it was in case, that print doesn't come in. I'm kind of frustrated with how I traded CSAI here, man. Push me negative on the day, this little, right? So I'm going to have to figure something else here. This broke down below VWAP, though, so I don't want to trade this anymore. CSAI is the one I'm talking about, guys. It kind of just broke down there a little bit, but that's a look. Stevenson, your take on that island reversal on Tesla. Island. 15-minute time frame. Say less, my man. Let's go ahead. Look at that island reversal. So 15-minute, you said? Okay. Here we go. Oh. So I see what you're saying, but I wouldn't be so quick to call that an island. Because technically, at least from what I remember doing the lessons on the island gaps, is that you got to be separated by an area where no price action took place, right? That's kind of what we mean by gaps, where there's, one print on the candle and then a gap where the next candle opens. But I see what you're saying. Double top, 237. Interesting. It's 237.07 technically is the high of the day. We're still below yesterday's No, that's not yesterday's closing print. That's like an older day's closing print. We're below the pre-market high, 238, 237 and a half, somewhere in and around that. I think the better person, to be quite honest with you, to answer your Tesla questions is going to be Joseph, because he's been trading it all morning. So I'm going to pass that off to him.
All right, cool. Yeah.
Sorry, bro.
So no worries, man. Let's see. I didn't even, to be honest with you, Sharif, man, I got a lot going on over here, so I didn't even hear the question. But as for Tesla, guys, I pulled up the options chain, and yeah, 250 might be in the works. I mentioned 240 is what we got to get through first, and you can see that we're starting to reject 237.10. So we didn't get quite to that strike price yet. And the same thing with the SPY and the Qs here, guys. The SPY, Q's having a hard time breaking 480 and putting all those contracts in the money. So if you're short at that 480 strike price on the Q's, you are starting to get some resistance. So possible hedging with the selling going on right now. If we punch through that, then you're going to start to see that you might get a little bit of a squeeze here, because we do have high levels of OI at those specific levels. So what I wanted to do here as well, too, guys, is I wanted to take a look at IBIT options chain to see what we got going on, to see if the option market is pricing anything out. The thing is that this is a $50 name. So you're going to see a little bit of an increased activity on the chain here, guys. We got 30,000 contracts with this week's expiration cycle. Hey. At 50/50, which is interesting, $50.50. And then we have 29,000 at $50. So we have to keep a big time eye out at on this level. And what did we trade as high as? 48.30. Okay, so in order for us to break through that, we're going to need some some big boy participants to grab that liquidity. It's not really balanced either, which is a positive sign, but it can also act as some serious resistance, guys. So watch out for 50/50 and 50/50 there on the options chain. That's where you're going to see those high levels of open interest. But yeah, TSLA, again, I got to be happy with this one. Patience was really key. You can see that it held this base base here, guys. Really nice. So you get a nice support level, double bottom, we'll call it, and then it looks like on that third attempt to break through is when you get it, and then you can see on the lower time frames that volume really starts to step in here. So and then just confirmation as we start to increase. So yeah, that worked out. Again, I'm not going to say it too many times, and I don't want to dwell on the past and what's going on, but an ad here is ideal, kind of like what we had going on with iBid as well, right? So this one's gone through the roof, which is absolutely phenomenal. But you can see that the idea here is identical type price action. Here, I'll do a comparison actually of the two charts. Do it live, baby. So yeah, so you can see that we have this ad right here, and this is where that ad should have been on TSLA. So you can see this on iBid here, guys. So we get that ad as we break through, and then I went to punch here, but it just didn't order, and then I didn't want to chase. I'm like, all right, let me take some off instead, which doesn't make too much sense, but it is what it is. And yeah, we can't really complain too much. Let's see what we got going on, guys. The poll is now up. Make sure you get those votes in. 58% to the long side. We didn't do it yesterday. I think we were slightly distracted, but that's okay. We'll get back on track because that's what consistency is. Apple, Gaurav, I was looking for those signals on Apple. I just don't see. I didn't see what you were looking at. There is a nice engulfing candle if you're looking for that type style of play. But if you're referring to hammers, I'm sorry, I didn't see it. And if I had the time frame wrong, I know you said 11:25, which would put us a little bit over here. So I'm just like, yeah, I don't see it. Maybe you recognize something that I don't, and that's what the eyes are for, right? It's like, hey, Joe, I recognize this, and I don't see things. Hey. But here we go on Google, guys. Again, I mentioned this hammer candle, so a nice bounce in this name. Let's see if we can get a little bit more of one. And I like what Sharif pointed out to me this morning as well. He's like, you see on the indices, he's like, we're double topping, and he was referring to the TSX, I believe, and he's like, okay, we usually come back and test that range. I don't know if that's going to happen in Google, but that would be ideal, right? You can see that we have a next support and resistance zone right at 182, and if you get any momentum to the top side, you can definitely come into this range and then head back a little bit lower. But I do like this for a potential bounce, especially because of that daily print. So yeah, we'll be patient on that. You can see Tesla's starting to come back in at those levels, guys. Use the options chain. Use the options chain. You got some. Oh, whoa. Okay, never mind what I'm saying about the options chain. Let's go, Sharif.
Wow.
Pull it up there, man.
Broke to the high side, man. XHLD is halted to the upside. Got out at 18s. It's currently halted. Joseph at 123. It did break the high of the day at 1040, which was 122. So we have a technical high day breach right now on this bad boy. It's halted. Give it 5 minutes. Currently the tap is 113, so it's already a little bit lower than where we closed off. We shall come back shortly, but I just want to mention this quickly because Bruce Wayne asked about SRPT. I know we got to go to Adara and Neil. SRPT, Saretta Therapeutics trading higher after the stock fell on Tuesday after the company reported a patient death following the treatment of, I don't know how to say this word, so I'm not even going to take a shot. Okay, Adara's got the catalyst. Take it over, Adara.
In a bit more detail. So this one was actually on our watch list yesterday. If you want more details, you can look at that. Basically, Sarepta Therapeutics released a kind of oddly worded letter saying that they did have a young patient die after taking their treatment for Duchenne muscular dystrophy. They also said that this is apparently a really common side effect, which is a little troubling sounding. But again, you could read more about this on our watch list from yesterday. Is our Trader TV live watch list. That would be the March 18th edition. That is the catalyst here for SRPT from yesterday. It looks like a bit of a recovery play. But in terms of what we're watching out for today on the market, S&P 500 still near day's highs, as is the NASDAQ. Both of these nice uptrends here on these 15-minute charts. Of course, though, the star of the show is going to be Jerome Powell and his Fed team, because at 2 p.m. Eastern, so just about 2 hours from now, we are going to be getting A, the Fed rate decision, and B, comments from Fed Chair Powell coming through at 2:30 during that press conference, which can and often does move the market. Speaking of conferences, though, NVIDIA GTC 2025 still in full swing. Jensen Huang making some comments saying that he thinks that the reaction to DeepSeek's R1 launch, which led to a huge drop for NVIDIA, is a misunderstanding, saying that actually this could lead to continued strength for these computing, because it's really required if you're going to do these reasoning models. Also on watch here is Carvana. CVNA bouncing really nicely after dropping, you can see right here around 11 a.m. after Automotive News reported that Amazon is now looking into that used car sales space. But before we get back to the Bash Brothers, we're going to take a moment to have our lesson of the day. So take it away, Neil.
Thank you very much, Adara. Lesson of the day. Wow. You know what? The second you pull up that Carvana chart, I was like, ooh, There's one for, I'll throw something about Carvana maybe at the end, but we've been talking about with Brian Shannon last night, and Sean brought it up this morning, and there's been a lot of talk about range-bound markets, and so what happens when thing is in a chop zone? Well, if you're really, really patient about it, breaking out of the chop can simply give you the best trading opportunities. And it comes about because of Tesla, but I want to start with maybe AMD as an example, because I caught the wrong end of this on AMD. And sometimes when you're doing like a lesson, it should be, hey, well, something that you picked up on today, could it have helped you in something else that you're looking at? And it could have been AMD. Like AMD, yeah, it's one thing to prefer the short at the open, didn't really get a pop-up that I wanted, but when it broke out of the chop of yesterday's range, it was a clean move down. But look at what happens, like the second it regains here, you're just in a different mode. It regains that prior support, it goes right up into the top, and now you're even getting a continuation break. So I'm not saying I should necessarily be in that breakout, but it's more along the lines of when you break out and you don't continue that trend, well, at worst, you could be back in the chop zone and start thinking longs in here. At the absolute best, maybe you're taking a reversion off the bottom. But this all comes about because we were noting how Tesla, and I'm going to use SoFi as another example here, was barcoding. It's not about the fact that it was not doing much of anything relative to Tesla's regular days. Let's look at a 3-minute chart first. Like this is what we were doing at the open. Tried to break the high, couldn't. Broke down, tagged the pre-market to prior day highs or as a support level, and then you just started barcoding. It's not just that it barcoded. It barcoded at the stair-step support level. So once it started to go, and you would have heard me, anyone that was in the chat when this was going, I was like, oh, triple top on Tesla, and I typed it into the chat and then missed the punch. Triple top, so you're doing not much of anything, but you awake the sleeping dragon when you hold a support level. There's like obvious resistance multi-day, and then triple top here today, and then you get that explosive breakout trade. Well, that's just Tesla. Tesla does that kind of thing. Well, somebody else did it too, and did it even more simple. SoFi is an example of this. And this might have been, like hindsight's 2020, I wasn't looking at SoFi this morning, but this might have been, I actually think, the easiest breakout trade of the day in terms of a setup. Well, we're talking about barcoding, so I wanted to zoom out there, not in. We're talking about barcoding. How many things had drops at the open and then barcoded for a lot of the day? Okay, yeah, this is still a little bit of a range because SoFi is a cheap stock, but it didn't do anything new. It tried to break the bottom, failed, tried to break the tops and failed, and then just ended up settling right in the middle. Well, you're consolidating, doing nothing all pre-market. At the open, makes a run, stalls the top, holds the low, and then retakes that top. So now you have an opening range top, yesterday's top, and a simple breakout. You can use sideways action to your advantage because it's like a coil. Like you're just sort of condensing and coiling to break out to the upside or to the downside. It can work in either direction. And I think Tesla was a missed opportunity, but you could have grabbed it. Certainly SoFi was a good one. And then just one note on this Carvana. Now, anytime you have a news event, whether it's a short seller report or whatever, it could be anything. Like Boeing has their own issues, and we've seen this before with them. If you make one of these capitulation bottoms on a stock where there's a negative story and they buy it back up, yeah, it's bad for short sellers. It's not good. And you would have heard me say, man, if you can't hold this level on Carvana, it's in a lot of trouble. When that story came out, well, guess what they did? They held that level. It would not surprise me. Now, it hasn't broken out yet, but it would not surprise me. It's a Fed day, so anything can happen with the Fed. That's my caveat. But if we can hold on to this bid, which you're already doing, and you get this double top break, why not? I mean, filling in the gap in here makes sense. The only problem is it's a Fed day, and then all of a sudden everything's just going to move because some comments that Powell made, and anybody that's rate sensitive, if they had changed the dot plot, could be an issue. But that is a trap some shorts on the bad news, and then squeeze them through the top, and then just try to fill in a little bit of this gap. And again, inside of the range to a certain extent from most of yesterday in the flag, and then breaking out the top. So it takes out the high, you give it to this prior low. That's the idea. Things are trying to coil and go. You saw what happened with Tesla. Ooh, NVIDIA just tagged and pulled back at 118. So I'm going to cover. I'm in NVIDIA. I'm going to cover on NVIDIA. Wow, do you see that on NVIDIA? NVIDIA just really curled back in off the 118 level. It's really dropping. Something just happened. I'm going to jump out. I was long in NVIDIA just now. But that is your lesson of the day. And NVIDIA just dropped 70 pennies now, almost a full $1. Something must have just happened on NVIDIA. I'm not plugged in, but we'll send you back to the Bash Brothers. Go get them. That was a crazy wick.
Thank you very much, Neil. Joseph's got something to build on that point.
Yeah, as NVDA, so Neil was just talking about NVDA. So guys, pull up the chain, check that 118 strike on the put side. You'll see 102,000 open contracts. We rejected 118. We also have 50,000 on the call side as well too. I just watched it when I typed in the chat. I watched that OI on 118 go from 140 to 102 in a split second, just like that. That was insane. I'm like, wow. And then that's when I typed it in the chat and I look at Tesla NVDA moments later, and then it just dropped over close to $1 or something along those lines. So what a liquidity grab there. Something going on in the chain, guys. And then we have a lot of OI at 120 as well too. So we got to watch out for these levels. The thing is it's balanced, right? So 120K on the put side and then 127 on the call side. So that's 247,000 potential shares right there, guys. So that is hefty. So keep an eye on that options chain. I can't believe I just seen that. I've never seen that before. Something go from 140 to 102 in the blink of an eye. So someone just offloaded a bunch of contracts. So yeah, much appreciated. And B Davis, no, I'm pretty. He's from was it Antigua, I believe. Neil? Yeah. His family's from Antigua, not Jamaica. Yeah.
A beach for every single day of the year.
Yeah, that's
365 beaches.
Really?
Yeah.
That'd be a good time.
One of the first things I learned about Antigua, vis-a-vis your boy.
All right, there you
What's
go.
that, Neil? He's never counted them, but he knows it is factual.
It's factual there.
So that's the situation there.
Exactly. Yeah, Chef Joe, the call side is heavy. Exactly. You can see at 120, and then you have that ladder built all the way up to about 126 roughly there, guys. So hundreds of thousands of contracts at those levels. If I'm going to combine 120 and then the 124 to 26, you got over close to 500,000 of open contracts. So that's quite a bit there, guys. You can see that we got that tanking price action as well as in the queues. Two guys, I was talking to Jose in the chat. I'm like, dude, yeah, just watch out for 480 on the queues. And we've had the inability to break through that because we got about 9,000 open contracts on that. Unfortunately, I cannot clue us. So exactly.
We tried.
It's okay. So I'm just asking you guys if you have access to it, just make sure you guys keep an eye out on that stuff. But here we go, starting to pull back in IBIT, waiting for these precise entries. I thought we were going to climb a little bit higher in Tesla because I did mention the OI at 240 and I was looking for a rejection, but we only got to 237.32 unfortunately, and then we're starting to pull back as the market does as well too. So we got to keep that in mind and just be patient, wait for those levels to come in. If the market's going to be really strong, then I believe we'll be okay and be able to grab these dips, and I think that's going to be the case here, guys. So yeah, I'm going to be patient. I'm going to pull up NVDA here. I'm sorry that I got just Bitcoin up, but look at this wick. Oh, here, we'll take a look at it from the 5-minute standpoint. I have all these bottom and tail candles, but this is genuine other than the fact that it goes to like 116. It went from 118 all the way down to 117 in a split second, and now we're trading at 117.57. So a nice rebound, but that was really, really fast. When I seen those contracts getting closed up there at 102, or 140 to 102K, moments later is when that flush went in. I'm like, whoa, and Treat's like, what's going on? I'm like, yeah, this, and that. So yeah, that's the take there from the options chain on NVDA here, Treat.
All right, shout out to Anton. Wants to know which small caps we're trading today. Well, I'm just going to show you what we got on the side chart, and then we'll discuss each and every single one and the trades we've had on them. XHLD, it's a big boy move on the day. It is the #1 gapper, overtaking BOWN. We've traded both. Both are okay. Both have been profitable, but definitely not the best executions. Now, currently, BOWN is breaking down. It's breaking down below VWAP. It's lost 8. The only thing that really has going for it right now are the higher lows, but it's going to have to work above that volume weighted average price for me to trade it again. It feels like it is losing the bid. XHLD is the one that is really interesting here. Now, this could be a double top. Now, you know, the successive crests of the double top don't have to be the same price level, but they should be kind of similar. So what we're talking about here is 122 and 132. So 10 pennies difference on a dollar name does matter, guys. So what I'm looking for here on XHLD, it looks as if, you know, it's bamboozling everybody. I mean, like, look at this current candle that we're in. This was the halt level at $1.22. We gap up, we go up to 32. This candle is engulfed by the subsequent candle, which is a bottoming or topping tail candle with like literally no body on it. So I'm unsure about how to trade this right now, given the current price action. I don't know if I should just stay away, or is there a trade at this $1.10, $1.08, right? Like, look at this consolidation area level top, the 10 exponential, as well as at that $1.10. So the 2 penny variance, I can definitely get behind that. But I just don't want to catch a falling knife, especially with a couple of topping tail candles right now. Here it comes into 110. Let's have a look at what it does, and then we'll get to the other one that I'm currently trading right now. So finding support at a $1.11, $1.12. It did this before. I was actually waiting at a $1.10, and it came down to a $1.12, and I lamented not having gotten in, because look what it did after that. It popped into a $1.32, so I felt awfully silly. But here it comes again, coming right back into that $1.10. Let's see if it holds that 10 exponential moving average. And generally, that 110 to 108 area, that's kind of what I'm thinking about this one. XHLD, we were involved in this one sub $1, and then it kind of spiked out of nowhere, kind of to be expected, as that's how these small cap gappers act. The one that currently we're involved in, we've been in for a while, ADTX. I've been holding this for the last beak wetter up here. The area that I'm waiting is at 1070. However, we're not necessarily making lower lows, but I feel we are making lower highs. So I am concerned here that a flat bottom break ensues through the volume weighted average price. I've tried to account for that using strategic stop placement. We'll see how this cookie crumbles over here. We'll keep you apprised of that. Now, CSAI, it looks like I'm cruising for a bruising over here, because I'm back involved in this name. I think I've executed poorly on it, where I've been basically trying to get my entire position all in one area, trying to kind of sniper it. I'm not that good. So what I'm going to do is I'm looking to build my position. So I got in initially at 65 with the beak at 80, but as you can see there, I've got multiple dip trades set up on this one for small size. We're going to wait at 750, 740, and then a little bit above 730 to build the position. It is putting in higher lows. That is what's keeping me interested in it. And for whatever reason, it's shadowing the 20 exponential moving average on the 5.
You tapped in? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, okay, he's tapped in, yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Andre. What do we got?
Yeah.
Ad read? Adara, go ahead.
Basically, sometimes what happens here is you'll get the move in the stock, then you'll get the catalyst. That looks like what happened here with NVIDIA. So I got this. I mean, now it's been a couple minutes. I was trying to go earlier, but regardless, NVIDIA's CEO Jensen Huang apparently saying at their GTC conference that he's confident margins will improve. That seems to be what led here to this pop and then drop back down here for the stock. Pretty intense reaction as NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang says that he's confident margins will improve. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Adara. I like the TQs up here, guys. We're just. Oh yeah. Sorry, I didn't know.
So with respect to CSAI, what I'm seeing here is higher lows. Let me just show it on the 5, and that's why we've set up the dip trades in the way that I've done. I feel like this one, trying to get it in your entire position at a 1 level by sniping it, maybe not the right idea. I am encouraged by these higher lows. I'm not encouraged by this consolidation area that we're trading at. So CSAI in focus up 36%. We'll see which way this cookie crumbles. I felt I was about to get stopped out here on ADTX as it weaseled right back into VWAP. I'm long below VWAP actually at 999s, but essentially VWAP is essentially 999 on my chart, literally $10 ADTX. So I'm trying to pack my patience here, but it does look like it's now using the 10 exponential as resistance as opposed to support. So we're kind of caught between the volume weighted average price and the 10 exponential as a bit of a range right now on ADTX. We'll have to pack our patience to see if we can get anything to the high side on this bad boy. We only got one more out left. I'd really like to wait for an $11 break. In fact, I like that level so much, I'm canceling my order at 1070, and I'm going to wait for an $11 break. We'll see if it comes or not. LSE, Joseph, just weaseled back. This one was a monster in the aftermarket yesterday, continued being a monster as well in the pre-market. It just weaseled back above that volume weighted average price to hit 14, but LSE is on my crap list until and if it can break above that pre-market high. That pre-market high is about 16.85. Let's say 17 bucks. If it doesn't break above that level, I don't trade it. There are likely bag holders here or shorts that are going to use that level to kind of push it down. That's my move right now. Those are the small cap gappers we're looking at. Let's see what comes the rest of the day, Joseph.
Yeah, good luck there, guys. I want to short the TQs here because we are rejecting 480. I don't want to chase it all the way down here. So at any form of a retest and a fail here at 6180, then that's where I'll get in. And then we can use this as our high. So it'll be about a 10, 12 cent stop there, and that's exactly what we want to look at. So didn't have enough orders out at the top. Katina, man. It's all right. You get to use long TQs now. So good look there. Okay.
Uh-oh. What are we doing over there, Katina Man?
Are we moving long?
Get it, Katina Man. The Katina Man's long, the T triple Qs. You can't hear him, but I'll comment for him. So initially you saw he went short. He printed up a storm on the market. The market changed its tune, and so did the Katina Man. Basically picking off bottoms, and we're holding into the top there. That's okay. Set up resting profit takers next time, Katina Man.
I put it at the high of the day.
He put it at the high of the day. So that's why he wet his beak right there. That's why it printed, because he was putting the profit taker at the high of the day. But shout out to you, brother. I think, maybe we run up a little bit more. We'll keep you updated on the Katina Man's positions when and if they do change, Joseph.
Yeah, good luck there. So a couple stuff in the chat here, guys, that we're going to go over. I've seen somebody say Mara is trash. Bitcoin's up over 1,500.
Absolutely agree.
Yeah, man. We've been talking about this for a
I hate the miners.
Dude, yeah, exactly,
I despise the miners.
At what point, Sharif, do you think it's like, hey, okay, maybe they start to get the ball rolling here?
Good question.
Right? Because what if Bitcoin goes to a 500K and Mara has a couple 100,000 of these things, right? So it's like, okay, when are you going to really start to get going? But you can see, and this is just going to say, why, unless you're a bear or you're doing some sort of option selling on this, why do you think at any point that this is a good long? Right? This is like AMD, and it's the same thing. I just have no faith, even though it does look like it's rolling. It's not like, I know, dude.
I buy AMD 100 times out of 100 before I buy a miner again.
Yeah.
Put it that way.
Yeah. All right. There you go. Okay. Yeah. All right. There you go. So, you were in one of them.
I was in Mara, bro, and I had to hold on for dear
brutal.
life to lose $1 a share on that, and you had to wait for it to come back up. It took forever.
So you spent more mental capital than you did there. So same thing with AMD. I guess we are starting to curl over here, but for these Bitcoin miners, it's just like we'll pull up Riot as well here too to see what we got going on. It's like, why would you even want any part of this? I don't know. There's just better names, and that's just my opinion, right? And so again, if you're involved in it, then hopefully just think about some account management. But Mr. God's Gift asked me here, in this, which is why. Yeah, that is great. But hey, there you go. The cash cow himself is back. But Mr. God's Gift, you want to talk about Robinhood? I like Robinhood quite a bit here, guys, especially off of these bottoms. 35.46 was those lows. We are now up 7 points from that point, target there, guys. Down 46% from peak to local bottom, and then now only 37%. The numbers on the Q4 report, phenomenal. Growth across the platform. We like this. Increased crypto activity, increased options activity, increased margins accounts, you name it, there's growth within this. The margins are improving as well too. I like Hood for the long term, and that's something I'm looking to allocate there, guys, is HOOD.
I like that. I like that. Where the money at? Da-na-na-na-na. All right,
Yeah,
that's
there we go.
Houston, Chingy, and Nate Dogg. Shout out to
That's
everybody in
crazy.
gold.
Remember Chingy?
All right, they're back, baby. Trade the Pool. Our friends from Trade the Pool are back on Trader TV. Trade the Pool is a game-changing platform that caps your risk while giving you the opportunity to trade real shares using the company capital. That means no more risking your own savings. Trade the Pool now offers an unlimited trading period during the evaluation phase. No pressure, no rushing. Take your time. Perfect your strategy and get funded on your terms. Remember, guys, your losses are capped at a one-time evaluation fee and your profits are unlimited. So head on over to tradethepool.com. What do you think they're going to do at Trade the Pool? And start trading.
Ooh,
hey, there it is. Shout out to
there
Trade
we
the Pool.
go.
Great.
I was like, oh,
I hope they bring Mitch back, man.
Mitch.
Shout out to Mitch.
Shout out to
Money Mitch.
Yeah, Chef Joe. Okay, that's for Chef Joe. But yeah, here we go, guys. I know Katina Man's long, so maybe I got to think about what's going on. Again, just the options chain saying we might have some resistance, and it's not standout-ish open interest at those levels. Pardon me?
I was just saying, like, I'm long from an hour ago.
Yeah. He's long. Yeah, exactly. So, but again, the options chain is telling us we can break through 480. It's not anything crazy from an options standpoint. I do believe that NVDA is going to continue to struggle at these levels, considering there is also continuous ladder to the top side of on that open interest indicator. So yeah, we'll be patient. I like Google still climbing higher and higher. And I know you went over SRPTA. Someone in the chat asked me to do that. There is a catalyst on that. But yeah, NVDA getting really, really stuck here, guys. These levels are not dwindling. And the thing is, though, is you got to look at the balance on both sides of the chain, and you can see that built all the way through the ladder. So you'll see 104,000, 117, 114, all the way down from 126 to 124. And then you'll see it roughly on the put side as well. But then you see the higher balance at 118 with 102 and then 50K thousand. So yeah, that is the look. We did see, guys, this is what I was looking for. Was this retest of up here, and then I only had to risk about about 20 cents or so, but we're now a little bit south of that, so I got to be a little bit more patient. If we come back into this support level here and reject it, then that's when I'll look to sell this top here, and then maybe we can get a crack of 6160 because that's the game plan. And again, yeah, just rejecting 480. And then also I mentioned 565 and 570 on the SPY, which we're currently rejecting as well too. So yeah, going to be patient on that front trade. If we're starting to pull back here now, going to look for the short on TQs.
Yes, sir. Okay, just throwing in my stops. All right, guys, here's what happened. We got stopped out, sadly, of ADTX. It was a big move down. It looked like a specialist breakdown where they kind of push it below VWAP and then it gets bought right back up. So I had my stop right below the volume-weighted average price. It's looking to reclaim it right now. And so I'm kind of unsure whether this is actually breaking down or whether this was a specialist breakout. So here's the deal. I'm not going to guess anymore. The level that I like is that 1060 level. Oh, wow, are you kidding me? Okay, so that was definitely a specialist breakdown because it's taking out the level as we speak. It's a monster hammer candle right now that takes it right below VWAP and then right back above. It's all good. We printed on this one, so I executed on this one well. We got stopped out for the last remaining out on that bad boy. So a little disappointed with the execution, but it's impossible to know when it's going to be a specialist breakdown and when it's not. So that is the look there. Wow, I can't believe I got forced out of CSAI again. Wow, okay, so that one I'm 0 for 3 on, and that is being removed from the list. I can't keep trading it like that. I mean, it's just crazy if I do that. So I'm trying to find something else to put on. Let's put on Hood. Everybody's talking about Hood. Let's have a look at Hood and see what it's up to. I just want that one out of my sight and out of my way so that I don't want to trade it, so I don't get the inclination to trade it. We're going to take it off of the side chart too, Joseph, because, well, you could get the itch if that happens. All right, back into XHLD, looking to defend 108. I've added into my position right now. We're about 4 pennies out of the money, showing me 11s. I'm long 15s, excuse me. So we'll have to hold up here. So what I'm basically doing, putting my stop below that 104, looking for that 108 to 106 area to hold. This zigged and zagged, technically kind of still respecting the 10 exponential, but I am concerned about that double top formation on XHLD. Let's have a look at the overall market. Haven't said much at all, if at all. much, if anything at all, about these large cap names. So let's go ahead and look at the Mag 7 and see what is afoot right now. Wow, Meta's the only negative Mag 7 name on the day.
Wow.
But it's the only one that's negative, but it's also the only one that's barely negative on the year. Meta's technically only down on the year 0.88. Everything else, except for Softies, in double-digit territory. 14% for the dead one Apple, 14% for Google, 12% give or take for Amazon, 42% for Tesla, and 12%, 12 and change for NVDA. So Meta, even though it's ugly on the day and it's been ugly recently, it's certainly been outperforming some of these other ones over here. So META, very consolidative and definitely looking to reject off the volume weighted average price. The only time you really broke above VWAP was at power hour 10 a.m. range, and then we kind of just started straddling VWAP as resistance. Let's talk about Softy. Softy's putting in a gnarly looking double top over here. Wow, that's a perfectly equidistant, here it is, Katina, man, on that 388 essentially top with the neckline hanging around that 385.5 area. Keep your eye out on Softy here. Softy's been stronger lately, as I mentioned, the only one that's actually single digits negative on the year. Looks like there is a seller at 388. Keep your eye out for that higher low, though. You could get a bit of a bounce here at 386 and a third, 386 and a half. That's where the volume weighted average price is on the soft one. Goggles looking real good over here, up and to the dang right. Higher lows, higher highs. This looks like an upward channel here on Google. Google got shellacked yesterday. Look at that downward move. I hate this. I hate how the downward moves are this aggressive and then the upward moves take forever to manifest. We always joke about that on the show here. We say it takes the elevator down and the escalator up. Kind of would rather that not happen, but there's obviously psychological reasons why that does happen. In any event, on the day, Google is an upward channel, or at least that's what I perceive. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Google could be an interesting trade here. Amazon finding support. I don't know, man. There's a bit of resistance here on the Zon, 194 and a quarter, 194 and a third. It looks like a bit of a compression pattern whip into my head. The reason I say that is because you got higher lows, but you also got lower highs. If I had to choose, I'd say probably a break to the high side based on the fact that the market's up 1% and that the higher lows are more aggressive than the lower highs. So we'll see how the cookie crumbles there for Amazon. Apple was very strong earlier. It has lost all that and then some. In fact, look at that big boy move up. I perceive this to be buying at the open by big money, market on open orders. That's typically where you see a lot of the liquidity. And then the shorts get involved and push this bad boy right back down. It seems like it has 215 support. Neil did earmark that level earlier on. I remember him saying 215. But essentially what we have now is a lower high and a flat bottom. So Apple could absolutely flat bottom break, and it could find itself right at that pre-market low at around 213 and a half. If it gives up the ghost at that 215 level, it looks weak right now, even though it's up on the day. So that's my look on Apple. Let's look at Tesla. I'm going to leave that one for Joseph because he's been trading this one well to no end all day, but I perceive there to be possibly 234 support given the triple top that we had on Tesla at Google, and you saw Joseph take that flat top breakout in real time. Let's see what it does when it comes back in, or if it comes back in to that 234, does it find a buyer? NVIDIA. This one kind of similar to Google in the sense that it has that higher low and kind of higher high upward channel. Not as distinctly upward channel-ish as Google is, but you can kind of really notice that the higher lows here far exceed the higher highs. So it's kind of like almost a flat top break, so to speak, through 118 here feels like on NVDA. Don't forget, Quantum Day tomorrow for NVIDIA. Obviously, Uber and Netflix are not the Mag 7, but I include them because, well, they're important to me. Uber looks fantastic. Uber looks better than most of these bad boys every day, okay? Uber, I perceive this, Joseph, as a bull flag. You got that drop down initially in the open. We drop down to about 70 3/4. We rocket back up above 72 and a fifth. we have that consolidation sideways, the flag component of the bull flag. That's the pole, and then that's the flag. And then look at this. Boom! Big boy breakout. We could be on our second bull flag here. We'll see on Uber. Last but not least, Joseph, NFLX. This is also kind of bull flagging. Great, fantastic look there off that 9 1/4, and then we weasel on up into about 9 2/3, a little bit less. Look out for that 950 area. That could be the volume weighted average price pullback that people could want on NFLX. 950.90 right now, the volume weighted average price, Joseph.
Yeah, good luck there, guys. Yeah, Jordan, I guess I don't even remember what I replied to, but anyways, yeah, it's unfortunate, guys. I posted up here above 6180, and then I never caught the fill. It just didn't go there, and then now it's kind of doing the move that I was looking for. So I wanted to catch the top of this range, because you can see this is support right here, and then now acting as resistance, right? So you get that that under-over type play, and then now we're starting to head into my target area. So I think that we can run into 6149. Going to look for a potential bounce here. NVDA has the inability to break through 118. I'm not going to say it again, but you know what we're talking about? I probably will, but I'll wait before I repeat myself. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Yeah. Hello, SBP chart. I hope you guys are doing great. No, I hope you're doing great. I thought you were having a question there. Hopefully your day is going pretty well. Nice coming back into this range. If we can construct a lower high, that'll be a positive sign here. So you can see that we're just going to draw this temporary downtrend, and we are continuously holding that. So until we break through that, then I would suspect that we're going to continue downward movement. Now we'll pull back to NVDA one more time here, guys, because of the activity on the options chain. Apologize for all these dark pools, but we're trading at 117, and we just can't crack 118. Double top here, so that's what we want to keep an eye out for. Look for those high levels, those pop-out-ish styles on the options chain, and then you'll be able to play off of those levels, okay? So yeah, we'll go back to TSLL. I did want to play the short, but unfortunately I didn't get it on the options chain. Again, I'll repeat myself, is that we did have high levels around that 240, and we couldn't crack there. We were just under that. 238 was almost the level. We were at 237, we'll call it, and then we couldn't climb any higher. So that's that trade. Being a little bit more patient on some of these setups, because you guys seen that was my rules for the day. Yeah, so just gonna wait. If we can hold here, the thing is though, with this VWAP trade here, guys, I don't believe that Tesla's a strong enough underlying asset in order for us to play these VWAP bounces. You can see that it took multiple attempts to even crack through it and then break through a high here. So if you got in at VWAP right here, then you get a little bit of a move, but there would be something that I would be looking for in and around here, so you can increase that risk to reward and have a definitive out slightly better. So that's something that I'm working on. Same thing goes for here, but then it actually worked. At the third time's a charm. We do crack through, and then we continue to climb to the top side. So yeah, Google strong. We got those daily signals, guys. That's what we want to look out for. I talk about it time and time again, and that's what I'm going to do this weekend for you guys. I'm going to refine the VPA lesson, and we're going to get into some new, we're going to just have some new updated charts and just kind of graphs on what we're specifically looking for. And this is a pretty good example here, all right? So just keep that in mind. I remember I was trading, where's the signal? Yeah, so I had some bear calls up here as well too, which worked out. They expired. I collected the majority of the premium, but we had a nice, this was earnings, I remember it like it was yesterday. So earnings, nice gap up here, and then you play the bear call using this high as your out on the options chain, and then eventually we just fill the most of this gap here, and then we continue to climb higher. And then this was Amazon. This was actually one of my better writing options trades. So I seen this base here, and then this was probably the most when I put on, I think I put on like 9 or 10 short contracts, which is hefty. So I had about just under 1,000, potential 1,000 shares here on Amazon at the bottom here. So a bull put spread, so that's me shorting puts, and then that's when we just continued to climb. And then by day 3 or 4, I had the majority of the premium collected, and then I just closed the position. So yeah, that was one of my larger ones. And then I did have some good stuff on SPY. I was rolling on SPY for some time. Same thing here, guys, was just rolling some bull calls. Some bull puts, and then you just collect premium without even owning the underlying asset throughout the whole duration of the contract. And that's kind of what we had going on. So yeah, that's just my style of trading. And trust me, I've told you guys before in the summertime, and it was around these neck of the woods where I had some short Tesla puts. So I had a bull put spread. And then me thinking I'm smarter than the market, I'm like, oh, okay, we're trading within this range. Let me put up a condor. I don't remember the specific date. So I'm like, yeah, let me put up an iron condor here so now I can just profit if the underlying asset closes within the range. But then I got squeezed out, and what I did was I closed my short calls, but I left my out the money calls open, which were about 5 points higher because I had a 5-point spread. And I'm like, oh, okay, if we're gonna squeeze like this, maybe my out the money calls were gonna trade in the money, and then I can reduce the loss. But what ended up happening is that those contracts ended up decaying from time value and expiring worthless. So that's when I took that $2,000 loss on that short, on that bear call spread, which was not pretty. And if you guys have ever done one of these, that was one of those moments for me. So yeah, just full disclosure, I took that 2K hit, which was really hefty. So that was a lot of gains gone, especially when you're writing options, you don't collect that much. And always keep in mind, and I don't think I say this enough here, Sharif, is that when you're writing options, you will collect premium, but stock appreciation will always outweigh premium collection. Just always keep that in mind. It didn't take me long to learn that, but again, it won't equal it ever, right? So you're always better off having stock appreciation than you are collecting premium in the short term, all right? So yeah, that's just how it works out. Don't get caught in any short calls like I did, and then don't close short calls and leave the long call open, especially if it doesn't end to your target, because that's how you're gonna really cover back your loss, is because you're now gonna sell that out the money call, and if you don't, it just expires worthless.
That's some wisdom right there, man. Thanks for sharing that, obviously. Because remember when we went to the money show, that dude was talking about what's it called?
The options wheel.
The options wheel, thank you. And he kept DCAing. What was that stock he was trading?
It was Walgreens. No, it was Walgreens.
WBA?
Yeah, it was
well,
Walgreens.
how's he doing now?
I don't know, man. I was like, I just found it weird.
It's getting bought out, Katina.
Yeah, so he was running that cycle. He was just continuously selling it. But the way he was running it was slightly different. Obviously, everybody has their own styles, and you inject your own DNA to it. But it just didn't make sense. Like, why are you DCing into Walgreens Boots Alliance?
Yeah, I didn't really get that either. Yeah. And like, he didn't really have a strategy other than he kept DCAing, even though it broke his support. Remember that?
Yeah.
And he was just collecting premiums, losing capital appreciation, capital depreciation.
Yeah, exactly. Right? So it just didn't really work out. So yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, not a strategy I'm quite familiar with. So I'm defer to Joseph on that. XHLD guys, we did okay with this one. We're doing, I guess, okay. What the beak there at 20s. Now I'm waiting at 24s, 28s, and 32s. Looking for that big boy break. Let's see. We've kind of been rejecting the previous candle high. The previous candle high on the 5-minute, of course, is, I believe, $1.23. And keep rejecting that area, but we are putting in higher highs and higher lows. So it's not like I'm going to move up my stop or anything like that. In fact, I will look to defend this stock. So it's the #1 gapper right now in the market. XHLD is what I'm talking about. It may not be ideal for me to just want to punch in or to take profits at these higher levels, but I'm going to continue to pack my patience. I saw you guys yelling about ADTX, and I had my suspicions about this. Once you've kind of, what the hell is happening over here? Why is this doing that? All right, allow me a minute just to kind of set my setup. So anyway, ADTX, it looked like it was going to break out. It broke the previous area high, which was 1060, right? We kind of saw that. That's where I was holding for the break. I was waiting for that 1070 print. We didn't get it. Ended up breaking below VWAP, specialist breakdown, only to kind of break out the area high. But the bamboozlement wasn't just to the downside. The bamboozlement is, it doesn't discriminate. It will bamboozle you to the high side, bamboozle you to the downside. And if it could, it will bamboozle you sideways as well. Here's what I mean by that. Look at this. So we break down below VWAP, an area where we had been very respectful literally all morning. It breaks down. It doesn't even stay below that for 1 second. Stops everybody out, right? Shoots up. So now the shorts are like, oh, fantastic. It's time to get short up here. Let's use this 1060 area high as our stop. Well, guess what it did? It went to 1080. So once I feel like these small cap gappers, once the momentum is gone from them, you can kind of try to scalp at area highs and lows, but that's it. You can't hang out in it too long, otherwise the algos get you. And this is what it's doing right now. Zigging and zagging above previous area highs, previous area lows, and then, basically taking everybody's money in between. So be careful with ADTX. I don't like it unless it gets above 11. That $11 area, that's where I perceive there to be the next area of resistance. So ADTX is on my crap list until and if it can get above 11. But I do like that area, so I will put an alert for the approach into $11 on ADTX. It's up 32%. It was a monster mover in the morning, multiple halts, this, that, and the other. And then now we've found ourselves in a bit of a consolidation range, albeit above VWAP. So as long as it stays above VWAP, it could have a second wind. Momentum is a second wind momentum-wise, into power hours. So don't be so quick to take it off your side charts. I'm leaving it on. That is the case there. Now, back to XHLD, the only trade that I've got on. Back into 119s we go, but we're still doing that same dance that I complained about 5 minutes ago, which is below prior area high, prior bar high, I should say, which is a $1.23. I've set up at the very smart area of 124. I say that facetiously, of course. I'm looking to front run the $0.25 in case it acts as resistance. And I'm layering my orders above that level. So that's the only one I've got on right now, XHLD. And if you're following this trade, here are the details on XHLD as it comes right back down, then pops right back up. It is a $31 million market cap. Its name is 10 Holdings. I don't know anything about the company, but what it does, I'm not given any information. I don't have any information with respect to flow. Let's find out what Trade Ideas has to say about that. XHLD. 1.67 million share float, says Trade Ideas, but no short float, sadly, on this bad boy. So I won't be able to tell you, what to expect in terms of a short squeeze. Got no info on that. If you guys have the short float, by the way, on XHLD, please tag me and let me know. I do appreciate that. So that's my look right now. Not much else going on in my world. Wow, Apple lost 215, guys. So the sell-off continues on the dead one, Apple. As I mentioned, this one does look like it could end up at that pre-market high, 213.50. I'm thinking, especially now that we've given up the ghost at that level, the only thing really left is this 214.5. Otherwise, I think we likely, I should say, retrace into that pre-market high on the dead one Apple. Mark, would I be able to get your thoughts on Meta? Of course, I kind of gave my thoughts on Meta not that long ago, but I'll do it again, man. It's so easy to say, oh, Meta is crap. It's the only Mag 7 name that's actually negative on the year. It's almost $200 off the top. It was $740 a few weeks ago. Now it's barely holding on to $575. All that said, it's only down 1.25% on the year, and it was less than that when I mentioned it last. It was 0.88. Everything else except Microsoft, double-digit territory in the red year to date. So Meta is outperforming, relatively speaking. On the day, there's nothing to like about Meta as a long. It's a short. VWAP was a very attractive area. Looks like midday here, right around noon. It works its way back into VWAP. It doesn't even print anything above that. So if you were waiting just with a resting order at that volume weighted average price, you got filled and you did quite well. What's up?
Sorry, no, continue.
Yeah. You did quite well. 582, 583, you could have got printed. Now you're talking about 577. So Meta is a sell kind of until further notice. Look, I'm hearing things that whether you believe them or not is kind of up to you. I'm hearing that there's nothing fundamentally wrong with the company, that it's the macroeconomic situation that has everybody selling Meta, worried that, digital ad sale money might dry up. I've mentioned this before and I'll mention it again. A friend of mine, he works in digital ad sales. He's been doing it for 10 years. They have a big account with Meta. They only advertise with Meta. They don't do Snapchat. They don't do Google. They're almost always just in Meta. So what that means to you could be, it might mean something to you, might not. He gives me information about how Meta is treating their ads. I know we got to do the ad. I just want to finish my thought here. So everybody who's in digital ad sales knows about white hat, black hat, gray hat, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to go into it at the moment. But the point is, when Meta's revenues decline, they seem to be much more lenient with the type of campaigns that they allow on their platform. And right now, they're allowing lenient campaigns, so he tells me. What does that mean? That means they're probably forecasting some downturn. That's just my thought. Joseph, who we paying bills for?
Oh, Nevada Canyon Gold, guys. Let's take a look here. Gold prices are inching closer to $3,000 an ounce. Looking to hedge against the chaos? Meet NGLD, your defensive gold exposure without the headaches of physical ownership. Using a low-cost royalty model, NGLD avoids costly mining operations, delivering stronger profit potential even as inflation rises. Focused on Nevada's rich and stable gold fields, we sidestep overseas risk, and by bundling smaller royalties for premium sales, we create clear shareholder value. Secure your portfolio with NGLD, your strategic gold investment for uncertain times, guys. NGLD.
I like
Scan the
it.
QR code right there.
Man, where's gold at?
Yeah.
Now that you've kind of...
I like gold, man. I like gold.
I like gold, yes. Favorite. Let's have a look at the gold contract, bro. GC, let's go ahead and look at the gold contract. What's, GC. No, that's SGC. That's why it didn't come up. So GC is the gold contract. There it is. Futures. I think we're on the April contract. Are we not? Yes, we are on the April contract. Who's doing more volume, though? The April contract is. Okay. We can look at the continuous contract. How about that? We don't have to guess. Let's go to the daily, because I follow Peter Schiff on X, and all he does lately is troll Bitcoin bulls and just wax esoteric about how good gold is. And guys, the bubble's been popped. It's time for you to switch over to gold. He was saying all this, by the way, even though Bitcoin was at all-time highs. He didn't change. So fantastic look there. In any event, it's beautiful for gold lately. Above $3,000, Joseph. 30.52 all-time highs. Candle of indecision today. But if we take from the what day did we start this week? What was the start of the week? 14? 13? No, what day was it? 17. So from the 17th to the high of today, yeah, up another 2%, give or take on the week. Not a bad look. If you're looking from the end of February onwards, when we really got going, we're up 7.5% on gold. So that's the futures contract, obviously. So gold, not a bad look. That's a beautiful looking chart, though, man. There's really not a whole lot to complain about that. My old man hates gold.
What?
So he got into gold at the during the financial crisis, and he had to wait almost 12 years just to make his money back on that. Yeah, he literally bought it 1800, and it didn't hit 1800 again, I think, until like maybe 23 or something like that.
I can see his dislike for it.
Yeah. Oh, he hates gold. Not that. You know, he hates gold.
Yeah,
but he hates gold as an investment.
Yeah, investment there.
Shout out to my old man. That's the other part of that is my other buddy loves gold because he inherited, my buddy Alfred, I've always talked about my buddy Alfred, inherited gold from his old man, sold all of it, bought Tesla in 2019, and the rest is history.
I love gold too, baby.
Right? So everybody feels a little bit differently depending on what happened.
Exactly. It goes, I told you, man, my relationship.
Yeah, you got free gold, the asshole, but whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so Vivid asked about, sorry guys, I'm really hyper-focused right now. I want to see if we can catch this short, but the reason why I got out of this trade is because I said in the chat, I'm like, NVDA might gamma. And Vivid Distortion is like, hey Joe, what does that mean? And what I'm referring to is gamma squeeze. So that means when we have a bunch of out-the-money options that are starting to trade closer to at-the-money, you're going to see the accelerated, and this is what I was referring to yesterday with Jose, is that so gamma is delta's delta, so it's essentially the rate of change of the rate of change, kind of how inflation is the rate of change of goods and whatever. I'm not going to get into the macro, but so what happens is when the rate of change really starts to accelerate, you get that gamma squeeze type effect. And then when that can happen is when you have high levels of open interest at out-the-money strike prices, and the underlying asset starts to trade towards those, increasing the rate of change of the delta, and then that's when you can get that gamma squeeze effect in the market. So that's what I refer to when I said, hey, NVDA might gamma, because if it pushes through 118, we talked about the open interest at that level, you're going to see the volume really start to pick up, and this is exactly what you're seeing right now here, guys, live. If we push through 118, this thing can absolutely really start moving. So you got to keep an eye out for that. Those OI contracts are not shrinking. So if that volume continues to pick up like it is here on the lower time frames, watch out, because it can really start squeezing here. Why? Because everybody needs to start covering their positions, buying back the shorts, and then now that's when you get that accelerated movement. We are rejecting 118, but the volume is also really starting to pick up here on the lower time frames. If we go through 118 and hold this, then that we have a ladder all the way from 122 to 126 roughly. But again, you might run into some headwinds there at that 124, 122, because that is where the next highest level of open interest is. And you can see that we're rejecting this. So the options market isn't quite panicking just yet, but you can see it really start to engulf, and you see the strength within the time of sales right here. I'm going to play this high at daybreak.
Get it, Joseph.
Let's go. Let's go. And then we're starting to squeeze here. Let's go, man. That's what I'm talking about. I'm kind of in at the high of day. Yeah. I'm kind of in at the high of day, which isn't too good of a look. But if we can continue this cover rally, I think we'll be okay. So yeah, that's a look. Nice, strong time of sales right here.
Yes, NVIDIA, Joseph, and the advanced money destroyer are kind of moving together. I was just yelling to the Katina man that AMD went into the high of day there. So let's have a look. That's a weekly. Don't look at the weekly. You won't want to buy it. What a recovery today on the advanced money destroyer. Kind of double tops into that 104 1/3 tanks. Loses everything all the way down into 101.96. Barely holds on to that level, 102 essentially. And then it has been up and to the dang right since that time, 105.50 in focus. Look at that candle taking the flat top break through 105 on volume too. That volume bar stands out from its predecessor. So good look, 105.51. AMD is on one right now. So is NVIDIA. It is literally at the day's high. 118.16 is the day high on NVIDIA. So chips are catching a bid. How's SPCE doing? SMCI just weaseled into the volume weighted average price. Kind of a double top there. We're still getting lower highs on SMCI. Let's see if it's able to participate in this latest pump on what's it called? On these microchips. ARM, which had a couple of negative catalysts, well, not from just today, from yesterday, because NVIDIA said that they were doing away with some of these ARM processors on their latest advanced AI chips in exchange for their own homegrown CPUs. Never heard of NVIDIA making CPUs? Now you have. They don't only just make GPUs. So ARM sells off aggressively into the open, sold off aggressively yesterday, probably on that news, and is putting in lower highs with that flat bottom in and around the volume weighted average price. So it's not really participating all that much in this little move up. So does feel like the story is confined to an AMD NVIDIA type thing, maybe with SMCI. Let's have a look at Broadcom, AVGO. What's this one up to? Okay, so this one was already strong. So Broadcom is doing its own thing, 25 at the moment. Big bull flag after that 11 o'clock pop. I don't know what the hell news item came in at 11 o'clock, but wow, Broadcom caught a bid at 11 o'clock, not seeing anything to account for that move up, except this AVGO price spike right at 11 o'clock. It came in fact, 11:13. So I'm not really sure what's going on with Broadcom, AVGO, big bull flag, 193.30 currently right now. Broadcom is what I'm talking about, guys. All right, back into XHLD. This one did pop up again. This one feels very flat top breakish on XHLD. We've got umpteen amount of higher lows. I've been trying to add on the dips. The seller is around 122, 123. I've accounted kind of for these higher lows by trying to build the position. I'm gonna look to get more in at 112. Let's throw that bad boy on there so we can catch a possible move down. But this is what I perceive here on XHLD. It's been a good name all day. It's got higher highs, higher lows. What I see this time is kind of this ascending wedge where we're essentially getting higher lows, but being kept down by that same seller, keeping us down below $123. There have been times where we were able to move that seller out of the way. That was at 12.05 and 12.10, but as you can see, it was quite fleeting because we only wicked up there and then made our way right back down. This one, for the moment, is respecting previous areas of resistance as new areas of support. What do I mean by that, in case you're a newer trader? Well, look how we were rejecting at this 108 level, essentially, basically all morning since we gave it up at 10:45. We started using 108 as resistance. We curl below VWAP. We zoom past 108. Lo and behold, when we come back to that $1.32, we drop back down. Look where we're bottoming out. Yes, exactly, that 108 level again. So it feels as if this one is respecting areas of support and resistance in a way that maybe some of these other small cap gappers are not. That is not a story that will continue forever and ever more. There will be a breakdown of this name. Almost always, these small cap gappers, if they don't give it up the same day, they'll give it up the next day. If it's not the next day, it's the day after that. That is kind of the nature of the beast with these small cap gappers. That's why I always try to stress, don't fall in love with the story. It's a technical trade, no more than that. So that's all I'm looking at right now. There was a trade on Lucid. I mean, you could have had a VWAP trade here and, traded it kind of like a buyout by punching in 10,000 shares at, whatever price here, 247, getting some out at 251, 250. That's how you trade buyouts. You get in a whole bunch of shares at one level and then try to look for the move up a couple of shekels to the high side or the low side, depending on how you are trading it. So it feels as if that this is a bit of a holding pattern on Lucid at VWAP. We saw this story before. We saw it yesterday. I ended up going red on Lucid because of that story, where I was trying to get it on VWAP and it was not having me. So that is a situation. I'll send those off to him right now, Joseph, if you want to take over.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. See, that's the thing, guys. I was just saying to somebody in the chat, there's too much options activity going on in NVDA. I thought we were going to get that squeeze. Unfortunately, we did not. As we punched through the high day, we never got that continuation, which is unfortunate. That's okay. I only gave it about 10, 20 cents risk there, and I'm glad to get out. There's just too much options activity. We're kind of pinning in price action here because you can see the balance on both the put and the call side. So we're not squeezing there, so relatively balanced. I thought we were going to kind of go gamma there, guys, which would have been pretty cool to see it live and then just continuing to climb the ladder. But we'll catch one eventually, maybe right now. But the tape does seem relatively strong. But the thing is, though, we're starting to construct these lower highs, which we need to take into consideration here on this 1 minute time frame, even though it is only, there you go, and now you're starting to punch through them. But yeah, I wasn't going to hold on to this. I don't really love this name right now, but yeah, let's see what happens if we can break through 118. I just don't think we're going to today, but I could also be totally wrong. And if I am, then that's okay. But yeah, I would. This is a name I'm also going to get into the long term. I know Kramer says own it, don't trade it, kind of just like Apple, and I kind of like that. But it is.
How do you feel about Kramer? Because I hear you say something. I don't mean to put you on the spot because we all know most people how they feel about Kramer. But you watch.
I watch all the time, right?
All the time.
Yeah, every
so
night.
You're a daily viewer.
In the evening time. Yeah.
What's your opinion of his analysis of the market? Like, we all know the jokes, right? The inverse Kramer ETO. Like, we all know the jokes. But genuinely, what do you feel?
I mean, man, the guy's been doing it for how long now? Who am I to really criticize?
Yeah.
But how do I feel?
Aside from that.
Yeah. I think he'll tell you if a stock is good or if it's not. I mean, it's slightly, I guess maybe it's opinionated at that point, subjective. But, I mean, yeah, he understands the fundamentals of companies and good companies, so that I highly respect him for.
Do you think he's a better investor than trader?
I don't think he's even allowed to invest.
No, I know. But for the, what's it called?
The travel trust.
Just let's tell everybody what it means. So CNBC employees apparently can only own ETFs. Yeah. They can't own actual individual stocks. That's what Joseph means. What?
Yeah. The travel trust, I mean, he has a lot of good names in it, right? But that's the thing about trading.
That's what we were talking about. We're talking about that right now. Yeah, but it's for charity, Katina, man. Because the investing club, apparently all the proceeds go to charity. Whether you believe that or not, an entirely different story. That's what he's saying.
Can you open up your own charity and then just be like, hey, we're going to do it?
Oh, who are you, Sam Altman?
Yeah, right, yeah.
Trying to start as a charity and then turn into a for profit.
Exactly. But yeah, just to finish that thought, I think he's good fundamentally. Again, he's not going to be right on everything. We're not going to be right on everything. But it's kind of like trading in general. You only need that one call out to really change the dynamics of your portfolio. And he's been harping NVDA for a long period of time. And sure enough, he got that win, right?
To be fair.
And to be fair, it's like, okay, he has a lot of losers, and he has a lot of winners as well too. And I think it's just part of the environment that we are in from a day-to-day standpoint.
Yeah, and like to be fair, like you and I judge him, on a daily basis, weekly basis. He mentions something on Mad Money. The next day, it's red 3-4%.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's
right?
a very microscopic view of the bigger picture. To be fair, correct? Yeah.
But I like his fundamental understanding of the companies from my perspective, anyways. As a viewer, he'll be like, hey, no, we don't like the fundamentals, or they have good CEOs, et cetera, whatever it may be. He points that out fairly well. So maybe he'll call in one day. I'm curious if he ever takes a call on the lightning round and be like, hey, Kramer, I got this stock.
Hey, booyah!
Yeah, it has a 700% increase in crypto transactions year over year. The ticker is HOOD.
You love how they always set up by giving him the layout, but they won't give him the ticker, so they don't cut him off.
Yeah,
they usually
end,
cut off
right?
the viewer.
So it's just like
or the caller, right?
HOOD. So
right.
Maybe I'll do that one time.
I gotta agree with everything you just said there, brother. I think I kind of feel the same way. Shout out to Cobra, my man. My man Cobra is printing on XHLD, and so are we. We just got that flat top break through that 123, filled at 124, filled at 129, and now we're waiting at 132. This is a story of higher lows and a flat top. We see it a lot with these small cap gappers. My only sad part about this is I didn't get my dip trades. I had 12s and I had 9s. Neither of which filled. So we're on our last leg here, and what I mean by that is we only got one more beak wetter on this bad boy, and we're gonna wait at $1.32. In fact, I don't even like that. I'm taking it off. We're gonna let this one cook, man, and we're gonna wait at 142. Why not, right? What is happening?
Bro, there it just went. It's done. It's over. It's squeezing now.
NVIDIA?
Yeah, NVIDIA. It just cracked through 118 large.
The stock was too tight, man. You had like what, a 15 cent?
The Katina man's saying his stop was too tight. I mean, it's the nature of the beast, bro. I always end up dealing with that same issue. My stop too tight, my stop's too loose. It's never ending. But
it punched through and then it came back. Yeah, it's pinning. It's pinning right now, guys. There's too much OI. The market's going down. This is where we can get those punch throughs, and then we just kind of trade back within that range. It's just liquidity grabbing any shorts who are shorting at the lows and then just continuing to the downside. But Sharif.
Yes, sir.
BVB always make sure to remind me it is 1 o'clock. You know what time
I like
that is,
it. All right, man. Here we go.
We're going long here? Oh, okay. I like it. We're going long.
We're doing it live.
Yeah. Let's go.
All right.
Talk to me.
Ready to go?
Ready to go.
564.46.
64.46.
So we'll take profits at 566.46.
566.46.
And then we'll get stopped out 563.46.
563.46.
So shout out to the Playmaker poll, baby. How are we doing on that P&L?
We're not going to talk about the P&L right now.
Hold on, are we in the money?
Yeah, we're still positive.
Okay,
we're highly
that's all that
positive.
matters.
Yeah. We've hit a lot of 2-to-1s recently. I got to update the cumulative, and that's what I'm going to do this evening, I promise. But you can see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4 2-to-1s hit there, and only 1, 2, 3 full losses. So there you go. That's the 2-to-1 there, and I'm going to update the cumulative P&L for us there as well too.
All right, still keeping my eye on XHLD, guys, as we get back near those highs. So it's kind of hard to see where the real sellers are at now. Obviously, we're rejecting in the high 20s, but we did just weasel up to 30. We rejected 30s. Prior to that, we got up into $1.32. Let's see what we do here. Here we go again. So let's have a look now. Now, as we get closer to those areas of resistance, we can see where the sellers are posted, whether they're hidden or whether they're actually showing their entire position, what gateway they're posting on, and basically how much size is actually hanging out there. Now, here's the deal. I'm going to try to add into this position like a psycho. I'm going to wait over here at $1.18. Yeah, I'm going to wait at $1.18. Let's see if thank you, Adira.
That was a good one. That was a really good one.
By the way, it's going to be a special FOMC coverage. Myself and the OG Adira are going to be at the big boy desk. We're going to be covering the FOMC. We'll see if Jerome Powell throws us any curveballs. Very excited for that. They said it wouldn't happen again. They lied. We're back at the big desk together. So here we go. We're waiting at 118 now. XHLD to add a little bit more since we only have one beak wetter. And I'm going to still hold on. Actually, these ones are irrelevant now. I'm going to take them off, Joseph. So that one at 112 is Gonzino. That one at 109 also Gonzino. Now we're going to have to wait to see if we get that 118 fill or we print to the high side. I'm talking about XHLD, guys. It's literally the only small cap gapper in the market right now that's actually tradable under my system. I'm not saying that you can't make money on other ones. That's not what I'm saying at all. But all the other small cap gappers that I've been watching on the day and that are showing up on my scanner are all losing the volume weighted average price. So if you're below VWAP, I just won't trade you as a small cap gapper. So XHLD is where I'll focus my attention until and if another one appears on the scene that is tradable. BOWN was one we were looking at very thoroughly today. It was the number one gapper initially there when it was around $9 ahead of XHLD. It's given up the ghost though, below the volume weighted average price, trying to hold sevens. But as you can see on the volume bars there in the bottom right corner of your screen, the volume's dropped off a cliff. So that ain't a glowing endorsement for these small cap gappers. ADTX as well was another very interesting name, a decent name, a holdover from yesterday, because this bad boy was running in yesterday's market as well. Today it is a second day play, losing the volume weighted average price, and by extension of that, losing the $10 level, printing 9 2/3 right now. I've put an alert at $11. If this one wants to clear $11, then we can have a discussion about trading it again, but I just won't trade it until and if it gets above that level. Let's have a look at the large caps. It is very much the chip story right now. It is the NVIDIA story. You can see that upward channel on NVDA bottom right of your screen. I mean, the Meta tanking, bro. Meta, my God, the weakness on Meta is relentless, man. Do you think we break yesterday's low? Look at this. We're at 577.20. Yesterday's low, essentially 575. You think we lose 575 today?
Maybe.
This thing's hugging the 10 exponential. Like, this is an ugly look for Meta, man. Very undeserved for this company. This company is going to be something, bro. I mean, if it already is, but we're talking about that new form factor for smart computing on the glasses. Oh, yeah. They're leading the charge. This company is great. And the fact that it's getting crapped on like that right now is... It's a product of the market. I don't have any investments in Meta, by the way, guys.
What's it down off its all-time high?
Oh, it's down aggressively, Joseph. It was 740 high like a few weeks ago. And now we're talking about 576 low a day.
Whoa.
Yeah, percentage-wise. Yeah, it's ugly, bro. It's real ugly.
Aye.
What are we at percentage-wise?
22%.
22%. I mean, 10% is a correction, right?
Yeah.
And then what's 20?
You're getting into like bear market territory.
Bear territory,
yeah,
Neil
it's bear,
says.
That's what I'm saying. It's bear territory.
Bear territory.
Right? 30%. Most definitely bear territory.
Don't mind us, Neil.
Yeah, don't mind us, man.
Abhishek Desai. Every time I see that name, Abhishek, I remember high school. Wasn't a good look for that guy. What's wrong with Amazon? Any news? Sharif, Adara. Let's have a look. I didn't particularly see a news catalyst today on the Zon. Let's have a look right now. Looking. There's really nothing Amazon specific. There's some other stuff here, some unusual options, ETF stuff. I don't know if Adara's got anything up there about Amazon. I don't see anything about Amazon. Nothing, Adara, huh? Amazon robotaxi unit Zoosk recalls 258 vehicles over unexpected breaking issue. I see that. That's not really a market mover, to be quite honest with you. Amazon wasn't really known for their autonomous driving, but it's repeating over and over. So maybe it's this Zooks division of the Zon, which is autonomous driving. We'll see if that plays any part here, Joseph. I'm grasping at straws right now, to be quite honest with you. I don't really see a catalyst.
Yeah, I don't see anything going on right now, too. And that's why I said I'm not going to be trading NVIDIA anymore. I took a little stop, and then this did work. But again, 0 for 3 here, or I guess this was a break-even trade, but we lost 1, 2. Just this price action is not very orderly, right? You get these nice moves overlapping down, a nice move up, right? So if you're going to the long side, it's working. But these pullbacks in this name are so deep. They respect resistance levels, but then you just go up. For me, the mental capital expenditure is just not worth it. So I'm going to be avoiding this one, especially with what we got going on here on the options chain. But yeah, we're having a half decent day here as well, guys. Tesla was a really good one. TSLA here, that was a beautiful looking trade here. I think picture perfect at some point. But I wanted this ad, and then it would have been slightly even more pretty. And then we got IBIT. We cooked up an IBIT as well too during the opening drive. This is where I have the most conviction, and then that's why you can see me just add heavy, right? This is where I'm the most comfortable, and I just want to kind of exploit what I'm really, really good at and just continue to ride with that. And that's here with these opening drives. You can see we're only about 9 minutes out of the open here, and then we continue to climb, and then boom, 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 boom. But see here, I full disclosure, I did take off. So I had about 50% of the position here, and then here, what I was doing here, I took off another 50% of that 50%, and then I left let the rest ride there for the break of 48. But yeah, still a really good look there on that trade. So yeah, we'll go back to what's working for us. Bitcoin is strong, guys, but the market does seem to want to pull in. Talking to Jose about 480 on the Qs, and we rejected that. I'm kind of kicking myself that I didn't get into it. I posted up on the TQs, but it just didn't fill me. Right when I told you I was looking for that resistance to hold up right along these ends, these next to the woods. So I was at like 6180 or 6140 I posted up at, and then it just went without me, and I didn't want to chase it all the way cracking down to the downside. And then you can see it had a really nice recovery here. Or no, it was over here. Yeah, so sorry, 6180, and then that's where I was looking to take the continuation to the downside, and you can see the momentum really start to pick up here in the market. So yeah, those options levels coming into play. I told you guys about it earlier here. I'll even show you what I was referring to. So yeah, this is what I said. This is what I said to my guy yesterday. Here. See, this was last night here. Same thing, nothing crazy. We look for 480, 470 to be respected, but again, no large levels of OI. So that was the kind of the thesis, and you can see that we traded into 479.59, and then we rejected that. So we're stopped out of the playmaker right now, but that's okay.
What?
There, BVB.
We got stopped out?
Yeah, we got stopped out. You can see the market's really starting to pull back in here, Sharif. So yeah, we'll wait for some bottoming signals. Again, people maybe just starting to panic because we got FOMC. I don't know what the surprise is necessarily going to be. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a pause, so nothing to get too worried about. I had a feeling that this was going to happen, but maybe we sell and then we rally into the print, and then at 2:30, Jerome Powell is going to obviously talk a little bit and then answer some questions near the latter half of that meeting. So yeah, we'll be patient, wait for that volatility to phase out here.
Let's talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, for sure.
Because, well, we saw with GDP revisions, I think it was a few weeks ago, correct me if I'm wrong, we saw GDP revised down.
Okay,
we had like a 2.5 print or something like that.
Was it 2.5?
Now we're talking 1 and change.
Oh, okay. So yeah, when you get to that 1 and changes, that's when the economy is really starting to slow down.
Let's talk about why.
Yeah.
Why did they make those revisions? I don't know exactly what their reasoning was. I'm assuming it was tariff related and the uncertainty that tariffs bring. So that leads me to the real question. Does the Fed move ahead some cuts? I'm not saying they're going to cut this time around. I'm pretty sure it's already priced in. We know that there's not going to be likely 90 some odd percent. There's not going to be a cut. But Joseph, we were talking about kicking that can down the road, maybe even to the fall, late summer.
For a cut.
Do we get one earlier now that GDP revisions are down? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think Jerome is going to just stick with his narrative. He's going to be data dependent. So even though it's revised a little bit lower, I think he's going to be a little bit more patient and then maybe wait for the next meeting. We obviously want to see what jobless claims are like, and then you're going to have the CPI, PPI, right? So you want to wait for those prints to come out. Not necessarily right now, even though it is revised. I think he's going to be a little bit more patient. If you start to see the labor market really start to cool off, then maybe I think him and the Fed will start to consider.
And you touched on something there that we rarely talk about, but I think is super important. Job revisions, bro. Yeah. I mean, for 4 years, we had revisions down. The jobs number would come juiced up. Then next month or the month after that, they get revised down. I wonder why.
Exactly.
In any event, we're not going to go down that road. But the point is, revisions for these jobs numbers could be kind of like the wild card with GDP. Fantastic point for bringing that up. How do you guys feel about what the Fed has to do now that we've kind of gotten that uncertainty about the economy? Now we're hearing all sorts of, American exceptionalism is over. It's time for China to run. I don't believe that. But you're hearing a lot of people trying to say that there's going to be cracks in the economy. You think the Fed moves up? You think the Fed kind of gets involved? Donald's been putting pressure on Jerome since before he took office. Rates are too high. Get the rates down, right? I mean, does he cede? Obviously, he doesn't want to cede openly and make it look like he's not independent. But how does that happen? Let me know what you guys think, man. I'd love to hear what you guys have to say about that. Let's see what the chat is chiming in about here. Cameron, I'm still lost on the rate cuts. If it stays the same, is that good for the market? If they change it, will it make the market tank? I think it really is trying to strike that balance between keeping inflation near that 2% target. They're fixated on that 2% target. 2.5 is not good enough for them. 2.4 is not good. They want that 2. And then also making sure the rates aren't high enough that it's stifling economic growth, because that's obviously what we're looking for here, real GDP growth. So I think it is a balancing act between those two things. And striking that balance is insanely hard, as we've seen throughout the years with Volcker, what's that guy, Green something, or a Greenspan, Jerome, who else we got? Bernanke, Ben Bernanke. I mean, there are all these Fed chairs for years and years and years had a hard time striking that balance. I don't think it's going to get any easier, baby. So Vinci sell-off today. Yeah, it feels like that, my man. It's the market's coming down now. We already got stopped out of the Playmaker poll, so that's a look there. Abhishek, can you ask Joe to explain strangles and which stocks suit best for strangles? I think you did an entire thing on that, didn't you?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Yeah, all right, see what people have to say. I'll let you set up for that. Yeah. I feel good. The market looks like crap, though, says Rubicon. I had to adjust your wording because you got held by Streamlabs there, but I get it. Green Guru, I love it because I get buy opportunities. Say more, my man. That's what volatility is, and that's what we love as intraday traders. We need volatility. No volatility, you can't make any money. Peter King, it's about for what reason they changed the rate. Well said, Peter. Absolutely. Why are they changing the rate? Do we have weakness in the economy? Is inflation coming down a lot faster than we expected? Absolutely right. It's really about kind of trying to strike the balance at the right time. Chris Nieves, I hope I didn't butcher your last name. Where do you guys think Tesla will stop today by end of day? Yeah, that's like asking where's Waldo, bro. It's crazy. Kind of a hard, get it, Adara. It's kind of a hard, it's a hard ask there, man. Tesla is one of the most volatile names, if not the most volatile name in Mag 7 world. So yeah, I wouldn't feel comfortable giving predictions on that.
No, I don't. No. Well, I'm out of the stock, so I think that should say enough. No.
Fair. Yeah,
right?
Well said.
Like, so I don't know.
Pug Life, 77. Sharif, they really want the 10-year note to get down because that is what small business and mortgage rates are derived from. My man, we are on the same page. I have this bias that basically the Trump administration, at least in the short term, will be more fixated on getting bond yields down, and by extension of that, bond prices up so that they can reduce the debt payments. Elon Musk tweeted something today. Actually, he said it yesterday on Hannity. He said, and maybe you have to fact check this because it's coming out of his mouth. Maybe he's right, maybe he's wrong. He said the interest payments on the U.S. debt exceeds military spending. That's insane. That is true, said Neil.
Yeah, that is insane.
So, I mean, if that's not a real reason to get this problem under control, I mean, like, it's insane to me that they're paying more on their servicing their debt than they're actually spending on their military, and it's by far the biggest military in the world. So, I have trouble with that number. Now, whether that's accurate or not, let's find out. Where's chat at? Show yourself, chat. Here we go. Let's bring in Chat GPT.
Chat good.
Chat good. Here we go. We're going to do it live. Does the USA spend more on servicing its national debt than it does on military spending on a per year basis? Tell me, chat. Searching the web. Yes, in recent years, the United States has reached a point where annual spending on servicing the national debt surpasses its defense expenditures. In fiscal year 2024, the federal government allocated $870 billion to interest payments on the national debt, exceeding the $822 billion it spent on defense. And then it cites its sources. It looks like it's citing Barron's, Financial Times, and the AP News, in case anybody was wondering what the sources were. So that's kind of ugly.
Yeah, it is.
That's
very,
real ugly
very
there,
ugly.
and I don't know how I feel about that, Joseph.
Yeah.
What do you got?
Yeah, I'm in some TQs, guys. I'm not loving it for the bounce. We keep rejecting the volume-weighted average price. I tried to get out at 61.10, never caught a fill. I do think that we break lower and crack through this. I'm just playing this VPA signal right now. I'm not overly thrilled about this trade. Again, I mentioned that we're continuing to move to the downside with Apple looking like it wants to crack lows, Meta continuing to yeah, exactly. So there we go. This isn't going to be a good trade, and I just have that gut feeling. So yeah, let's see if we can get out of this somewhat break even, and we'll be a little bit patient, or we can continue to climb lower. I don't know how much lower Meta can go here. Well, how low can you go? You get real low. Yeah, I mean it's really low here, guys. So we'll be patient to see if it can get somewhat of a rebound, and I think if it does start to recover, it'll help drag the market up with it. We are starting to run into 2 o'clock, so be wary of the volatility and make sure you guys have those stops in place. Ask how much Tesla paid in federal taxes. Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. I'm pretty sure Elon's saying that he's paid more money in taxes than anybody on the planet. So yeah, there you go. To answer that one. Oh, but you want us to ask
Apparently
ChatGPT.
$2.3 billion in income, but paid 0 federal income taxes. This is over the past 3 years, 2022 to 2024, the company accumulated $10.8 billion in U.S. income while contributing only $48 million in federal taxes, resulting in an average tax rate of 0.4%, significantly below the statutory corporate tax rate of 21%. That's what it's saying here. We'll have to ask why. What they were able to tell, here it is. Tesla achieved this minimal tax liability through various legal tax strategies, including accelerated depreciation. This method allowed Tesla to deduct $500 million, reducing taxable income. Executive stock option deductions. These deductions provided $250 million in tax savings, and then unspecified U.S. tax credit. They benefited about $300 million in that. What's the question is, how much did they pay in state taxes? And then they're in obviously many states. Federal income tax regarding the state taxes, they pay about $9 million in 2024. This amount is relatively modest compared to the company's earnings. That's insane.
$9 million?
That's insane. I don't like these are like if the sources are accurate, that's kind of crazy there. I'm sure Tesla shareholders are happy about that because that ends up going in their pocket. But you got to ask the bigger question here about contributing to the overall country, right?
Yeah, never mind H&R Block. I need Tesla's tax guy.
Oh man.
So yeah, here we go in some cues. I'm just going to stick to the thesis, guys. If it breaks this low, then I'm just going to get out of the trade. Looking forward to getting in. My entry was slightly late, and it's looking like it wants to take another leg down. So if we just look at it from a 5-minute standpoint, it may not be good. This is just a breath here in the underlying asset, and then you can see that we kind of get this ABCD type pattern, and it looks like we're going to crack this. As you can see, the selling pressure really starting to pick up as Apple and Meta continue to take another leg lower here, guys. So yeah, tough look here. Yeah, that's it. We're going to hold off. If it holds the lows, then it holds the lows. If it doesn't, then we're just going to get out of the trade, and that's unfortunate. So, yeah, we'll be a little bit more patient. Looks like a potential double bottom here. So, rejecting VWAP, I tried to get out here, and then it just didn't fail me or anything along those lines. So, yeah, we'll sit on this until it cracks that low. Yeah, half an hour until JP. So that volatility is most definitely going to step in once that data print comes out here, guys. Let's see what I wanted to do here. What do you got going on?
Yeah, I just want to let everybody know that the big kahunas are coming on a little bit early today. We're going live at 1:45 on that side of the desk over there. Neil and Sean coming back early for Jerome Powell. The rate decision expected at 2 o'clock. Widely anticipated that it will be a hold. And then Adara and I will be at the big boy desk covering the entire development there as Jerome Powell starts taking questions. And if you haven't been to an FOMC, if you haven't attended an FOMC meeting today, Katina man, or previously, that's where the wild card comes in. So the speech that he reads at the podium is released at 2 o'clock, so you already know what he's going to say when he starts reading it at 2:30. But the wild cards come in vis-a-vis this question period that he takes from reporters, which is live. They do it live, right? And so that is kind of what we look for there for these curveballs for the market coming in during question period. So we're going to be covering all that for you guys live, no question about it. Nathan. Don't sell yourself short. You two are also big kahunas. We're not big kahunas, but we like ourselves. Don't get it wrong. Adira and I are we like who we are. But those are the big kahunas. They've been here since the start, so we're gonna pay them the respect that they
we'll give them a little respect there. I think there.
What do you got over there?
Yeah, we're still sitting in this trade, man. Sticking with the thesis, my guy. If we crack that low, then I'm gonna get out. But hopefully we can get a bounce and then maybe climb a little bit above the volume weighted average price, and then that way we can start piecing some out. But it's not looking too good, as you can see on the 1 minute time frame. We are starting to construct lower highs and a definitive downtrend. So we're going to have to punch through this here in order for this level to hold, but it doesn't seem to want to do so because you can see the strength within the engulfing. So yeah, if we crack that, then that's when I believe we can come tap into the volume weighted average price. Another $2 Canadian toonie, as we like to call here.
Toonie Tuesday.
Toonie Tuesday, yeah. I never was a big KFC chicken guy. I did like the sandwich, but...
Not even in high school?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Hold on, were you a healthy eater in high school?
Relatively, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, always, man.
Like you made it like your...
I always like barbecuing, like I always made chicken. When I was working throughout high school, I always brought my lunch and everything.
Seriously,
yeah, for sure. My grandpa always used to make my lunch as well too. So I was just always been that guy that liked it, so I never.
I used to hate Mediterranean food growing up because my mom would always, that was our lunch. I hated it, but when I grew up, I understood Mediterranean food slaps. Why? You got the fiber component vis-a-vis salad and or what's it called? Greens. You got the carbohydrate component, either potatoes or rice. And you got the meat component. That's what Mediterranean food is.
Yeah, that's good. That's what. Aren't they? I forget that Netflix series where it's just like the people that live the longest. I'm pretty sure the Mediterranean was a part of that. Yeah. So there's some people that live the longest. But yeah, I feel so. Sorry. Back to this $2 super chat here, guys. I feel a chance for a hike given inflation. NBRS. I'm not too sure what that stands for.
Respect that.
All right.
I don't agree.
Yeah. I don't think so either. We've already priced in that there's going to be no hike there, guys. So
Neil says he'll take that bet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
but you got to give him good odds.
Yeah. So Sean's still in the TQs. Yeah, I believe Sean. Katina, man, you still in the TQs there, brother? $60.90. You're long at 60.90. Okay, yeah, so he's long right here. Yeah, I'm roughly around there, 61.04. But it's not looking too good. We might crack the low of this candle, and then I'll just get out of the trade because that's what it. See, there you go, and then you get that momentum to the downside. So yeah, gonna hop out of this trade because it is continuing to sell.
All right, we took the beak wet there on XHLD, so I did add into this on a couple of times, so I'm kind of happy about that because that's one thing I've certainly struggled with, adding into winning positions. This one did come in into the 10 exponential. We got the fill, wet the beak at the flat top at 25. I'm still waiting for that lofty 142 print. That obviously is about 10 pennies above the current high a day. But I mean, how many times do we need to see this story? Ascending wedge on a name that's up 120%. What are the shorts thinking here, right? And that's kind of what I ask myself about these kind of patterns because, I wanted to mention, by the way, that I learned a little bit about how these small cap gappers trade, especially the ones that are heavily shorted. Did you guys know that market makers who sit on both the bid and the ask, right, and who technically will sit on both sides on a small cap gapper will actually pull their buy orders and sell orders on a spiking stock, which adds to the parabolic nature? I had no idea that happened. That is apparently a routine thing for these small cap gappers and the heavily shorted names that are spiking up or down, spiking up. Yeah, there you go. The more you know. I had no idea about that. I knew that there were certain algos that wouldn't trade it below or above a certain price, but I had no idea that market makers were actually pulling their from either side of the bid to kind of avoid holding the bag, so to speak, on these names, even though that is their job. So that was enlightening to me, to say the least. Here we go. We're close to that high day. There's a huge seller at 30. It's a hidden seller. We've weaseled up multiple times into 30. The best we've done on the day was this 132. But that's it. And we spent like a fraction of a second there. The 99% of the prints that have come up have rejected off 130. So we just saw 130 again. I was able to have a look at the book. There was big sellers there, a lot of lots, but you could tell that it was really not the lots that were posted there. It was more like the hidden orders because nothing was coming off the ask side. Here we go again. We're at 130. We're showing 31s now on the ask, and then that's as good as we could do coming back down again. So keeping my eye on this one. I know we're going to go to Adara in a second. Just let me know when. Anton, oh, you would not believe what's going on behind the scenes. I would, because I'm kind of programmed to expect the unexpected. Huh? Yeah, we know. Yeah, because yeah, exactly. Wait, say that again, Kalua. Say that again, please. I missed it. Well, basically, when a stock is squeezing, we'll talk about it when we get back. Adara's got some for us right now.
Head of the Fed, I'm really excited here to show this brand new TTV research infographic. I have been making this. I'm really happy this was able to come out in time. So we're always talking about these Fed speakers, different members of the Fed. Who are they all? This infographic contains every single member of the Fed, and by that I mean the governors and the people who are presidents of local banks. So just to explain the hierarchy here, in the middle here is Fed Chair Jerome Powell. On the sides of him, on both sides, so these 6 individuals, Jefferson, Barr, Waller, Bowman, Cook, and Kugler, they are going to be governors of the board, though Philip Jefferson is actually vice chair, and Michelle Bowman has been nominated for the vice chair of supervision position. Then these individuals below, these names you might recognize, some including Bostic, Kashkari, and Hammock. These guys below here, the smaller guys, are the presidents of Fed Reserve banks. So you can take a look at all of these individuals and find out what their position is within the Fed on X at TTV Research. Really happy this graphic could come out ahead of the meeting because, again, we will get that decision with Sharif and myself in 25 minutes. Back to you.
That's a fantastic look, Adara, man. That's really, really good, informative, super easy to digest there. Thank you for that, Adara. Joseph and I were all we're very much having a look there and commenting about all the different Feds. And we're not going to repeat any of the comments. Murguy, Sharif. If you check the heat map of BTC and make screenshots, you can see that they pull off their hedge positions right before big liquidations take place by squeezing in one direction. Very interesting, my friend. That is not something that I was able to kind of digest or discern on my own, nor did I know it until a few days ago. Thank you for pointing that out. That will be definitely some of my homework tonight. I will have a look at that. Rishi Inv. Sharif, yo, man. Been a while. Always love your show together with Luca, not Luke. Just a quick question. Do you still remember the website where the share floating? Okay, so you're talking about floatchecker.com. Sadly, I'm pretty sure it's no longer in service. Let's find out. Float checker. Here it is. Yeah, it's not even on the. It's not even on what's it called? Google anymore. Okay, I don't want to click this without knowing what it is, so I'm just gonna have a look quickly. Okay, here it is. We'll find out if this works or not. Inspect link. What link, bro? Yeah, it's not working anymore, my man. Floatchecker.com was the website, but yeah, you can see kind of it's just pending there. It's not going. So, yeah, brother. What I do is I use trade ideas. Also, I have my own platform over here that shows me the float. IBKR shows the float. Trade ideas. eSignal, and we're sponsored by eSignal as well. So make sure you're checking out that kind of stuff. If you have a brokerage that provides that, make sure to check it out. Go ahead, Joseph.
Are we doing the East? Are we doing it? All right, well, you gotta give me more than 4.
I can do it. I got it right here.
You got it right. I got it here too as well. All right.
Go ahead. I did have it.
Okay, I got it here. I got it. Go ahead.
All right. Here we go. New traders.
You got it.
Listen up. First month, it's free. That's right. We're waiving the fees. You can trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to that elite where you'll be able to analyze, strategize, and then hopefully you'll be able to capitalize. Their platform, it's got everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and game-changing charts. You can predict better with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Do not miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan that QR code or check the link in the description. Let me bring in eSignal over here. Like, for example, let's just weasel on over to one of these Yeah, this is my watch list over here. You can have your hot list over here, like most volatile names in the market, new yearly highs. I love this kind of stuff. Like what just made yearly highs on the day, what made yearly lows, the percentage gainers on the day. That's kind of my jam right there. That's what I filter my scanner with: percentage gainers, percentage losers, quarterly percentage gainers, the amount of trades, unfilled gaps, unusual volume. It like has all these pre-programmed scanners that you can use to find different tickers to trade. It's an awesome platform. I'm learning more about it every day. And then you can also tell that it's got the detailed quotes over here where it does have share floats as well. So if you are looking for a platform that does show you the float as well as a short float, check out eSignal, and you can scan that QR code right below my head there on the screen and get yourself a nice discount. So
nice.
check that out.
Yeah. Here we go, man.
Hold on,
All
we had a super chat there, man.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we got to cover that.
Cover that one there.
All right, $4.99 super chat from Wellroyd DeMello. Will growing wealth disparity from billionaires avoiding taxes with stock options eventually drive people to pull out of the stock market? I don't know how you conflate the two, though. The fact that people aren't paying taxes because they're making money in the market would drive people out of the market. I don't know. I kind of disagree. I think that more people are starting to recognize that they can't get into real estate, especially the younger generation, because it's prohibitively expensive. Yeah, Fabian's snapping his fingers. He knows what I'm talking about. And as a result, what the hell are you going to put your money into? I mean, I don't know. So to me, the barrier to entry in the stock market is far less than the barrier to entry into real estate and other areas of investment, private, equity, etc. So I don't think we necessarily see a cooling down. In addition to that, there's also that kind of tailwind of gamifying the market, the gamification. You can kind of bet on DraftKings, the way that you can buy stocks on your phone now. So I don't know, brother. That's a great point. And I think that billionaires definitely need to pay their fair share, but I don't know if we see that as kind of a headwind for the market. That's just my opinion. What do you feel about that?
Yeah, I feel the exact same way, to be honest with you, Sharif. And I like your gamify point because that's what I was about to say. You're starting to see some more of these companies, like you can see amongst the youth with like the metaverse, et cetera, and all these names climb in. But that's just because the kids are used to it, right? So you got Discord, you got Reddit, everybody knows about these and they use the platform. Now you can essentially have whatever you want here on your cellular device, and I think that's the gamification point part of it. You got the meme coins and everything along those lines, and keep in mind it's all relative. Just because they're billionaires now, and I know there wasn't as many X amount of years ago, but think about it from a relative standpoint. When you have people making hundreds, tens of millions of dollars, it's still relative to the era. I don't think it drives anybody away. The stock market's only getting more popular, and it revolves on it lives and it thrives on the revolving door of the stock market. So just keep that in mind, guys. Here, this is what I want to talk to. Get out of here, JP. We're not too worried about this, guys. Okay, so this is my style of trading, and this is how I operate. All right, I'm going to go over some things here very shortly. Okay, so we'll take some more off there. We posted up. Okay, so you can see that I was long here. My entry was slightly late, but then I got out of the trade as we broke down. I did get a bad fill. That's okay to the downside. But now, once I seen some more candles displaying themselves on the 5-minute, beautiful hammer candle there, Gorev, on the 5-minute, on the Qs and on the SPY as well too. But what I did essentially was I got out of the trade and then I got right back in. So picture that I was still sitting in this position here, and now I'm holding it through this pullback and then all the way up here. I'm only, 15 cents in the money, opposed to me just realizing the small loss. Now I'm in at 60.85 and now about to be 50 cents in the money. So almost 4 times the amount if I were to be holding onto this position. Now I'm risking only the low day as the Qs start to squeeze. So I think just the risk to reward, cutting trades when you're supposed to. And I was supposed to get out at 60.90, but that momentum to the downside was quite fast. And then it gave me about a 9-cent slippage, which is unfortunate because I did punch out of Dodge. But here you go. That's just me getting out of trades and getting back into it. I talk about it all the time, guys. I get in and I get out. Should I have made this position significantly larger? Absolutely yes. Am I kicking myself about that? Absolutely yes. But what worked out here, guys, is that is that style of trading. Getting in, trade not working, getting out, the signal's still displaying itself. You get right back, increasing that risk to reward. What are you up to? A.
Keep an eye here on DJTs. You could see DJT got a little bit of a spike here. Eleanor Terrett, who is a reporter who works for Crypto America, journalist and crypto, I guess, enthusiast here, reporting on X that she's been told that there's going to be a big announcement regarding Trump's plans for the next steps in his crypto policy coming immediately. So this is coming from a journalist who works for Crypto America by the name of Eleanor Terra, reporting that she's being told, unclear as to what her sources are, that there will be an announcement soon with regards to Trump's next steps for crypto. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adira. Appreciate that as always. All right, guys. In this XHLD trade that I'm currently involved in, we just weaseled up into a new high of day at 135. But I'm very lofty in my expectations because I've seen this story before where we wake up and get printed at a high where it doesn't spend a whole lot of time at. So I'm waiting at 142. This is still, believe it or not, XHLD. Respecting the 10 exponential on the 5, and it has literally the entire day. Not the entire day, but since I've been involved with it. I mean, you get your, perfunctory breaches every now and again, but it ends up rocketing up. So I don't think I want to add any more here, because we're going to be off in 2 minutes, and we're sending it to the big kahunas at 145. But this is interesting. It's 143.
It's 143.
So 135 right now is the high of the day on this bad boy. So I'm still waiting at 142. Let's see if we can get a 142 print on XHLD. I'm going to move up my stop essentially into my entry once I get up off the desk, and I'm going to leave that 142 area for a possible print. I mean, whatever. We'll see what we get, and we won't get upset. XHLD, it's up 112%. Put some dang respect on this one's name.
All right.
Joseph's like, all right. Elon, Sharif. Let's bring it in the middle here because I hate the sidekick. Sharif, sadly, ChatGPT info isn't always accurate. As per Tesla 10K, it paid over $1 billion in cash income taxes annually in the last 3 years. Thank you for that, Elon. Look, brother, I'm not taking each side either way. I got to do my own research, which involves more than a few seconds search on ChatGPT. I'm pretty sure everybody understands that. But we are doing a live show. So we always leave it to you guys to do your own homework. We kind of just give you the ideas there. But thank you for pointing that out. That's apparently in their 10K. Tesla's 10K paid over $1 billion of cash income taxes annually in the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Whatever the situation is, it is.
It is what it is.
It's not like we collect any of that.
No, yeah, well, that'd be nice, man. I remember the CRA said that it wasn't worth going through the COVID stimulus, that the money wasn't worth it. Giving away billions of dollars isn't worth it to go see who was lying and who wasn't. As embarrassing. Let me do it. I will gladly do it for a fraction of a percent.
Dude, and I don't mean to make light of this, but did you hear about them basically saying we might have pandemic era stimulus for the tariffs?
Yeah, that's insane.
So to basically prop up the companies that are going to get shellacked by the tariffs.
Yeah.
Pandemic stimulus.
Yeah, I mean, hey, man.
That's a lot of money, Joseph.
Yeah, I would fire everybody in the CRA if I had the ability to.
All right, now it technically is 145. Are we sending it to Neil or Adira?
Okay. Can I just show this here real quick? We're gonna send it to Adira. Do you want to go get ready at the desk there, or you're okay? So yeah, guys, this is the trade here. We're gonna send it off to Sharif. I only have about 10% left. It's gonna go to Sharif and Adira here momentarily as we start to approach that Fed, that FOMC meeting here, guys. IBIT coming all the way back to close to the opening price. That sucks, but that's okay. We'll wait on this one. But again, I just talk about getting in trades and then getting out and then getting right back in. So yeah, we're gonna send it over to those guys shortly. I'm going to punch out of this here, guys, now because it's at my break even. I only have 10% left, so I'm not going to hold it through anything getting near the end of the show. But we'll go over our trades here real quick. Ramin, let me know when we're ready to go over to them, please, and thank you. I can't hear you. You can speak in my... Okay. All right. So, yeah, guys, here we are on IBIT. This was our beautiful IBIT trade here in the morning. And then we'll go over TSLL. They're almost ready here momentarily. So that is IBIT. We'll go over TSLL. Gonna wait for Katina Man here briefly. This was our other trade as well, too, guys. So a nice trade here on TSLL all the way through, and then close it off with the TQs. Let's send it over to Sharif and A.
We are going to have here in just about 12 minutes now, we're going to be getting the FOMC rate decision. So if you take a look at my screen here, we are expecting there will be no change. Previous number 4.5% consensus and forecast here at 4.5%. Also, we're noting here we're going to be getting some interest rate projections here for the 1 year, 2 years out, the current interest rate projection, and the longer term interest rate projection. But I think the number we're really all going to be looking forward to as well, or not the number, but the event, Fed Chair Powell is going to be speaking here at 2:30 p.m. Apologies if this is a little bit behind. So it'll be 2:30 p.m. Eastern. In just about 45 minutes from now, we will get comments from Fed Chair Jerome Powell. So that could be really interesting here, regardless of what the Fed has to say when it comes to rates. The questions that he asks and how he answers them, we know these can move the market. So I think it'll be a really exciting event here for sure, Sharif.
Absolutely. And what Joseph and I were talking about during the midday is, does the whole revision of the GDP being revised down a few weeks ago actually change the narrative for the Fed? So if you were looking for strength in the economy to kind of keep rates where they are, well, things are changing. New data points are coming in with the tariffs on the horizon, definitely putting a possible ceiling here on the economic growth. So I want to hear what he has to say with respect to that. I know he commented on tariffs last time, but we're far more evolved. We've got certain percentages now we're talking about. We're talking about reciprocal tariffs. We're talking about tariffs specifically on certain industries, on certain countries. So the narrative's changed a little bit.
I think the fact that we haven't had any clarity on the tariff narrative, I think makes it even more intense here, Sharif. Like we keep saying it's going to be the big one, but I think now the next big one is going to be the April 2nd. I think you're right. Once April 2nd hits, hopefully we'll have some kind of better clarity provided. But the other thing I think is worth noting is that we did have, the market actually continued to buy up on it, but on Friday, we did have much higher than expected inflation expectations for the 1 year and the 5 year for Michigan consumer sentiment. Fed speakers, including Powell, have said they're looking really closely at these inflation expectations and at consumer sentiment. So with that in mind, I want to know what he has to say about that.
And Canada gave, we got CPI yesterday in Canada. It was far higher than expectations. Not saying that that's obviously going to happen in the United States, but there is some correspondence between both. So we'll have to wait and see whether that actually happens or not. Adara, let me know when we're going to the big boys. No, we're not going to the big boys. Oh, now.
We're not? Ha!
Us?
We are.
Us?
Hey, what up, everybody?
10 minutes.
So, yeah, 10 minutes to go until we get no change.
What's up, Randy?
Hey, what up, Randy? Absolutely no change. You're going to get a dot plot.
Are you excited?
Always excited.
No, you're like, no change. You're like, absolutely.
No, well, what you want to look for is there any change in expectations going forward? Like, I want to see, do we see a change in what's going to potentially happen in May? So you want to have the Fed watch tool up and check out May and June and see if there's any shift in that. Right now, you're getting like 84% at nothing for there. And I think you're going to see some shift in that regard. I want to hear from Powell if he's going to talk about the labor market and the economy. I think that's going to be big, but that's probably more of a 2:30 thing when he starts getting the Q&A. We're down this road before. I want the rubber band action in the first half an hour, and that just means I want to find names that you can play off of, I think, some defined ranges. Like I have SMCI up because it's had this clear 38.7, 39.4 level. It was long over it, short under it earlier. So play into that. So if there's an initial pop, look for a fade there. And ideally, if we had already popped, maybe we would have looked for a long in there. I'm in an Amazon reversion where I got back into it.
Reversion, huh?
And Amazon just started doing a weird drop, and it was just all red candles and a double bottom. So I had an initial long, got out, then got in on the break of the first long. So I want to play this into VWAP. That's a stock that I think if it gets up to 194, I'd look for a bit of a fade. And then after 230, look for the more directional trade.
Right.
Like after we get Powell on the podium, then worry about established trend and joining said trend. But I don't mind that shuffle back and forth in the first 20 to 30 minutes. That's for sure.
What's that Adam Sandler movie where there's a guy that always goes, pow? There's always a guy that's like, pow. Is it Happy Gilmore? There's somebody... Oh, man. I think maybe Step Brothers. The guy always is like.
I don't think it's Happy Gilmore.
Maybe not.
That's an underrated movie, Step Brothers.
Yeah, so the story was, so we went and got coffee, as we normally do. So you've never seen me with a small.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Because I went in there and I was like, okay, roll up the rim is coming to an end in 4 days. And they don't have any more cups.
Gotcha.
So Randy used his free one was right there, right? And I was like, oh my God, they have roll up the rim cups. So they had a stack of large cups and they had this on it, which is roll up the rim, right? And so the thing is like, there we go, right? So anyway, size does matter in a coffee situation. This is what my wife says. So then, anyways, as we go on, the guy takes the cup off the stack, and this was the only roll up the rim cup there. So Randy's like, I got it. So this other lady's like, I'm like looking around the back. I'm like trying to figure out where all the cups are. And anyways, there was a little stack of small cups that had the roll up the rim. So I said, look, we're on a show.
Can't they just... Well, go ahead.
Yeah, they could probably do lots of stuff. But I was like, we're on a show, and we talk about roll up the rim, so I need that cup, basically. And after all said and done, I got the small, he got the large, so we'll see if there's a winner abound one of these cups.
Like, I'm so disappointed not to show how much I love Tim Hortons live on air with the large. Maybe you should just give me 2 smalls for the price of 1.
Right. She was going to do that. Yeah, Ramin was just saying that you could have just got like a large cup and then asked for this cup for free. And the lady was like, hey, do you just want the cup? Yeah. Remember, she was saying that. So, but I was like, I was a little discombobulated. Wait a minute, it's fed.
That's assuming there's actually coffee in there.
In mine?
Because Jerome's about to come.
Oh, yeah. No. We're going to be corrected on
Tesla.
This one. Go ahead. We just have TQs long.
Yeah, like right now.
Dangerous.
NVIDIA's in range. NVIDIA's been VWAP to 118, and there was a crazy... By the way, I was in the long when NVIDIA did that thing and got stopped out break even. I don't know what you want to call it. It got to 18. I was long at 117.30 and had to stop in when that happened at break even, and that wick happened, and I'm like, by the time I even got back to I was doing something else with an email and trying to figure out a ticket that I had in to the back office, and then all of a sudden came back, and I'm like, it's at the high. Went to revenge trade it, because that's what you do in that moment, and then thankfully I had a tight stop there. But 118 selling and change on NVIDIA is a nice, good range trade to work off of. I don't know about the VWAP bottom, but it has been holding it, so that's another... The level 2s I have up are NVIDIA, Amazon, Intel, and I was mentioning SMCI, and then we'll keep an eye on Tesla as well. But that's what I'm going to watch in the next 5 minutes, but I don't necessarily expect this to have a huge move initially.
I just had to make a couple things clear here. I don't really... Tim Hortons is not, it's not even a preference for my coffee. We're just doing this because we're competitive, and we like to roll up the rim right there. So just a little bit of a heads up on why we're doing that. I mean,
it's free stuff. Why wouldn't you?
Is it? I mean, yeah, it's free. It's frustratingly free because you never win. But shout out to Tim Hortons. They're right beside where we are. If anybody wants to send, I mean, this man loves the apple fritters.
They are.
I mean, the donuts at Tim Hortons much preferred over the coffee.
Outside of going to a farmer's market and getting a real apple fritter and pastry.
This is like a fast food.
They make a great apple fritter. I would eat them every single day if I could. I can. Actually, I shouldn't.
If you chose to.
No, I won't even walk in the Tim Hortons that's here.
It's like it's too
No,
much,
I
too
will
tempting.
not go into a Tim Hortons unless I have a really good reason to, because I can't walk out without buying an apple fritter or Timbits. I can't do it.
That's
and
called
I know,
that's called
I know
discipline.
myself. And I know because I won't, that I have to just not go in unless I'm going in to buy something for a good reason. And in trading is the same thing, man. Like if you know you're prone to over trading at lunchtime or revenge trading, like that NVIDIA trade, I should have just got up after that instead of punching in and losing 20 cents, punching in that top. There was no need to do it. There was also an event, and we have 3 minutes to go here, but there were some comments regarding the next step in the crypto plan.
Okay.
And there was a huge volume spike on BTC, on IBIT, I should say, and Bitcoin as well. And then it lost VWAP. So I would suspect this is going to be in play. If we see some real movement there, I might flip over to Bitcoin, but I'm going to keep it in the pocket. Like I said, NVIDIA, Amazon. I'm holding Amazon to VWAP regardless because it was a reversion trade. So I'm just going to hold this. I have the offer in front of VWAP, and then we'll see what happens next couple of minutes. I mean, like I said, no change. We'll see what he says about GDP, see what he says about the labor market, see what he says about tariffs.
So as far as a trade, I think you just want to look at the strongest names or the weakest names and then play it off of that. Like Intel's real weak today. It was one of the number one shorts that we had written down, and it's down 7%. So again, you know, if it's a little bit of a pop, you're looking to short. That's okay. It's cool. Maybe just it's kind of like one of the. It's like I'm swearing. It's like an explicit there on the outside. But I was going to say that if the market does rip on nothing really, like because it's as expected, I think you short a name like an Intel at VWAP there, and then Nvidia is going to be my worst stock today, despite it being right at the level that we basically punched long. So yeah, that's a tough one for me to swallow here today with NVDA. But we'll wait to see, what kind of momentum comes in this next 3 minutes or so. NVIDIA, I think, being up 2%. If the market rallies, that 1825, what a great punch that is as well, let alone a VWAP dip into 1730. So just stay pretty I'm in this. I'm in just a couple units right now of the TQs. Just came into some levels, so I wanted to try to buy. We already bought the dip here once. It was a monster trade. We're just trying to buy it again. Not as monstrous because we don't have the time on our side right now, but only 2 minutes to go until Fed. We are expecting no change. It's virtually 99%. So yeah. I'm only holding this just because I like the levels.
Imagine
like right here yeah, exactly. Imagine they lower the rates. I mean, that might just send the market in. I don't even know which way that would go. Normally it would go higher, but if they're lowering the rates, maybe the Fed then sees something in the economy that we're all not bracing for. So I'm not really sure. I just like the levels here on the TQs. We're holding this until stop out level at the low, which is 60.50. So if we break that, then we're out on that one. So, all right, man, we only have 1 minute to go. So we are excited for this. 1 minute to go until Adara says no change, and you just throw it right back here.
We don't quite have the answers yet, though. As Sean mentioned, we are expecting there will be no change. 99% of participants are pricing in no change, but just 1 minute left here, so we're going to go over what we're looking for. That interest rate decision, we are expecting, again, no change, so 4.5%. Then we're going to be getting, as well here, the FOMC economic projections, or the dot plot. Interest rate projection for the first year, so 1 year out, we're looking for 3.9%. 2 years, we're looking for a gradual decrease here, 3.4%. Current rate projection, we're expecting 4.4%, and for the interest rate projection in the longer term, it will be 3% here that we're looking for. So we just have about 30 seconds left till we get those numbers. Then, of course, stay tuned with us. We will give you everything once we get the actual statement itself. When that comes through, what changes were made between this statement and the previous statement. And then, of course, at 2:30 p.m., we are going to be getting Fed Chair Powell himself with that press conference. So big moment here, just about 15 seconds remaining until we get all of these numbers. We're going to start, of course, here with the interest rate decision itself. That number that likely will be 4.5%. 10-second count right now, guys. Let's wait and find out what happens here, Sharif. We're thinking
absolutely.
No cut.
Well, it's 99% certain that we're actually going to have no change. But the June 30th number now, over 50%.
And we're getting the number right now here. It's coming out. No
Show
change.
Yourself.
So no change here for the rate. I'm going to go over the rest of these numbers here. The median rate forecast 3% versus 3.1% forecast. Median rate forecast 2 years 3.1% versus 3.1% previous. Fed median rate forecast over the next year 3.375%. So all of these forecasts, with the exception of the long run, are actually in line with estimates. The long run actually a little bit lower than the estimate, which is pretty good. We're expecting basically in the long run slightly lower inflation than we initially expected. So just to go over that again, no change for the rates. Generally no change for the median rate forecast, but the long run forecast a little bit lower. If I see any rate statements, I'll let you guys know.
All right, we're up 100 points. Boys, what's the look over there?
Yeah, here we go. It's a big time. Look right there. Thanks, Adara. Thanks, Sharif, right here, because here we go. Let's go back to the trading. Now $1. We just ripped up right there on the futures. So there's that candle that you're all looking for. So there we go to the upside, man. Holding on to that long, definitely paying off right now. Huge move to the upside right now. We're in it for this. I mean, as expected, we're buying this on the levels, right? Levels still matter as you come right back up into this level again. Looking for $1. We'll take what we get and not get upset. Big time trading right there now on the futures, man. That's what we're talking about. Thank you, Mr. Powell. I mean, we always do well on these plays right there. Any update on your Amazon?
I got Phil on the offer. I'm buying dips on. Remember, we like NVIDIA inside range for the long. I want to buy the dip in front of VWAP because if it started here, I don't see any reason. We got what we expected, so just kind of go with the trend unless it breaks. So we're going to look for some rubber band action, which just means buy the dip And I didn't find anything that's to sell the rip on that got to any levels, but I think we're going to go back to Adara, see if there's any change in the language on the statement, I suppose. But for now, look to buy the dip on range. As initial move to the upside, I saw nothing I wanted to fade. Intel didn't get there.
Yeah, we have this SE. We got the summary of economic projections here coming out. December projection here was 2.1%. Now, apparently, the median for 2025 for GDP is going to be 1.7%. So it is worth noting here, PCE and core PCE now being projected slightly higher on the median for 2025 versus their December projection. I think that certainly is of note. So looks like there could be a little bit higher inflation expected. It's also worth noting here, according to these the FOMC median forecast, we're seeing 50 basis points of rate cuts in 2025 to end the year at roughly 3.9%. So 50 basis points of rate cuts expected over the next year. That would be either one 50 basis point cut or two 25 basis point cuts.
And the statement here adds a new part. Uncertainty around economic outlook has increased. That's obviously as a result of the tariffs. Market reacting differently, though. This is the dot plot, guys. We're going to have a look at this for you guys. A new economic projection of the Federal Reserve Board members' rate assumptions. So we'll cover that for you guys on the next little hit. Guys, what's a look?
Well, I mean, first of all, the last dot plot that they released was completely way off. So, I mean, the last dot plot gave us like a projection of like 8 cuts or something. And
it was a bunch of cuts for this year.
Yeah, and so we will see, as Sharif was mentioning there, we'll get the updated dot plot, see how that looks right now. But hey, man, I mean, we just got to wait for Powell to take those questions now. We're already cruising, man. I mean, this is a big one right there. As we'll go diamond hands. Thanks for all the nice talk there in the chat as well. As we just look to support this level, right? I mean, it's not much else. We bought that dip right there. The press conference coming up right now. We'll get Powell on the podium, 2:30, not right now, 2:30, but once that comes up, then we'll hear some more talk, and then he'll leave the podium, and then we can probably see a market flush off of that. But let's just get the Fed's opinion here. So I actually punched a little bit out when I heard Sharif mention that about economic uncertainty there. So I got a little bit out right there, but I want to hold for a little bit higher, man. Like that 61.60, we didn't stop out, but it just went up there again. So I'm going to put an offer up there for 5%. I do have another one basically in the 80s up here near day's high. So we'll see if this wants to play out for us, but so far so good. Monster move upside, but we did cash out. Like we only now have, I'd have to look back. Okay, so let's just say in what we had, we're now out of 70% of what we had. So let's be patient with it if we can and wait to see what comes next, right? So dot plot, we'll hear that from Sharif and Adara. They'll go through that, explain that a little bit more. But so far, so good here. Thanks for watching. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. It's a no change Fed rate there. So what we're waiting for. Look, 50, so all they're saying right now is 50 basis points of rate cuts in 2025. That's it. So the last dot plot showed 8 cuts this year. So now you're only getting 50 basis points in 2025, then another.
I think that's what the market was expecting.
Right. So. Then another 50 in 26. So maybe, that's not huge, right? Down 1 point from here. But you know what? It does show that inflation potentially under control. So we'll hear more from Powell. And for right now, we'll hear more from A.
Again, we're going to go over here this dot plot. So here's a look at the visual. About 4% of participants not seeing any cuts this year. Or sorry, not 4%. 4 participants seeing no cuts this year. 4 participants actually seeing, again, a 1 basis point cut. Well, quite the majority here are actually seeing that 2 basis point cut, which, as mentioned here, we're pricing in about a 50 basis point cuts throughout the year likely. Also worth noting, I just heard in my ear, apparently the CME Fed Watch tool is now showing 62% of traders pricing in 1 cut in June above 57% before this announcement. So a slight uptick in the amount of traders expecting a June cut. What's also interesting here too is it tends to get a little bit wider. We see the uncertainty as you go into 2026, 2027, and 2028. There's a lot of variance between these different rates that people are expecting going forward. It's also worth noting here, Sharif did mention some of the language here in the statement, but the key thing is not only did they add there is some uncertainty around the economic outlook, they also got rid of the statement where it says that the risks to achieving their employment and inflation goals are in balance. They're not seeing these risks as in balance anymore, which I think is pretty key, Sharif.
Absolutely, Adira. And what really was striking to me here on the dot plot was essentially you almost have a 50-50 split with how many people are projecting 0 cuts to a quarter cut versus how many are looking at 2. So if we can show the chart over here, you have 4 at 4.5, 4 at 4 1/4, and then 9 basically saying we're going to drop into that 370 or 4 area. So yeah, it's an interesting look. And then you have the 2 dovish guys here waiting at 375. Obviously, that is for full year 2025. So we'll keep you guys apprised of anything that comes out again.
I almost wanted to think.
Oh, I was gonna say that's a Rorschach test. It's a top hat with a couple of eyes on the far left. It was a rocket ship on the right. I couldn't really figure out what the 2 in the middle meant. And then if you can interpret that, then you're better than me. 2 things. One, I'm into buying the dip on Nvidia, but Amazon, I don't think I will not be taking another long in Amazon, I don't think. Because the market held VWAP, Amazon lost VWAP and almost got to the low of the day there. So there's something wrong with Amazon.
Big time.
And I don't know. It's just, I would expect a little more strength out of Amazon. That's all. And the fact that it's right back at the lows when you're not getting that big of a pullback in the overall market. Let me just zoom back in here. Yeah, I think there's something wrong with it. So I want to be trying to get long into this higher low. The wick on Nvidia, about 117.5, 117.60 is the bottom. And then top here, 118.80 or so. I think it needs to break the $0.50 to get out, but want longs in that range into at least 119. And then the 120 is a big resistance level on this name as well. The other thing of note for me is Intel never got to VWAP. I kind of threw an order in there when the market was going up. It didn't go. If it gets there, I think we look for a little bit of a short on Intel. It's the one stock that sets up, I think, down 6% today, that sets up for some short trading.
There we go.
Because everything else is so strong.
Yeah, good call.
Sorry, Amazon is weak. But.
Well, remember, that was the call. I said if you're going to short anything, go over to Intel. We talked about that before the number even came out. So good look right there. Oh boy. What's up, Obi? He's in the background. Here goes the futures, man. I mean, this is by far going to be the number 1 P&L name for me today. And we've really just been these aren't shorts. I just had too many offers up here. What we're thinking we're going to rip. So they're coded short sell for now. They'll fix themselves overnight when it all gets sorted out in the laundry. But right into here, 61.70. So we were just going, again, early shorts busted, right? Then long off the same level, we went long again. Now we just got up into the 200 period moving average. I did see someone there in the chat. I mean, again, traders, we got to be alike on some of this stuff. And I thought that it was right here. Where was it? The market will crash. Here it is, Oscar. What's up, Oscar? I don't think you're far away from that being right. Like right now, Jay Lee, and I'm just waiting to hear from Madera, but they had talked about maybe there was some inflation worries here moving forward. So that, once Powell gets in front of the mic there, that's really for me like the issue, because we know that he's just a puppet for Trump, and I know that's not the way it's supposed to be, but you're going to hear from Donald Trump probably immediately right now. He's going to probably demand for lower rates. Not that that matters to Powell. I mean, it's just, and I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth. I'm actually going to get out another piece right here if I can on these futures at 32. There it is. We'll take another piece out. We're at the 200 period. I could just see that maybe not much happening. If we can go, they don't need to see the chart. We can just sort of talk about this. We're going to wait to see here what winds up happening with Powell and then that inflation talk. I think that's the next piece. I'm not too worried about the dot plot because I was really surprised. I don't know about you, but you weren't here, but
yeah, I was gone.
The CPI and the PPI were actually fine. They were cool numbers. So they kept inflation in check. So I'm interested to hear, is there a different tone now from Powell than the numbers that we actually got last Wednesday, Thursday. So that's going to be something really interesting. I'm looking forward to hearing from Powell at 2:30. Again, it's a prepared speech. Before we go back over it, so by the way, this is working. The other name that I was hesitant to buy, and we should have bought it, was Apple. Like, Apple just made a beautiful little move there. into the downside and just bounced off a 214 real clean like you didn't even have to, you had to hold that against you 20 cents. Like I think that was well worth it, man. And on the 5-minute chart, right there, right on the 200 period moving average. Not that means anything. It's more about the 214. So we'll have a look there as well. There it is, man. It is now $1, 100 handles right there on the TQs, man. Patience pays. And today it's paying financially. So let's go back over, see what Adair is up to.
I'm going to mention there, Sean, because you did talk about the CPI projections. We actually have PCE inflation now actually expected a little bit higher, same with the core, than what we were seeing for the December projection. So this is the summary of economic projection released by the Fed. 2.7 we're now seeing here for 2025 for PCE versus 2.5 in December. For core PCE, they're now expecting 2.8 versus 2.5 back in December. So inflation expectations a bit higher than expected. GDP change a little bit lower here than our December expectations. So in just 3 months, a little bit has changed with how the Fed is seeing inflation going forward this year. Back to you.
Good look, and thanks for that. I think that's a big thing. What are they going to say about the economy? That's what I care about. And when I say they, it's going to be mostly, obviously, Powell in a bit. But where's my line? There it is. So yet 119 was yesterday's high on NVIDIA. So buy the dip, sell it in front of the high of the day, and then try to rinse and repeat. I'm still going to offer Intel. As long as the market's not breaking out the top and we're not doing anything new, I'm still going to look for the short on Intel at VWAP. It's almost there. So I think we have a chance. We'll reload NVIDIA if it comes back down, as long as it's before 230, where we might change our plan. And I still want to short Intel. As long as it's before Powell's on the podium, want to stay in the pocket here and keep the same ideas as before. I still have IBIT just to see if there's anything happening, and there is. So Bitcoin catching a bit of a bid here. All kinds of support at, it's 47.7 on IBIT, whatever that works out to. I'm watching IBIT, so morning support holding really well on this. I'm going to throw that up instead of SMCI, so that'll be the other name that I'm watching.
Oh boy.
That's what'll be NVIDIA, which is at the high of the day. We got in, we got out, but I want to get IBIT on dips too. If we get another opportunity, that VWAP would be a nice hold.
All right. Yeah, the market just keeps on pumping higher here. Up now 1%. I'd hate to have been right and called the bottom earlier on today, this morning. I mean, I like to be right, but I didn't buy anything today. Up 1%, far from a bottom. Obviously, we're just kind of joking about that, but it's a nice move. Upside. We just covered a bunch there at the high of the day. So like we were sitting there. I mean, the high of the day is 62, but we just got a 75. Like to me, you got all this garbage up here on the chart, Ramin, and then we cover that, and then we get back up to the upside. That's where my next fill is, but we're getting lighter and lighter. We only had a third left, and now we only have about 25% left. So let's go, man. I mean, the 200 period was there, then these past resistance levels were there, and now we'll wait to see if we can get just a little bit higher. Let's check out how the banks are doing, right? I mean, instead of buying XLF, I went in there. We'll look at XLF quickly. I went in there and sort of loaded up and actually bought too many shares of JP Morgan. So that's been something that I've been a little nervous about heading into there. I was almost going to lighten up the last couple days, but happy to see a little bit of a bounce back. It looks like we should have just bought XLF. Feel like it's probably doing better. We literally bought JPM like right here just a couple days ago. So yeah, it's a nice bounce back there. I don't know what is, I didn't even look at JP Morgan yet today. I'm kind of trying not to really look. Okay, so up 2%. So that's, I'll probably get out of a little bit. Make sure you do sub, like, and subscribe to this. But JP Morgan, you guys, I mean, I got a message the other day about is there anything in the long term that I've been recently bought? I was on X. I told that individual that I just bought JP Morgan and been buying the dip in the SPY. But, the SPY, which is, of course, the index itself, hasn't really done much. I mean, sure, look, nice off the very bottom, but at the end of the day, like, unless you bought in the last 3 days, you're still going to be red on this. So we'll wait to see if it gets above the 200 period. I don't think we need to get like uber excited to get into this name or the market at all right now. Let's see what happens with Powell, but the futures are now going upside. Remember, we're waiting at 93s. It just touched out at 83s. So a little bit higher than that, we'll grab it. We talked about Apple, the other name that people were worried about. I didn't look at Tesla all day, but the level that I was looking at was 228. to come in. We talked about that earlier. The bottom today, right, so it hasn't gotten there. This is from the morning when we looked at it the first time, 229 change right there hitting. So, yeah, just Tesla, we talked about possibly a barcode day. Everyone was wondering why was it not on the sticky note? Why did we not make any notes about Tesla? This is pretty much why. That's a great move up to 237, but still, we'll take up 4%. Just kind of like a quiet 4% right there on Tesla. I mean, I can finish at any time, but just right here, just NVIDIA. I know you're just looking at that. This is going to be my worst stock of the day, despite just loading up the longs right there, and then eventually it popped. But we didn't buy that bottom, so we got stopped out once it broke 116.50 there, close to the bottom. But there goes NVIDIA, man. That was a big stock for us today.
It was a huge offer at 19 that it just chewed through. Then a refresher.
There's the futures.
It's gone. It's absolutely gone now. You know what? I don't know if I want to stand in front of the Intel short. Not timing. I don't like it. I absolutely don't like it at all. 2 NY cent there, and you're asking about QBTS. The quant names are going to be in play. Remember tomorrow. Wow. Here, I'll answer your quantum question in a second because Nvidia just broke yesterday's top. Just now. So it's continuing to rally. I still want to buy dips. I don't want to change the plan of action. I want to grab IBIT. I canceled my order on Intel, and the only reason I canceled the order is I didn't want like that spike that we just saw to just kind of fill me up. But you know what? Intel's not going. So the fact that it didn't make any move now, I might just throw it back in. Like if you can't even go more than 3 cents to the upside when I just saw Nvidia go like a bat out of, you know what, IBIT's at the high, NASDAQ's at the high, then I should be in this, just wet the beak and give it to this prior high here. So I'm going to get in. I'd cancel the order, but I'm just going to get into it. And nibble in, give it to VWAP in here because that was the only short that I liked. Regarding quantum names, QBTS, I was in a reversion trade on this to VWAP. It worked and then trailed out before we came back onto air, just around the break even. I think these are great squeeze candidates in the general sense. Just remember, it's NVIDIA's quantum day tomorrow.
Right.
So I'm not advocating anybody swing these things, but they were down a bunch and then held on to like prior day highs. And the last time it reverted off this bottom, it did get to the top. I think you want to buy it at 10 though. That's where I was in it earlier, was when it was trying to get back through 10. I'm not chasing the move, but if you happen to already be in it, I mean, the market's going up. I don't see why you wouldn't give a shot to hold it. You know, give it some room to work if you're already in it. I was in it, but I got out of QBTS at VWAP.
Yeah. Come on, Jerome. At the end of the day, we're just waiting for Mr. Powell to hit the podium and then wait to see what happens after that. So, yeah, so far so good, man. A lot of good talk here today. Thanks for watching. I mean, stay with us. The market's going to get even crazier than where it is right now. We have Jerome Powell coming at 2:30 with his prepared speech. And right now, man, we are long and we are damn strong right now in this market as we continue to go a little bit higher. This is perfect, man. I mean, this is kind of what we're looking for. Tomorrow's going to be a very important day. I mean, I know we're only at today, but tomorrow, the second act of all this is, do they believe what Powell's about to say? And tomorrow, whatever happens today, happens today. The algos will turn on. Let's see what happens tomorrow. But for right now, we are obviously right in this long. And there it is, man, 100 handles right off the bottom. We go upside, man. We're at day's high. We really like it. I am really upset. Not upset, but this was the move that we were hoping for NVIDIA all day, like up 3%. It's too bad that we were part of that dip down there. That was really disappointing. But at the end of the day here, we'll go long. Palantir, I mean, look at this trade on Palantir. When you take a look at that, short 85.30, out 83s. We didn't have a huge piece, but there it is to the downside. That was the bottom. So sometimes, like I said, you'll miss on some, you'll win on others. It's all about that ratio. And at the end of the day, are you green or not? And share sizing, right? So Palantir looking like it's the top of the day as well. Look at this bouncing off the 200 period. That would have been a great idea. T-minus 10 minutes, Adara.
Yeah, we're getting really excited here for Fed Chair Powell to take the stage once again. I do have some comments on things we want to talk about. Sharif and I were just saying here, Bitcoin looking really strong. This is the 15-minute chart for BTC, making these higher lows into this key resistance area just around that 85,000 level. Looks like this just popped up with the overall strength of the market on the right decision. But speaking of rates, I do want to bring up the CME Fed Watch tool. We've talked about it a little bit. I have not shown it, though, since the decision. So this is June. I was hearing in my ear immediately after the decision. Apparently 62% of participants were pricing in a 25 basis point cut. That's clearly dropped a bit in the minute since. Now 53% flat here of participants are expecting that cut. So, and 10.3% of participants apparently even expecting a 50 basis point cut. So that could be interesting here for June. When you go to May, which is going to be the next meeting, though, we still overwhelmingly have participants expecting no change. 81.2% of participants expecting no cut. 18.6% expecting 25 basis point cut, and 0.2% expecting that we'll actually get a 50 basis point cut. It's worth noting, too, we're getting some comments coming through from Diane Swank, who's an economist working for KPMG. She's saying that it's not likely for the Fed to cut until early 2026, saying it's actually extremely low probability that the Fed will be cutting in May. So that's one person's opinion. You've also seen the CME Fed Watch's opinion as well, as we await very eagerly Fed Chair Powell.
And with respect to actually getting rid of some of the paper that the Fed has been holding, they're now reducing their run rate to about $5 billion a month, slowing that down a bit. So we'll keep an eye out on that. I also want to mention that the Fed rate tool over here, with respect to June, right before we got the number here, it was actually 51%. It's bumped up a little bit to 53%. I was looking at this before we got the number, so not much of a change there. We're talking about 2%, not a big deal there. But as Adira mentioned, that May meeting, again, we have the reciprocal tariffs coming in April 4th, so there will be new data for them to chew on when they sit down in May. We'll see if that changes things, Adira.
Oh, indeed, we will.
Yeah, well, they always say data dependent, so you know it is going to change. I was asked in the chat about what do I think about the death cross on NVIDIA. One, it hasn't happened yet on the daily chart. Two, I'm not a huge fan of, and the death cross simply means a 50-period moving average crossing the 200-period moving average to the downside. I've never been a huge fan of it. What I do like about a death cross, if it happens, is you make a death cross, like say that cross happens tomorrow or today or whatever it might be. I then like a breakout because people use that as an indication for a short. So if it then breaks out the local high, I think there's some momentum for the people that are just getting into the short off the death cross that you can take advantage of and get a little bit of a pop. But I don't use that. I've never really used that indicator personally. And it also, like I said, it hasn't happened yet. NVIDIA, it's there. But if it doesn't and people are anticipating instead of participating, then maybe you get a little extra juice to the upside because of that. So we have just under 7 minutes until Powell hits the podium. Remember, I forget how long he usually is on there, but he's taking a bunch of questions. Ideally, I don't think you want to fight any trend. Like I'll short Intel to VWAP, but if market just trends up after he's on the podium, then I only want longs, and vice versa. Like I don't want to be dip buying anything if we just start making lower highs and lower lows after he hits the podium. I still want to try to get the lows here if we can on NVIDIA or on BTC or Bitcoin or IBIT, I should say. I keep saying BTC on IBIT. But it doesn't seem like it wants to crack underneath VWAP. Clearly, the buyers came in at 47.7, and I think that's the spot that I still want to wait for. And still a few minutes for that to be able to come in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to think like, let me just get another piece out right here because, again, we have enough bullets to keep on firing and firing and firing and firing. But at the end of the day, you can't keep on firing. Like, you're going to have to think about when Powell comes on, and thank you, Jay Lee. Adara mentioned this as well there about sort of the inflation targets. Now, as CPI, PPI looks like they've gotten a little hotter. So, excuse me, I got to get a water. Yeah, just kind of thinking that those are going to be the questions that are asked right there. So, we've already, so we have like 15% left of this trade. So that's the thing. I don't want to stop out immediately, but I am thinking about it, like 61.20. Like if we tank 50 cents here because Powell start yapping, I'm fine with it because it's only 15% left. But at the same time, I'm gonna get another 2.5%. All right, so I'm just gonna get out. Darn it, missed it. See, you offer. All right. Oh, actually, we got filled. Okay, so we actually got filled at 72. So we actually now have about little under 12% left of this trade. So we'll get out, we'll talk, we're going to not just talk a big game, but we're going to try to, trade off of our thought as well. So out right now, let's wait to see what Powell has. Small piece left, we'll play the game. I like Marvell for the long term. I mean, I'm really happy with the decision that we made, obviously buying JP Morgan, but I was thinking that this is a name that's just been beat up a lot down here into some nice levels. I don't want to forget about this. Yeah, down half, right? Down 50%, like 130 down to 70 right there for Marvell. And again, I like the name, I like the space. You know, they're in some automation as far as cars and that chip game as well. So we'll find out more about Marvell Technologies, and a little bit of work need to be done there. But this is looking like a good trade.
You know what's really cool about them?
There goes the futures again.
You get them under 20 forward PE.
Is that what it is?
On Marvell.
I mean, this is why, I'm not just a handsome face,
I like, we're talking about Google. Alphabet's another opportunity where you get them in the teens.
Yep.
In the
18,
teens.
18.
It's historically fantastic. So there's not a ton happening. We have 3 minutes to go until Powell hits the podium. I got first cover on Intel. We'll reload it in front of VWAP before he goes, or I guess comes on, because he's going to be on there for at least 40. Usually it's like 35, sometimes even an hour, depending on how long he gets, and play it to the range. It's been VWAP to 24 on the stock, so want to play inside of that range. NVIDIA is pulling back, so maybe this is the chance that it pulls at least to 118.
Short, I think.
Ideally, underneath that would be the place. The only other, so I was saying, well, I don't want to reload Amazon. That was wrong, because Amazon's now back at VWAP. It looked really weak, but I don't wonder if this isn't an opportunity for a short. It just, Amazon was so weak for leading into this this print that if we roll over and start trending down, instead of just Intel, I want to look at Amazon as a short possibility. So, I'm going to look for longs in NVIDIA continuously off of VWAP as long as it holds it. But yeah, if Amazon loses the bid here when Powell hits the podium, it was so weak earlier. If it goes red again, I think I'd want to join in on that party. Now let's go to the desk with Adara.
Yeah, I was just going to remind you all, Powell is taking the podium now in just a couple minutes. We will get comments from Fed Chair Jerome Powell. First, he reads a prepared statement that will populate on social media pretty much immediately, and we're going to see market reaction to that right away. But what's going to get more interesting is the Q&A. This is the part that is the wild card. So if there's anything particularly interesting or market moving that we get in his prepared statement, I will let you guys know. But those comments are going to come out as he speaks, even though it gets released ahead of time. So just keep you guys posted on that. We do have just 1 minute left, or 2 minutes left now, until we get that Q&A or conference started. Back to you.
Netflix, I mean, a lot of these names, Netflix up 3% today. That was a huge, Netflix was an absolutely monstrous buy there off the bottom. There was absolutely nothing wrong with this name, and this is not a tariff-related name. Look at Netflix here, $8.50 the bottom, all the way to $9.50, boom, that's a... that's a great move there on a name where I don't think there's anything wrong at all with Netflix. I don't care what the PE is, actually. I love everything they're doing with live sports. That Jake Paul Tyson fight proved everything they needed to prove. And then also NFL and WWE. Come on. They have everything. I like Netflix. I'm actually embarrassed to say that we did not pick anything up down there. I think that was probably the play. I wanted to see what's going on. Just a safe play again. Just that's the most
long-term buy. They've won the streaming wars.
Right. Yeah. They won a long time ago. That's why I'm saying it's over. It's over. It's over. That was a big one there. Now, look, streaming will be popular for a while. Needless to say. All right. So here we go. Less than 1 minute. I put an offer up at the top just to see if it does come in. We are watching out for this. We were thinking about this play, which is why we have that 11. Actually, less than about. Actually, we have about 10% left. I think it's a little bit less, but we'll just call it 10% there on this play. We'll see if it fades back. I don't mind rebuying that bottom, but it's going to have to be down there before I do anything. I'm not going to buy VWAP or anything like that. Let's just let the market settle down here and figure that out. Meta, Affirm, SMCI. Let me check out SMCI. I didn't pay for shorts, but 39.20, again, another name that's been upside. This is why we're not really looking at too many of these names. There's not much happening. We're waiting for a more dramatic move to kick in. We're already long, and we've already hit that. We just looked at Alibaba. Amazon's relatively weak. What else is happening? There's SPY. The Apple. Okay, so the Apple trade, if anything goes a little bit wonky here, Apple could be a good short as well, looking like it wants to break that level there, 213, 214. So here we go, man. Powell's going to be up on the podium very, very soon. Now that it is 2:30, he's never, there he is. I was going to say he's always pretty on time right there. So we'll get it all figured out. The economy is strong, Powell's saying right now. We obviously have it up there. You can read it, or maybe you can't, because that
The graphics.
Let's get rid of the SPY and the Q. That doesn't matter. I mean, on our page, we have that up all the time anyways. But there, yeah, that's better. Okay, so here we go, man. Labor market condition is solid right now as he continues to talk. We're still long the TQQs, so here we go, man. Let's take advantage a little bit. Inflation remaining elevated, fine. We already know about that. We got those numbers. So far so good, man. Let's just hold out that this continues to make the moves higher, right? I mean, we're here for this long. I'm thinking about short. Okay, so they're making the technical decision to slow the pace on their balance sheet. So anyways, as this more and more comes, you'll see it on there. We'll get it in our ear. Anything that happens, yeah, exactly. That should be bullish. So
I punched out of Intel on this, so.
Yeah.
Just like if you slow the decline of your balance sheet, I mean that should be good. Right? That should be bullish. Yeah. Anyways, if you're not going to get to the bottom, Powell's turning things a little bit here, so going to get out and try to rinse and repeat at 24.5 on that name. There was no dip in Nvidia that was deep enough. Yeah, it just could not get anywhere near those prior lows. So you're right back in. Couple scalp trades, one long, one short have worked out. So we're going to keep on doing it. Buy the dips and sell the rips on. Well, I'm only selling rips on Intel. That's the only one.
Yep, there it is, man. Nice move up now, more than $1 as we continue to climb higher and higher. We said we got in. Here we go. Unemployment rate is in a narrow range. Perfect. Right there, 62 and change. We're waiting at we're actually waiting at 61.98 for another piece to get out. Another one. Right there, and a bang as well. So there it goes, man. Nice trading there. I mean, I hope you're rocking with me. We talked about how we're love trading the futures right here today. Let's just keep on that and just keep going high side right now. By far, I'm up like 7-8 times my next stock here on the futures. So far, so good here as we just continue to watch this just print, man. Brrr goes the money printer there. Let's play a little Sharif and Adara game right now. He's wearing a purple tie, Neil. So maybe that purple tie means bullish.
Can't even tell. Because we're blocking it. Yeah, I like purple. I don't know, I wore a purple shirt yesterday, but...
I only say that because obviously it has nothing to do with anything right there. So we'll see Sharif in deep red today, and you can see the market could still. No, it's okay. I mean, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about high fashion, man. We're not talking about the market. We've already got the long. If you want trades, man, you found the right spot. I mean, we're long the futures. We're crushing these names right here. Neil's out. I don't even know what you were just in.
I was short and covered.
Perfect.
And at the turn, you know what? Look, Intel's not going up much, but we managed to catch that bottom. It's the only stock right now that I will look short because it's been an absolute dog. So as long as the pattern's been sell this thing at VWAP all day long, I know we just had Fed come out here, but until that changes, I think you just sort of go with it. If it gets there, it gets there. Nvidia doesn't seem to want to dip. Oh, Tesla, that's the one. Look, man, Tesla is respecting VWAP as well. So I was never short Tesla. I was long, and that was a cover. I don't know why that would have coded purple, but it doesn't really matter. But I was never short Tesla. I had one trade to long side and then reloaded it. But VWAP's starting to look good on Tesla. If we can't pick up Nvidia or iBit on dips, then I might look over at Tesla. But Nvidia is making higher lows at this point. So you can almost stick a fork in VWAP and start to look for some higher lows. Jameson, I haven't looked at ACHR or too many small caps today that weren't quantum names, but as things calm down, we can start to jump to those. Let's go back to Adara for another update.
Just keep an eye here on the market, of course. I think it's worth noting, just to recap some of the key points that Fed Chair Powell is saying, though, again, none of this is really a surprise. He is talking about the fact that the Fed, in their summary of economic projections, actually had a lower GDP expectation and higher PCE and core PCE expectations for 2025 than what we saw in their December summary of economic projections. Also, some highlights here. He is talking about how the current U.S. administration could lead to some economic uncertainty, specifically with regards to tariffs, and saying that the inflation expectations have recently moved up, as we saw here with Michigan consumer sentiment, with regards to tariffs likely driving that move. So Fed Chair Powell saying that tariffs could have and likely are playing a role here in some of this uncertainty we have in the market right now, or specifically with regards to rates. Back to you.
Chair Powell here says labor market not a source of inflationary pressures. So I think that's important because if they're not worried too much about the labor market, that's really the only thing that I'm worried about. People losing their jobs. Obviously, if you get the recession, that's not good with all the headlines that are going to hit like all over the place. But if people have their jobs, they're still spending, the consumer is still relatively strong. That's what sends the market cooking those puts right now. But yeah, he's just saying right now.
Yeah.
Market uncertainty, obviously highly elevated right now. Current administration applying some pressure on this. So we'll just wait to see. Here we go. If you can't. Yeah, so as long as the economy remains strong, then they're fine keeping the course. So we'll wait to see there. But there's a big trade, man. That 62.20. That's 150 handles right there on the NASDAQ. So yeah, man, just continues to go higher. I'm probably just going to chill. I mean, we talked about Apple down there at 214. I mean, that's a name that could come into play again. It's just not relatively strong.
Which one's VWAP?
Green. Purple, yeah, VWAP's all way high. The other name that we lost on, so we only have two red stocks today, Amazon and NVIDIA. And this Amazon, look at this, long. You know, what are you going to do? Two red stocks today. So far, so good, though. Let's just wait to see if we can get a little bit of a bump now in the market. I'm not sure if we get any higher than this, so we are starting to clear out. I mean, we got more and more outs at 62s. That's the high of the day. It just goes to show you, man, trade here, trade off your levels, and just be confident in them. We did have a stop plan in place if this was going to happen. And trust me, man, our stop was not 150 handles lower. So there it goes, man. Monster move. Really happy with it. Yeah, man, everybody that's there saying done for the day. Yeah, I mean, let's just sit back, relax. I mean, you could see I'm just in this one trade, and it's printing, man. Money gun go burr over here. What's up over there, Adara?
Here, I am going to be continuing to read some comments that I think are of note from Fed Chair Powell's prepared statement, which he is still giving. He did say, and I think this is pretty key, if the economy remains strong, the Fed is in a position where they can maintain policy restraint for longer. However, he noted that if the labor market shows any signs of weakening, they're going to be able to ease if needed. So they're in a position where they can react to what's happening. They have no problem maintaining this policy restraint if the economy stays strong. But if we see that weakening specifically in the labor market, they're in a position where they're able to cut. So interesting comments there coming from Powell, I think certainly of note, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. And appreciate the update there, Adara. So he's on the podium now, and we have an established trend, at least for now, double top on NVIDIA and higher lows. So I'm going to play it in front of, and this was the trend. That's 2 o'clock. So there's your candle. There was the dip buy on the higher low. Did miss this one. We'll go long, and if it breaks the trend, get out, but I don't want to go short it. I'm kind of back to thinking, like, this is, Intel's so weak, it's kind of silly. I will short another pop in here regardless. Unless something ridiculous is happening. Like, there's just no juice in this stock, so why not be short it if it's going to continue to be this bad? So they got out, and it's exactly where we got out of it. I can't think of too much of a reason not to jump back into it. IBIT, not really giving me the entry yet. I'd still like to see it underneath VWAP and giving you 47.7 because that's where all that exuberance came in there. But yeah, I should be back into Intel 100%. And the only other short that I was thinking about was Amazon. But Amazon's still putting in some higher lows. If that breaks trend, Amazon's one that I would want to short if we actually lose this trend from 2 o'clock to the upside. Back to Adara again.
Just be aware here, he was immediately asked about tariff Fed Chair Powell for his first question for this Q&A, and he said it's going to be really difficult to tell what of inflation is coming from tariffs and what isn't. So saying there is likely to be an impact, but it's going to be almost impossible as of right now to discern what amount of the inflation is being impacted by tariffs. But he said, quote, clearly tariffs are part of it. So I think that's certainly something to be aware of here, guys. If we get any more tariff talk or other talk, I'm going to let you guys know.
And he said specifically that he can't differentiate currently the current rate of inflation from tariff and non-tariff related sources, so they don't have that data. So that's just one thing that we need to keep an eye on.
If you can't discern, how can you say it's clearly part of it? That's oxymoron. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, well, I mean, here it is right here. He said, I just heard in my ear, impossible to tell about how much is going to be coming from this tariff. But we'll take another piece out right here. I mean, the tariffs haven't even taken effect yet.
That's what I'm...
So, we still have April 2nd on our mind. I think by the time April 2nd comes around, you'll find that we pretty much have no tariffs. So that's... I'll wait. I think tariffs are going to be reasonable. I think it's a reasonable economic policy to implement tariffs. So... let's just wait to see. You just said that they don't want to, the best case would be that there is no policy decision based on tariffs. So hopefully they'll get it all figured out right there. All right, maybe we'll start to look at some individual names now, just to see. Someone just said Palantir's down. We nailed Palantir today.
Palantir was at the
like
highs.
Bang! That was a great trade for us on PLTR early. The highs into the lows like that. That's almost like, that's one of the better trades I've made, period. But right there, 87, that wick high was 87.07. So I would say you want to wait for the 200 period. That's been sort of absorbed so far on Palantir. So that'd be 86. If you're short Palantir, maybe cover, in and around 86.20, 86. I've often nailed the short once Powell leaves. So I'm debating that right now. I'm going to get another piece out here at 70s as we do that on the futures. We now have 5% left on this. And I might just... all right, I'm going to get out another piece here if we get it at 80s and then just hold the here it comes. There it is. Just get out now at 80 and hold a pretty small piece here because I'm actually thinking about flipping this up and going short. So that's one of the strengths that, we have here on a prop floor is to be able to change our mind. So we didn't change like I said, this is huge. The TQs today was huge, but we've just hit the tops. So where's the next play? I think the risk now is up. The risk is to the upside. I think the safer play is seeing about getting a short near day's high, just in case, the answers don't come here and just says something that we don't like.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, go. Well, that's a nice move up to 62. Okay, I'm going to take a piece out right there again. Yeah, what's going on with
NVIDIA broke trend and then came right back on the trend line. And the other thing is Intel broke the low of the day, so I'll stop and fail myself. No, I'm not in Intel short. We're going back to Adara. I got out of Intel and it went another percent and just broke the low of the day for sure. And someone asked a question or someone was making comments about the whole tariff thing, the certainty. We'll get into that discussion when things slow down a little bit, but let's go back to Adara.
So that temporary little bounce here in the market, what happened here is Fed Chair Powell, when asked about inflation expectations, said the long-term inflation expectations are mostly well anchored, and he does not see much increase in these long-term expected inflations. So commenting here on some of these inflation expectations, saying that in the long term, he said they're pretty well balanced. So keep an eye on that as we get the market trying to break another high of day. Back to you.
My candle's wrong. Yeah, it did break the low of the day.
I was going to say, I know we want to get short Intel, that's for sure, but we had talked about the only short that we wanted all day was this Intel play, and it came right up. I even gave this trade. If we come over to the chart here, I said if Intel gets to VWAP, we should short it. We've just been sitting here on our hands watching this Qs trade. But the Qs trade is now 150 handles in the money, so that's going to be a good trade right into the bottom. I think that was the easiest, safest trade to make was Intel. No trade is easy. It's just that was up to VWAP. Being down 7%, we did mention this trade.
It's held it since 8:20 in the morning. It's held VWAP.
Right, exactly. So that's too bad because that right there, pretty good trade. All right, so here's I say that. Meanwhile, we just, infinitely took profits on this one here with the futures. But okay, let's just wait. I now have like that 2.5% left. We'll get it out when we see fit, but it might be right now, and then we can regroup. So nice trade to the upside there for the highs of the day. What do we think about Nike after close? Are they reporting
tomorrow?
After out? Oh, tomorrow.
Nike.
Okay, so,
who else is tomorrow? Somebody else.
Nobody else tonight.
FedEx is tomorrow. Micron.
Okay, good. All right, so we're into a couple good names.
Micron,
there.
maybe.
All right, so Bitcoin right now 84. Whoa!
There's another bounce.
All right, man. New highs. So there we go, man. Nice trade back up there to the upside. Obviously, we should have held it, but hey, man, hindsight. So we'll just wait to see what winds up happening now. Good look on that long. It's tough to predict this, but we did really well getting a lot out at the highs. And then just reading the chat, man, I feel like 50-50 on the chat, like you guys were thinking long, short. So I feel comfortable getting out, but, looking back at this trade, gold now, we just heard it in our ears. Gold now record highs right there. Yeah, look at this. GLD.
Yeah.
We take a look at that. Nice move right there to the upside for GLD.
What about IWM?
Boom. Wow. I'm just really like, this has just turned the day all around. Not turned the day all around, but really made us have some good feels here about the market one more time. So we jokingly mentioned yesterday with that Google. Remember we talked about as we opened up today, GOOGL. We said that wick down there that we didn't even notice until this morning on Google, right there, 150. I mean, we noticed it yesterday when we were trading it, but right there, 156. That's pretty good. That's not going to be a real wick right there, but that one could have signified. I don't want to call bottom, but like that's a good little level there yesterday. Gold continues to rip higher, man. All-time highs right now for GLD. So congratulations to Peter Schiff and everybody else. But there it goes, man. It's your chicken dinner winner of the day, man. $1.70 now. I know that you have NVIDIA, so hopefully that name continues to work out as well. But yeah, still good, man. Over an hour and 15 minutes left in this day.
We got plenty of time.
How high can we fly?
Yeah, at least as long as till he stays on the podium, I think, right? So what's the usual? I think it's like 30 to 45 minutes or something like that. And then we start to think about him wrapping it up. So I think you got plenty of time into power hour. I'm trying not to short the low of the day on Intel because I think that's FOMO, not being in it. But it's just, like, if it breaks the bottom, like, how nasty is this if we break 24 even on Intel? There might be, like, a few million shares on that bit. But it's at the 200 period on the daily. So we'll stick back to the plan and kind of wait for a pop. I don't have the order in to break this at 24, but I'm suspecting there might be a scalp trade in there. But hitting that low doesn't make any sense.
1270.
We'll just go back to like maybe buying some dips. IBIT is not nearly what we were expecting in terms of strength. It can't seem to break out the top. So it's very range bound in Bitcoin. Like we can't get through 85, essentially. We're at 84.4. We can't seem to break through 85,000, but you're just range bound from this VWAP till that top there. So maybe some scalp trading in there is going to make some sense. I need to make a decision whether I'm taking that break on Intel of the low at 24. It's at 24.08. There's already size at 05. So people are trying to stack longs in front of that even dollar level on Intel. I might take the break and just give it a really, really tight stop in there somewhere. But it's going to happen in the next few seconds, I do think. So it's like get the order in, you know what, or get off the pot. Because Intel looks like it's a bit of a dog here.
Yeah, that is for sure. Welcome, new viewers and subscribers. Thanks for joining us one more time here today. Likes, I don't know, I just hit the like button myself for the first time. Please hit the like and the subscribe if you're here and like what we're doing. Hit the like button. Tell YouTube that you found us, and let me see how many likes there are right now on the stream. 500 likes. We need to get that number a little northbound right there. 6,300 watching. Let's see if we can't pump these likes up. I'd like to see 1,000. So the next time I check this out, let's see 1,000. And remember,
appreciate you, Randy.
What did you win, Randy?
Of course you won.
I haven't even tried it.
Okay.
Well,
that's right. I still have some coffee left, actually.
You definitely made it sound like you won. He plops it down like.
That's what I thought. I was like, oh gosh, here we go with the plop down right there.
Man.
All right, 591. All right, Randy, we're going to do this live right now. So thank you for everybody hitting that like and that subscribe as we just continue to get longer here in the tooth on this market. Up now at day's high is the NASDAQ right now. Yeah, very, very dramatic music there. So we're happy with that. All right, Randy, tell us the good news, man. Do you have yourself a winner? Are you kidding me?
I knew he was going to win. You knew he was going to win.
You know that's supposed to be mine, my guy, over there. But there we go. Congratulations, Randy. Finally a winner. Okay, you ready for...
Yeah, but it has to be a higher percentage of larges that have wins on it, because why wouldn't you just do it that way? They want people to buy the bigger one.
I don't know. Look, at the end of the day, we're long the TQs. I could care less if this wins or not, but we'd like to see this be a winner. Lucky there's a little, if there wasn't anything left in here.
I'm just going to throw it out.
That's another L.
But he just took you.
An L, took an L. Took an L. But at least we're not an L on trading here today, right? I mean, so far so good. But congratulations, Randy, on that one. I still got the roll on the phone. We could do that, but every time we seem to do that, okay, here we go. Let's do the roll up on the phone. Let's just see if we can win on this one because, again, every time you buy a coffee, you get the cup and you get the roll up here on the phone. So let's go. All right. Neil, just push up on this cup. Just roll it up.
What, you want me to do it instead of you?
Yeah, man. Okay. What does that say? Are you kidding me? You won something. A Crave subscription for 2 months.
Crave?
Yeah, I don't actually, you want that?
I don't have Crave.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's like one of the two things I don't pay for.
Nice. Okay, there it is. So Neil, you can have that. I'll email that to you.
That's hilarious.
Okay. I was gonna say we don't have Crave anymore either, but you rolled it up, so I'll give that.
No. If you don't have
No,
Crave,
no,
go
no, no,
for
no.
it.
I'll give it back to you. I'll give it back to you, my guy. There's some good shows on Crave.
No, but I was gonna pay for Crave to watch.
There we go. Look, man, I gotta give some.
Dragon. What the hell's that called?
Dragon's Den?
No,
Dragon.
House of the Dragon.
House of the Dragon. Well, now there you go, Neil. You can now watch House of the Dragon on your boy right there. So there it goes, man. Now you don't have to worry about punching short on Intel. This Crave will take care of that for
I
you.
think I'll probably still take a shot at it.
Yeah. Oh my God. I just wanted to. I'm glad that you won that thing there. I just wanted another coffee just so I could say to Randy, at least I was able to win something there.
I'm not even a Tim Hortons. The way I see it, McDonald's.
Yeah.
They win, and I love the fact they used to do free coffees at McDonald's when they were doing Roll Up the Rim at Tim Hortons, and I used to grab McDonald's coffee almost every day when they were doing it. Just something in my eye there. Like I think I'm going to take the break. And again, I think you can go like really tight risk on this if it breaks. It's just you're not getting any bounce. Like everything else is riding the highs, and you're just flushing. So on this stock, so I feel like if we lose the bid, it's just an obvious. Take a shot at it, look for a 24 down into like maybe 23 quarter or 3/4, I should say, into the next level. So we're gonna have that one locked and loaded. Someone asking what is Crave? It's just a streaming service here. Crave's not in the US.
No, Crave is.
It's just only Canadian, right?
Yeah. So what Crave does, it has.
Think of it like
I know what
HBO.
it has. Yeah, it has HBO Max.
Yeah,
it has
HBO Max.
all of those like
So
Stars and all that.
So I can rewatch The Wire.
Right. Yes. Yes. They have Sopranos on there. Obviously.
Greatest show in the history of television.
What, Sopranos?
The Wire. Sopranos top 10, but The Wire's better. Sopranos is top 10.
No, cut that in half.
I've never made a top 10 list, so I haven't really thought too much about it. The Wire is my favorite show of all time.
Right. Sopranos is not.
I think I like
Sopranos is in
Bad.
everybody's top 5.
I think I like Breaking Bad maybe
Fine.
over it.
I'll give you that. I don't. I know you love The Wire, so that's why I'm kind of giving that to you.
That's 2.
Right. So, what else? I mean, it's not.
Seinfeld 3.
Okay. No. Oh, we're counting sitcoms.
Look, if we're not counting sitcoms.
No. These are.
Well, then it's top 5. I can't. Yeah, you're probably right. I probably can't come up with 10 or 9. So yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head.
I mean, I think Sopranos. You know, the other thing was.
I like Game of Thrones more than I like Sopranos.
I never seen Game of Thrones. There it is, man. Yeah, the market is absolutely ripping. We're now 175 handles in the money on the small piece left. But there it goes, man. Yeah, we can hear you. All right, then let's go to Adara.
So we're going to just take a look here. Obviously, the market breaking higher. I want to talk about crypto, too, which is also breaking higher. This is MSTR or strategy. I brought this up near the end of the midday, which is when I first saw this coming out. But there are some people spreading this rumor on X, started by a reporter named Eleanor Terrett of Crypto America, saying that she's heard from unnamed sources that we're going to be getting a big update on Donald Trump's and his administration's crypto strategy soon. Again, those are just rumors, but it seems like about an hour later, we're seeing these heat up again on X. So keep an eye on crypto. In terms of the markets in general, we did have Fed Chair Powell saying that there can be situations where the Fed's goals are in tension, but also with regards to tariffs, saying that if there's an inflationary impulse that could go away on its own, it's not the right thing to tighten policies. This actually looks pretty good for the market here, saying that if it's a sign that if something could go away naturally, it's not a huge sign of ongoing changes, then they're not necessarily going to be needing to tighten the policy, though he also added that progress on decreasing inflation has been delayed right now just due to the fact that we have tariffs and uncertainty. Back to you.
It was the other thing was John. What was the show Johnny Drama? That was I can't believe I can't remember the name. That Entourage.
Oh, but Sopranos is way better than Entourage.
Yeah. Oh, well.
I say way better.
I'm just saying, like another one that would be, my top 10 as far as shows. I think Entourage. I like Eastbound and Down. That's funny, but Danny Masterson's a little bit in trouble. Yeah. Anyways, all right. I don't know.
I actually don't know.
Anyways, I was just saying. So now 200 handles right there, bang.
I have no idea.
Right there as the future's taking out those highs. I mean, it was up there into 65s for the day's high. I think we'll stop out of this 62.10. We'll stop out. So let's just change that. So we go from a stop order of $60.50. So 24 cents worth of risk on this trade to make 200. So this is a 10-to-1 right there. At the end of the day, we don't have it all. I wish we did. $60.09. 62.09 right there, stop out. Now we can just sort of put that out there, ignore it, and just say whatever. If it fills, it fills. Now let's look to build up the portfolio somewhere else here. All right, so that's that. Palantir probably still ripping faces off. No, so that's actually only at $87 right now. That's actually maybe going the other way. Ooh. I'm getting a little bit of a feel of trying to think about going short maybe. That's 87 right there for Palantir. I think we could almost go short against that wicked high of 87.10. I'd like to get this at 86.80, 86.90. I'm going to try a short in Palantir. I know that's against the grain right here, but we've seen this market fall down when Powell's left numerous times before. So we'll wait for that. I'll try it. Palantir, like I said in the chat, man, I have 3 winning stocks, 3 losing stocks today. But Palantir, we'll try to put it back. This is going to be one of the ones that we're up on right here. But here it is, right into this level. We'll put on one piece right in and around here. We'll take a small piece at 79. We're waiting at 85. That high is 87.10. And again, we just took 200 or so handles on the futures, 170. Let's just wait to see if the risk to reward is going to pan out for us here. So like 86.95 or so. We'll take a bit more here. Here we go, man. He is still on. The futures are dancing a little bit. There it is, man. There's the 200 handles right there for us on the futures as they continue higher. Let's short a little bit more Palantir, and then we'll just use that top of 87.10 as our stopping spot. So there it is, man. That's the TQs going higher. Here's Palantir, just building a position. So it looks like we're going to get blasted here, but 87 right now. Look at our stop. Our stop is 15 cents right now. So NVIDIA's at the top as well.
When the futures got to 20,000, NVIDIA got to the $0.50 and stopped. Futures broke through 20,000. NVIDIA stopped at the $0.50. So I covered. Like it was. I keep trying to get rid of these wicks. I'm going to get rid of those. But the market's still going through the highs. NVIDIA is running into a bit of a churn here. I still want to short. I know I want to short Intel. So we grabbed out of that one. Load. You're barely even breaking up. I might just take the quarter instead of the $0.50 to get something. Because if the market's going this strong and you can't even, you can't raise anything,
right?
Then it's just ridiculous how weak this stock is. So again, I might just nibble in with a relatively tight stop to the 30 or something like that, and then just be willing to load into that level if it ends up getting there. But this stock is such a dog at this point. Forget about it. Tesla double top 237 as well. 237, yeah, 237 double top on Tesla. That's flying, and IBIT's starting to make some moves. If we get any dip off this 119.5 on NVIDIA, then I'm going to jump back into the trend trade. I'm already sitting at 119 to re-enter the trade. We'll be able to get back in for sure. But eventually, if you short Intel, I guess the market keeps going up. It can't go down forever, realistically.
Dara.
As we get this push higher, I think it's worth noting here, one of the things that Fed Chair Powell said that was of note was regarding the University of Michigan consumer sentiment, specifically the inflation expectations. I mentioned this number before we got the Fed rate decision, saying that it would be of note, and Fed Chair Powell was asked about it. He said that he interpreted this reading, which was much higher than expected, as an outlier. So Fed Chair Powell is saying nothing to worry about yet when it comes to that higher than expected inflation expectation from the University of Michigan survey, saying as of right now, it looks like it is an outlier, and we still have new highs in this market, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara, for all of that. Right there. Let's go booyaka, because right now we'll wait to see what winds up happening. Let's turn around into a bear. Let's get bearish right now and see what winds up happening as we go short right now on Palantir. You know what? We could just cover this. Let's just cover our futures trade. Why not? Right there. We are now covered on that at the highs as we turn bearish, man. Can we be that trader that we're trying to be right now? Looking at an advantage here in Palantir. It just printed down 80s. That was fine. But again, we're waiting. So I don't... Powell could turn this market on its head. So our stop right now is 87.10. So we talked about that. We just took a piece out there at 86.80. So if we are able to get some more, fine. We'll take another piece at 86.80. But let's just see if it wants to drip down. I don't know, man. The market could really take off. But we only had a small piece left of the TQ. So we'll take those 200 handles exactly and get out there at 75s. And now we'll wait. This could get back up to the upside. We're not risking what we made on Palantir. We're just going to give a little bit back if it doesn't work. Tried to find a name at highs that we know if the market retraces, this name can retrace huge. We know that about Palantir, so I don't know if it's going to or not, but I think for the risk here, worth it. Here it goes. Hands off, man. You guys know where the stop is. Palantir looking to get higher. So I'm glad you're short back on Intel, but right now it looks like the market wants to go.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Because
Market's still blasting.
Yeah, the market is absolutely blasting. NVIDIA finally chewed through that resistance point up there at 119.5. It's going to get 120. Someone in the chat was saying, no, it wasn't someone in the chat. It was Joe that was talking about the 120 being a key inflection point. You could have some trouble getting through that because you have a lot of open interest. But yeah, I don't think I'll reload. I said if we break fresh highs, then I shouldn't be shorting this anywhere except for VWAP. And yeah, they're going to stick to that plan. I'm probably not going to end up punching short at 24. As long as it holds under 24.20, I said the quarters, but we'll just tighten it up. If it holds even that, then we'll continue to be in the short there. But NVIDIA is not providing any kind of a dip buy. Tesla's absolutely gone. IBIT, some Bitcoin, I should say, 85. What? Yeah, there's no. Yeah, 85,000 is now in the rear view. We're 85.5 on Bitcoin. So if we're trend up from Powell, we have, to me, until he leaves the podium. So if you want to join the trend long, there might be like one shot at a dip buy because it's past 3 o'clock. Because usually I'm starting to think you're at the end of this rally when he hits, sorry, not when he hits, when he's done the Q&A. So I know I like Intel for some short. There might be one chance to grab a dip buy and play it into the high here on IBIT because it has broken out. I haven't looked at Amazon or any of the other Mag 7 at this point. Someone just said Mara with a bunch of rocket ships. I'm going to assume Mara can only hold $12 for so long, but as long as it does, Bitcoin goes up, Mara is going to be good. Because $12, I don't like Mara, and I don't like the miners. Whoops, I still have a Bitcoin chart up. I can just show you with the assumption, I'm assuming. There you go. It goes into 12. This went to 12.50. It went to 12.15 again, right before we came on. And it's now at 12.80. So yeah, Mara, rocket ship off the $12 level. As long as it holds this level, it's a good long down there.
Oh boy, look at Tesla. Like, I don't feel bad for my boy Joe. He knows what he's doing. But Tesla up 6% when the guy... This is the thing, like you never, and again, it's like when I said that I hated Tesla yesterday and we're like, sell it, I'm like, I can't, it's too far down. But again, you can never pick bottoms, but there goes Tesla. And I'm only bringing it up because everybody in the chat was like, wow, there goes Tesla. And yeah, taking out day's high for TSLA. We flipped up our game as well on Palantir. Like the best fill we have here is 42s or something. Oh, that's the high of the day, so it must have been 40s. We're waiting at 42 now, yeah. So we actually got 40s on this trade. We're going to wait to see if we can get a little bit higher. I am nervous that this guy leaves the podium. If this drops below 87, then we're out. I just tried to flip it up, change a little bit. We did go short, right? We were able to take a little bit of profit at the first point, but then it blasted higher against us. So Palantir, that short does not pay out, but we flip it over into the long now and then see if we can't get a little bit of pay dirt right here. I'm offering at the high of the day 42. So if you see a 42 come through, then you know we'll get that fill. And then after that, man, breaking through 50s. But if we take out the 50 period moving average, that's going to be a negative sign for us as well. That's all the way down here at 86.70. I'm going to stop out if we break back down below 87. So it looks like it's starting to move now. He's still on there, but again, is the NASDAQ, will we just revert back to what we've been doing every single day? Seems like anyways, selling into the close. So we'll wait to see, man. I mean, huge move up, 1.7%. You know, this gives people like Joe or anybody else that has decided to potentially sell, this is giving them that out right now because
if you want.
Now, yeah, you're up 4% on Palantir. You're up, what, 4 or 5% on NVIDIA.
6% on Tesla.
But yeah, Tesla's the one that we just looked at there. Yeah, so yeah, there's definitely some strength in this market right now, giving you some outs if you want it. The only
8% on SMCI, 7.5% on
SMCI. I mean,
but
Apple.
That's a different kind of stock.
Apple's been super weak, and that just rallied huge. Look where Apple is right now. I think if there's going to be a short, I'm in Palantir. I'm long Palantir, but this could be a short for Apple at VWAP. What about that if Powell turns this market on its head or if it goes down? What about a break of VWAP, 215.75, short side there for Apple? Okay, we did get a little bit. All right, we'll see if we can take out that 10 cents here at 29s. I don't know. We do know that Palantir can get going. We need a break, obviously, of 25. We're long right here at 20s. There it is, man. We'll take a 29 out. We'll see what now winds up happening here. As Palantir, man, just right back in the pocket. Comfortable, again, trading this name as we always are. Let's just wait to see what happens, man. We just got a couple outs there. Bought that 87 dip. Average price 17. Let's get going here a little bit on Palantir.
And guess where
I'm not convinced, Charlie.
Again, Intel bounces right off the $24 level. So it's a wall, it's an even dollar. We're going to get out every single time it gets there. Next time it pops, probably won't short it near the low of the day because it's getting a really condensed range. And IBIT will take for the first time, or Bitcoin. Whoops, you didn't really see Intel.
Is he leaving? Oh, no.
Here. There. Intel hits the low. That's 1, 2, 3, like 4 times it's bounced off that bottom. So covering at that bottom and buying the dip in Bitcoin. So when you hear, if I accidentally say like IBIT, you know I mean, big Bitcoin, whatever. I'm going to talk about IBIT prices, not Bitcoin prices. So buying it here, giving it to the $0.50, want to buy into that and see if it can't get into 49 as we go back to Adara for another update. He's still there.
It's worth noting here, I mean, the market's still pushing higher, but Fed Chair Powell did say something pretty interesting here, saying that some of the flatlining in Fed's projections, by that he means some of these, I guess, higher than expected PCE and core PCE projections. We had the summary of economic projections. He's attributing this increase here from the December numbers to potential tariff-related uncertainties or pressures. So Fed Chair Powell acknowledging that some of these inflation expectations coming from the Fed themselves in their summary of economic projections, specifically with PCE, could potentially have something to do with tariffs, guys. Back to you.
87, 88. I mean, I think 88, 87, 70. I'm just trying to see like best case scenarios
88,
here.
88.
88, 88. Yeah, okay, we'll put some in. Oh, 88, 88.
Because
okay,
Lindros is always seeing double vision. No, well, that's bad.
I mean, Crosby, yeah, that's true with the concussions, but Crosby right here, 87 even. Maybe you go to 87, 87. But here we go. You guys know this. I mean, we bought that dip. I think we did a good job of sort of explaining what our plan was on Palantir. So here we go. We are now at day's high again for Palantir. A little bit of a size there, but size in this case doesn't matter because this is 65. There it goes. Ooh. It ate it up, but it still went downsides. We got to break
240.
Tesla 240. Oh,
Nvidia 120.
Yes.
Half a mil on the offer, 120. Tesla's broken through 240. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the market is obviously bullish. So yeah, you dump your shorts. I just saw someone say bottom is in. I'm kind of hoping it's not in yet because I was anticipating some great dip buying opportunities for the rest of the quarter, but it is what it is. IBIT, we just jumped in. We're going to take some out in front of 49. We're at 85.6, and I'll show you guys here. Usually I do this. I always say when in doubt, zoom out.
Yeah.
And then did not do that in this particular case. There is Bitcoin.
Let's go.
There is the breakout through that prior high. So you're in rarefied air. So that dip that we just had was like a dip back toward prior high. So dip it and rip it at this particular point. Not that that's an actual saying, but it works now. Nvidia moon, Tesla moon, SMCI moon, market moon, everything except for Intel moon. Oh, we have a button for that.
When moon? What is this? Oh, that's Randy's little cup.
I don't know why he left this thing instead of the win. No, but he left his win.
Oh, he always leaves it here because he loses them. So that's the thing.
He loses it, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's lost it now. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, well, I mean, now there's some
doing
video proof. But yeah, no, he'll come back. He doesn't care.
Now back in high school, and you did that, I have no shame.
All right. Yeah, no, same way there. Get hydrated. I'm going to go get a water for my damn self right now. We are now 80 cents in the money on this reversal play for Palantir. Like, there it goes, man. That's exactly... Like, we can't...
Yeah, baby.
Neil and I just giving you guys trade ideas. I mean, what the shares you guys put on it, the shares, whatever anybody uses is up to yourself. But, this is why I try... Oh, gosh. Okay, I mean, here we go. Remember we said, like, being able to flip up on trades and things like that? We're now at the highest spot we've ever been at today as gates of... hell, maybe not appropriate, but here we go. High 88. So you want to go some Lindros love? Let's just put some offers there. Just turned around from Eric, the great. We'll put an offer there at 88, the great 88, coming into play one more time. So there it goes, man. Here we go again. Let's go. All right, I'm going to get a water. I do have an offer there right now. So I have still a good size left, man. About 30% left of this position. I'm going to offer out 2.5% right here at 87s. Then go grab a water and hopefully come back and it's not in this area anymore, and we are through the great 88. There it is. Okay, I'm going to go get one. And
market is flying.
Yeah, my market is. I mean, look at this trade on the TQs. We got out. Silly me. We don't have a red candle since we got out. But guys, it's 300 almost handles. It is 300 handles in the money off of that bottom. Oh boy, to have held that. But it's Hydration Nation. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you got to stay hydrated. Obviously, we were probably running out of time, I do think, because in terms of Powell taking his Q&A, so want to make sure lock in profits. I mean, the only short has worked, but again, I'm not going to get back into this at this point. I always say, we talk about this all the time. Once he hits the podium, you don't want to fight any trends. So that meant dip buys, should have held on to NVIDIA, didn't, but we jumped over to iBit here. That's now at the high of the day. And as I said, you don't want to fight the trend. I didn't consider Intel short fighting the trend because it was making lower highs. Now I would consider it fighting the trend, unless he leaves the podium. If he leaves the podium, we get VWAP again, then I'm taking the trade. Almost no questions asked. But you're starting to run to that time where you can expect it. The other thing of note, sometimes you might see some imbalances on a Fed day where we get this kind of volatility, and it is witching at the end of the week. So going to have the early lookup. There's a bunch of early looks at 310 that are over 1 million shares already. Like just a group of them. But remember, end of the week is index rebalancing for the S&P, and it is a Fed day. Like Ford's 4 million, HB's 2 million. You got ChargePoint, BAC, NU, LUV. Like there's a ton of these over 1 million. I suspect these could be some big imbalances today, so we'll keep you guys abreast of those numbers. Let's go back to Adara.
Keep an eye here on the market. It's worth noting here, as we got that push to the upside, we had pretty interesting comments from Fed Chair Powell. He previously kind of dismissed or undermined these high inflation expectations coming from the University of Michigan, specifically short-term. He further said that he's not dismissing the rise in short-term inflation expectations. It does exist, but he said there's, quote, no story of an increase in long-term expectations. So saying that, yes, there might be some uncertainty and some expectations of higher inflation short-term. He's not, however, seeing that to be the case in the longer term here, guys. Back to you.
Old ones.
Oh, you don't have
No, these are the AirPod Pros. These are the newest ones, but they disconnect when I go into the kitchen, so I didn't.
Oh.
I missed Adara right there quickly. So thanks, Adara, for all of that. But yeah, we do watch. I mean, I'm 20 feet from her, so it's not hard to hear her. All right, so we got a bunch more out there as we just sat back down and it was starting to break. So there is our 88 fill. We talked about that right there. Sorry, our 90 fill, whatever we got before we weren't patient with 88s. Then we just took a 75, and then we just took again another out here at 60s on that break. But here comes Palantir. Here comes the whole market to the downside. So Neil's still rocking with iBit long.
I missed Intel.
Okay, yeah, Intel.
It's such this short, whatever. Every single time this thing pops, just wait for it to make any kind of a candle that even remotely looks bearish, and then just go short this stock. I'm also missing some data.
Oh, man, I want to go short something. Oh, it should be Intel. Yeah, we talked about that.
There was also...
it just came back up. That's what you're talking about.
Apple was weak.
Yeah, there was another name. What else was that?
Not anymore, it's not. Apple above VWAP.
I know, it was at 216, right?
Not anymore. Apple's fine. Apple's doing absolutely fine. Back to... I did just grab a dip by an iBit, but it's... You know what? I'm going to give it, instead of giving it to the $0.50, I'm just going to give it to the prior bar low, because he's going to leave the podium any second now, and I'm going to want to flip, and I don't want to be caught at the top of anything. Back to Adara.
Noting here that Fed Chair Powell was just asked when the Fed might be cutting rates or in May, or if that's a possibility. Fed Chair Powell said they're not going to be in any hurry to move on rate cuts. So we did get those comments as we get a push lower in the markets. Fed Chair Powell saying, once again, the Fed is in no hurry to move on these rate cuts, guys. Back to you.
All right, I mean,
no surprise there. I know somebody.
Fine with that.
I know somebody who doesn't agree with you on that one, Jerome. I'm not saying myself, but the president's not going to be happy with that.
Oh, the president, yeah.
It's not a...
He'll arrange a dinner, and then this guy will change his voice.
You know what? Yeah. It's not a ridiculous plan to simultaneously try to do some austerity, so again, that you're reducing debt. If you can get the rates lower, then you can, sort of refinance U.S. debt at lower rates, and then you'll be in such a great position. But then you have to thread the needle of, well, do you do too much austerity, and then you get potential inflationary issues, not inflationary, but like a recession or a problem like that. Other people have tried this. Many governments have done this kind of thing and tried to make it work. It's not crazy, but it's a tough ask. Like we were talking about in the midday, you're spending more money on on interest on the debt than you are on defense. That's wild.
Yeah,
This is
well,
crazy. You
that
want
debt
rates to
is,
come
the
down.
interest is only going, and I mean, think about how much defense there is there. One of the largest spends there for
Still like
the
Lockheed.
government, but okay. So, yeah, man, I mean, Palantir dipped down. We got a little bit out there at 50. Let's see if it wants to continue to go. I know Neil keeps on looking for this Intel short, but it doesn't mean I won't look for it too. I mean, I was thinking about this 2440. It came pretty, that's close enough for
this
me.
is
Like,
too
I'm almost
early.
thinking about right now of taking it. The only thing that's interesting to me is the futures are at 20,000. So I'd almost rather see this break to the downside to sort of confirm maybe a possible high there. For right now, though I'm not worried that Intel is going to like rip anybody's face off or anything here today. I just wonder if there is potentially a better short. And I was looking at Apple up there. That was a really nice wick top there to be considered anyways.
It's all right.
For that, so that could be a trade that eventually works out. Is that wick top there for Apple? Tesla, so that could be the short too. I mean that's a name that, like we said, wow, okay, yeah, still up that 7%. There's a little bit of a pullback. Was looking for, I mean, there's some exhaustion there as well on those green candles all the way up to 241. So I think 241.50, that's going to be a good short. So if we can get a little bit of a bump up into 241, I think we'll look to short that. Palantir on the run up. I'm going to get out of a little bit more up here if we can get that 69, or we just missed it. Maybe we'll get it anyways. Powell's still talking right now. It doesn't look like a replay of the 70s, so that's probably a good sign, I guess. But there it is, Palantir, nice out there at 70s. He's still taking, I mean, this is a long
It can't
time.
be because you didn't get off, whatever. In the 70s, there was a big shift in policy with gold. So, yeah, it can't be the 70s again.
Well, I mean, things change so fast nowadays.
Yeah.
Like, this is maybe like one of the fastest corrections we ever had, like 2 weeks, down 10%. So I think things will be moving a lot. There's a lot more information now. There's a lot more, the ETFs and all that. But okay, I'm just waiting for this guy to come back
It's starting to get really choppy.
I'm not sure what direction I want to take.
I don't disagree. Like it's getting a lot more choppy. Like just to give you an idea, it's already 317, but like the bounces off these levels. Like I bet on a 3-minute, when it made a turn, it was going very quickly. Like here, like 50 into 90s, right? So that's almost a full percentage. Now it's like inside and very choppy, and you're getting much more condensed moves. So that to me, last question apparently. So I'm not going to reload this again. I'm going to tighten up the stop, and maybe the market goes higher. But the usual thesis is when he leaves the podium, whatever trend we're in, I'll just get out. And it worked. Making some longs, NVIDIA worked. Should have held on to it longer. IBIT's worked for now. But I don't want to be buying any of these tops into the last like 30 minutes of the day when he leaves the podium. I just don't think that makes a ton of sense. So we'll get away from it at some point here. A spider face said fifth fastest correction in S&P history. I don't know. Spider face in the chat appreciates you. I don't know if that's true. Probably ask like ChatGPT or Grok or whatever you're into, whether that's true or not. But yeah, I can believe that because it was a fast correction. But fifth fastest in history.
Hey man, no better time to talk about gold. I mean, we were just talking about it. Why don't we talk about Nevada right here? So in a world of market volatility, it's time to think defensively, although gold right now straight upside. NGLD offers gold exposure without the storage or mining headaches. With gold nearing $3,000 an ounce and actually taking that out, our low-cost royalty model shields you from operational expenses and safeguards profits when prices climb. By targeting Nevada, a top-tier geopolitically stable, important gold region, NGLT mitigates the risks of international mining, and through strategic aggregation and resale of smaller royalties, we pave a path to real shareholder returns. NGLD, the gold hedge built for today's uncertain market. So, look, great. Check those guys out. We just sort of talked about some of the advantages here of Powell leaving, and we've seen this make a move down. So we just got more out there of PLTR. I was debating this trade, buying a little bit into the dip here, 86.90, which is the 50-period moving average. Then he's gone. See ya. And then 86.80 would be our stop. So bye-bye, Jerome. Now we'll get to figure out where he's going. What's for lunch, Jerome Powell? But here we go. He's gone, so see you later. Now we'll wait to see what this market does. Look, I'm not really positioned for anything here. If it dips, because we're basically out, we have less than 2% of Palantir. If this dips back in, I'm going long 86.90 on the 50-period moving average for Palantir, and then we'll only give that 10 cents. Like, I want it to come in, hit, then rip. About 15 cents or so worth of risk there for Palantir. So again, I hope you guys enjoy everything that we've been doing here. These are just some trades that we're looking at. I like it. I like this little dip down opportunity here. We did well for Palantir, man, taking and reversing into that long and then getting out up here. We were talking about Lindros 88s. We got some great outs, but here it comes right back in. So get ready for another long here on Palantir soon. Oh, Neil's not here. Okay. All right. Used to throwing back to him. All right. Looks like we might have, did we just miss that dip? I'm going to buy a small little piece here at 95s. All right. There it is. We get that long. Now let's wait to see what winds up happening. I do have a bigger buy at 86.90 with a stop. Probably too early, 86.79. So here it comes in. Looks like we are getting faded just a little bit here in this market as expected. So yeah, let's give it a second here. Palantir, there's the trade. We're long right now, 86.92 with a little bit. Oh, it's going to break. I'm going to give it a little bit lower. I'm going to give it to 86.74. All right, I'm changing that order right now, 86.74, because we're right there right now. So let's give it a go here and see what happens with the futures and Palantir.
Yeah, I'm now out of, I didn't reload IBIT. We're now out of it. Probably should have, I don't know, should have just taken it all out when it was showing you the lower high, but didn't. Intel is oddly enough not, the market pulls back a little bit and Intel just kind of stays sideways, but it doesn't always move rapidly. So it's as long as it's as long as the market's coming back in, like in what world is the market coming back in and the stock is down 6%, shouldn't at least retest the lows? It's underneath VWAP, we'll stick with it. I promised you guys we would keep an eye on these imbalances. Ford's now 8 million to buy. I don't know CRH, that's 8 million to the buy side as well. GM is 2 million to buy. So remember, on Friday, it is witching on Friday, an index for balancing, so we're seeing some big numbers. I'm going to, at some point, check to see if there's some kind of an action on, what is CRH? I don't even know what this is. CRH PLC. I don't know what this stock is, but that's a sizable imbalance, and it's only done 4.9 million shares, so that's huge. Maybe there's an index action. I'm going to go check our resources and tip at some point, but yeah, you're getting some decent ones. I wouldn't be surprised. Remember, this is all New York, early look imbalances. You won't see any of the Mag 7. They're all NASDAQ stocks. That'll populate at 350 live. We just get an early look on some of the NYSE names. And right now, it's kind of mixed, but they're all pretty big. Here, what is
Apple ARM. I was just looking. Yeah, so, I mean, you know, as quick as we could have, there's Palantir. Look, it's fine, the fact that it went here, but bless you. But we never like to see that stop out, right? So it's fine. It's good stop out. Like, we only gave it that 15 cents. We changed it. Should have been 10 cents. We gave it 15. But look at it now starting to bleed downside. We did take a small short in Intel. I realize we have the same price, but I wanted 80. I'm waiting for more up there. Hopefully that will come in. I don't know.
I didn't want this.
But we'll wait to see if that comes through. Again, BABA, Intel, Apple. I'm waiting to see if there's anything here. Robinhood. Wow. Robinhood. What a day for Robinhood today. Up 7%. Nice day for Robinhood. Obviously, it's pulling back. Wow, that must have been up 8 or 9% today. As we talked about, like, getting relatively weak in some of these names, like Robinhood on a move down, kind of like DraftKings. Like, there's so much room to the upside on a lot of these plays. So watch out right now for Robinhood, looking like it wants to just continue to rip. It's not ripping now, but up 6%. Like, this bottom 34, 35. You went to $45 today. You know, that's almost 10. That's 30. 20, I don't like off the bottom. If we go 36s up to 44s, oh yeah, we have a tool there.
12%.
Exactly, it's not too much there. Whoopsies, so that like tool goes that way.
20%?
Yeah, it's, let's see what the math is on that. That's too high. Oh, no, I can't even see it because it's over there.
Not even 20%.
Oh, yeah. Anyways, nice move up there for that. Yeah, about 16, 17% upside for Robinhood just in the last couple of days. So great move higher. We do definitely like that name, Robinhood. Right there. Intel's trying to go back up, so I do have an offer here at 37s, which is basically that high. I'll take that. Well, then we'll watch out for VWAP. So, yeah, that's what we're working with right now. Let's see if it can print up for us. Printing up a storm here today on Intel shorts. Let's see if it will continue right now.
So you would have sseen me with
Palantir
a
has a
quick in and out flat on NVIDIA. That's because I didn't realize I was still dip buying it. I had a bid in there. It would have worked, but Powell is left, and that was the last question. I didn't want that long, so I just got out of it instantaneously. I couldn't find anything on that CR whatever stock, so CRH. So I don't know. It doesn't really matter. If it's this big, I might take a shot at it. I'm going to throw it up because that's a significant amount of volume on it at 350. If that thing comes out larger than the imbalance we see, then you might see me jump into a short position on that. Intel holding under VWAP. I mean, it's the same kind of barcode. The last time it flushed back into the low, it spent about 12 to 15 minutes going sideways. So it's made this local top for 4 bars now. That's about what it did before it got to the low. That's just kind of how it rolls. If we get one more push down, like I think if we lose 20,000 on the NASDAQ, this is the M contract. I think if we lose that, no reason why you shouldn't get back into the bottom. But you're right, there isn't too much time. Sean, it's 325.
Yeah.
Tesla 237 close, says Sang.
Really?
Well, I'll tell you this much. I should have. My wife's out of town on business. She's been complaining about Tesla in her long-term account. I was like, well, then just sell the next pop. If you don't like the stock, then just sell it.
Yeah.
You know, that's my whole thing. I'm like, look, man, I own it in the long term, so if it goes up, we'll be fine in the long term. But if you don't like it, if you don't like a stock in your long term, just sell it. You can put the money to something else, man. Buy the index.
Yeah,
it's such a simple answer when you're like, well, this stock isn't performing. I don't do that enough myself, I think. But yeah, 237 at the close. I mean, it's at 237 right now. So I'm not sure.
Dealer's choice. I mean, yeah, like you could take. I think getting into ETFs right now, if you're a little nervous about this market and you think it's a bottom, I mean, maybe get into an ETF. You'll be a little bit, again, you'll be sheltered from like the 7 or 8% moves. I mean, if the NASDAQ goes 7 or 8% one way, I'd be pretty surprised. But at the end of the day, man, anything can happen at any time, including Palantir. We just tried a little small long here, seeing if we're going to hold 86. It no looks like it wants to hold 86 right now. So here we go, right back in for, there it goes. And there's the sell. So we'll slap a fail there. We tried it. Our last one, another 40-cent hit there on Palantir. There it goes, man. We were so right and yet so wrong because we don't have the trade on board with that move in the NASDAQ. You know, as soon as Powell left, we were waiting for the opportunity. We've smashed that before. Like, we've taken Apple like huge on the way down on that play. And
Apple was a great reversion.
Yeah, I know. I'm surprised I didn't make that trade.
You said to short Apple, didn't you?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I want to be judged based on the trades, not based on the ideas. Like, I should have shorted it. But again, me and you talk about so many names that, you know, it's like instead I said, here, I'm going to short Intel. And that one just goes, well, I guess it went 6 pennies in the money. Let's see if we can get a little more than that on Intel. But yeah, I do like Apple to the short side. But that's actually not, I didn't realize it got to 217.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I mean, it's just a complete recovery for the shorts. Nice downside play there for Apple. I mean, I'm almost thinking it's getting a little bit exhausted right now, top to bottom. But there it is. I mean, we were saying that why would the NASDAQ be up? I mean, we had zero expectation of anything other than what we got. We were looking for no change. We got no change. And the market ripped up almost 2%. So there's the fade out there. You're always waiting to hope that Powell says something. And then the bears just come right back in, man, and win on the last half hour or so. So
I'll give you a double-digit stock that you didn't look at today that you'll be happy to hear is double digits.
I mean, I still don't own Starbucks.
R.
Oh, double digits. Oh, up double digits. Oh, I thought you were talking about, okay.
SMR. I saw someone post in the chat, and I meant to comment at the time. The mind was somewhere else while Powell was still on the podium. Yeah, the nuclear names giving a nice bounce. And what I love about this, we come to the chart.
Palantir's all the way.
If you like it, you buy it at the 200 period moving average, people. I didn't. Not this time anyways. But anyway.
One last try.
No, that's silly because good little bounce in here. But it's not over yet because this is so far off the highs. And anyways, have this one in the long term. So always happy to see it bounce. But I actually think the downside on that, it could still go down. And it could, if that got trimmed by 25%, I can live with it. I understand that's the kind of stock it is, and I've already taken some profit. But strong, there's so many moves. You said Hood today. SoFi was absolutely destroying it today. Come on, Intel needs to get back to the low of the day. SoFi was crushing it all day today. And, oh, goodness, what happened to SoFi? Right. Well, it's still up 6%.
I covered half my Intel. I mean, although I do
I
like
just
it.
covered. Yeah, I'm going to cover more. But what is SoFi, man? You were cruising.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man,
SoFi
everything's
was
now going for that bruising right now.
Yeah, that was,
We need one time here. Come on, Palantir, one time. Monkey, if you're playing blackjack. 85.57. Let's see if we can get going. 85.50.
That's a new one, by the way.
Yeah, that's a good one, I think. 85.25. I was just looking to see where I put the stop. Let's go. Come on, man. All right, so there's a little piece out right there. We get a piece out at 75. Let's go, Palantir, man. We said one time. We'll take a couple times, though. We'll take a couple outs if we can get it. Let's go. 80's out. All right, here we go, man. Our stop was about 25 cents. We're now in the money 30. So good trade here. So far, so good. Anyways, as we get to back up to the upside, that looked a little overdone to me, a little overcooked. You guys ever played that game, Overcooked, on the Switch? Anyways, nice move up, 85.20, 85.92. Here we go. Let's go. Back up there to the upside for Palantir. Does it have a ways to go? Yes, it does. Is that the bottom? I don't know. So we'll take another piece out here at 92 if we're lucky enough to get it. We'll sit there and take this fill out. PLTR out at 85.92 or so. If we can get it, that's already our best out. Our best out is there it is. Our best out. Okay, so we just actually have a 91 and a 92. And here we go, Neil. Looks like it's going to be 50 cents now in the money. So we'll take that one. Half in the club today with that one. But yeah, so far so good over here with that
Intel's
short.
catching a little bit.
So we covered some Intel. I don't know what your opinion is.
I'm going to be out of 80% in a couple seconds if it hits the bid, and it didn't hit the bid. I'm going to use a midpoint.
Yeah, there we go.
Ew.
And you didn't need to, of course.
Exactly.
I know. I'm watching the same thing. So that's.
So I went to like the midpoint and then just smacked the bid. But you get filled at the even when that happens. No, it just caught a bit of a buyer in here. I still have a bid at the absolute low of the day, and there was something I was going to say. Jameson was asking about in the chat about a wheat ETF, and I just said MSOS. What I was going to say to that, Jameson, just be careful because we've seen moves. Like CGC went kind of a little bit nuts the other day, and MSOS was doing nothing. So sometimes it just doesn't give you the most juice if you're looking for a tradable, something tradable in the wheat space.
Oh yeah.
Like sometimes you want one with like a short float to try to make an individual trade on. But Intel, I think this is the last salvo. If it goes up from here, too late in the day and too close to the imbalances to try to take another shot. And Nvidia's down at 118. Ooh, almost at VWAP. That could be something. I might take a VWAP bounce on not Intel, on Nvidia if it gets down here. It's almost there, actually.
That is exactly what we took right there. We're cooking right now. And shout out to all the gamers in the chat there. We talked about overcooked. Palantir was overcooked. And there it is, man. Look at that VWAP bounce. You got to stay where you are, man. You got to stay trading the names you believe in off the signals that you take, right? And so we take VWAP. But the thing is, we also take 50-period moving average. That didn't work. Bang. We also take 200-period moving average. That didn't work. Bang. VWAP finally worked. So, it's not... This is what I mean when we talk about trading, and that's why, I think the best answer to everything that we give you when we talk about P&Ls and all that, which is why we don't do it, is are we green on the stock? Because all of these chances, I know that Neil and I are very fortunate to be able to sit here and take numerous shots at stocks, and a lot of you don't have live level 2 opportunities, right? And so you have to be very, very specific with a lot of the different opportunities that you take. So I would say, again, we talk about going into sim mode, doing things like that, making sure that no matter what stock you're trading a style that you're comfortable with and trading amount of shares that you're comfortable with. Not me, not Neil, not anybody else. Trade your book, your game, because you could have just said, hey, the 50 period is what I'm doing, and then I'm out. That's it. Then you leave Palantir alone and look for the next trade. As long as you've back tested, and we said that, whatever, the back testing thing is what it is. We want you all to sign up with eSignal, but they do have one of the best back testing systems out there. So I would definitely recommend looking at an eSignal if you guys.
30 days free, man.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm doing, so the ad is coming up soon, but I was just talking about it from the heart. I really think that, again, a great opportunity to be able to sit there and back test your strategies, because you never know what's going to work, and you have to have confidence in whatever you're doing. And I think that back testing is an easy way to build that. All right, so Intel, actually, I didn't even realize it. It just went down to 13s.
Yeah, and then but it's bouncing
Yeah,
again.
so I'm going to put in a bid down there in like 17, see if we can capture some of that.
It's not getting to the low anymore. Is the
Right.
best way to think about it on Intel. Keep like fudging the name there.
Fudging the name
Google
Intel?
Chrome, you are an absolute memory hog, because I'm going to throw it there. Oh, that didn't break 118. All right, well, you didn't break the low. Then I'm jumping right back in, so I misplaced that stop. You have to break underneath that, and it's just it's an arbitrary number here. Not this one, sorry, right in here, where we got that dip, the higher low. This was after the Fed came in at 117.80. I hate NVIDIA today because of this, and I had made a revenge trade that was not a smart trade. And I mentioned that earlier. You should not revenge trade because something annoying happened to you. There was a candle in NVIDIA where it was at the high and I was holding it through the high, and I had a break-even stop that wicked me out instantly, and then right back up at the top. So the first thing I did was punch right back in on the high break with that stop in there, which was silly to do. But I don't want to fight this. If we lose this bottom here at 80 in VWAP, then I'm going to jump out. I don't want an even dollar stop or right on the line. Like if there's a line at 117.80, then I won't put a stop at 117.79. That's just not how I roll. But if we lose that in earnest, then I want to be able to jump out of it. And as I said on Intel, it's still catching a little bit of a bid here in the teens. I'm bidding the low of the day. It just doesn't seem like it wants to go down there. I would suspect we still have 14 minutes to go, but I really think NVIDIA is going to have an imbalance. There's still a few big ones, but that CRH thing is kind of calmed down a bit. Ford's actually gotten smaller. NVIDIA almost always has a 1 to 2 million imbalance. In order to care, NVIDIA's imbalance needs to be like 4 or 5 million. Then it's a big one, at least, on NVIDIA. If it's 1 or 2, then it's not going to make any difference, I don't think.
All right. Yeah, we're having a lot of fun here today. Thank you for watching. I hope everybody's enjoying the show. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. I wanted to check in to see how many people, but I don't know where the... oh, here it is right here. Oh, we almost got it. Who's going to be the 1,000th person to hit the like button? Right there. Thanks again for everybody for doing that. We really... I mean, it does mean a lot to us. You know, we sit here, we're talking about all of these trades. Oh, so... Now, this is something that, again, I'm trying to... Ooh, perfect. Well on time right now. I was just going to say, I'm completely changing. I just put my stop at even now for Palantir. And part of that is because that's where VWAP is. And no better of a software to be able to find where volume weighted average price is than eSignal. I mean, honestly, I feel like for 500 symbols you can currently... Okay, come on, Palantir. You could chart over 500 symbols at once. It's been a great opportunity for all of us here on the show to do that backtesting, to use tick charts, minute charts, second charts, any kind of chart, Fibonacci lines. I don't know if they have Fibonacci's, but they definitely have Fibonacci lines. Volume profile, anything.
AVWAP.
Pick your, oh man, anchored VWAP, scanners, screeners, all of that. We love eSignal. Make sure you do scan that QR code. And again, I think in this market turmoil, you know, the worst market right now are the North American markets. I don't know if you've checked out Europe lately.
Europe is killing it.
Exactly. China's been killing it. So again, you can get, you know, with those markets with this platform, especially if you're here at Real Trading. Like, look, we love our charts, but there is no back testing. You cannot replay the day. You have to go back. You can go back days and days and look at stuff. But what I'm talking about eSignal is tick replay. You know what? If today wasn't Fed, how about this? Tomorrow, in and around 10:20 or something like that, tomorrow morning, I'm going to show you tick replay on eSignal, how it works, and just how good that is. So we're going to do that. And oh boy, we love the club, although I haven't been to one in forever. Oh, by the way, White Lotus, man, whatever club they were in at Thailand yesterday, I'm going to that club very, very soon. Well, that was a banger.
Okay, apparently I really need to watch this show.
You've needed to watch it for a long time, my guy.
I know.
It's pretty good. This season's really good.
I trust
There's
you.
some corporate stuff in it as well. Some guy almost there yesterday, so we'll wait to see if that does go down. But right now, Palantir, 70 cents in the money. We're really liking that one right there. But yeah, White Lotus, let me know in the chat if you like that episode. We just saw it last night. Pretty good. Tonight we have PWHL, so we got to go to the hockey game. But there's not much else.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
No, it's good. I mean, well, it's just, that's, you guys gotta buy a beverage. She's gonna want to get that. You gotta pay the parking. We're gonna run into so many friends. It's nice, but not a chilled night tonight in the Katina household. That is for sure. Oh yeah, it's all good things. All right. The problem is like Palantir's now $1. There's so many. She has, just because hockey, like you're on the team with 20 plus girls, right? Or I think it's actually 17. Yeah. So and then she's played on multiple teams, and they're all at these games. So
well, you know what happens, like, and happened with baseball too when I was coaching Aaron. It's like the team, like one kid goes out for like ice cream after.
Oh, forget it.
Like one parent's like, oh, I'm taking my daughter I'm gonna take my son or daughter to ice cream after the game. Well, now guess what? Now you're all going because.
Oh well, this guy goes to me yesterday for baseball because I coach the rep girls team. He's asking me about all these bats. What do you think about this bat? What do you think about that bat? He's asking about the Hype Fires, the Easton Hype Fires, which are the greatest bat. And he's like, oh, my daughter, I'm going to get that for my daughter. I'm like, great. So now they're great friends with my daughter. So. It's $400 bat, but I don't know. All right, so we'll see.
That's actually
it's not bad, right? So
no, like I've heard some of the prices from some other that coach at higher levels that I know, and like some of it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It gets.
I mean, she's got a $250 hockey stake, so I don't know. I've lost my mind.
Okay,
it's
$340.
Yeah, Palantir rip. Palantir's $1 in the money, so
we just crossed 20,000 again, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. So
Nasdaq 20,000. I'm thinking if Nvidia goes head and shoulders, 119.25. Goes head and shoulders. So there's the head, there's the first shoulder. So if it gets to 19 quarter and starts to revert, I want to jump out of it. And then why am I still, it's so silly. We're saying Intel was catching a bid and didn't cover it all. Like there was a buyer down here in the teens. And again, just to shout out to eSignal, you can get level 2 access or if you want. Like that happens to be NVIDIA, what I'm on right now. But you'd be able to see that, read the tape, and know that there was a buyer down there and cover it all instead of just leaving some on there. So as the market bounces higher, I'm not going to reload this. It's too close to the imbalances, and we'll just stop it if it breaks this local high, which only happens if you adjust your stop order. So forget about VWAP. If it makes a fresh high, I'm getting out there. And like I said, 19.25 is like that lower high or the prior high before we broke it out. So if it gets in there to a head and shoulders, look for a bit of a reversion, try to take it out. That or 350 is going to be the exit for me on NVIDIA. If there's anything else that we missed, Stephen Bradley, why is Rigetti and QBTS not moved up with NVIDIA? Well, my concern with those is that Quantum Day is tomorrow. So like, I don't know, man. People can be excited to buy into that when sell the news has been basically how the week has gone. Like, look what happened to NVIDIA on their event. Like, would you want to buy into Quantum Day? It's whatever.
No,
I know I wouldn't because I feel like that would be a really risky place to buy. I think you wanted to buy into that on the last dip, not necessarily the day before. All right, I might just take this out here because 19's being a problem.
Yeah, for NVIDIA. Okay.
I actually don't even know where QBTS is right now because I didn't even check. It could actually be doing some good things. So I shouldn't just stock without looking at it. Chilling at VWAP. Yeah, it's actually pretty strong. Nice trend trade. You could have bought this off VWAP too and it would have worked. That's another trade you could have just had. Look at it, respect VWAP before, look at it, respect VWAP after, and you would have had yourself a nice little scalp trade there on QBTS. But down 3% today, and I'm not terribly surprised by that before Quantum Day.
No. I don't know. I don't know about... Look, I mean, yesterday I shorted NVIDIA 119 and went down to 114.50, and we did that as Jensen showed up. A lot of people there worried about what he was going to say, all this, what jacket is he wearing and all that. But as a trader, I think that was a good opportunity. So we'll look for that tomorrow.
I just always think the risk is the other way.
Me too. Yeah. Right. I think there's a lot of hype about this. And I mean, it's like, what could they possibly say? Most of, especially when you're talking about quantum computing, most of it is down the line. Right, so you're not going to really get anything immediately. I see the super chat right now. What's up, Mo Beji? Mo Beji. Mo Money, Mo Beji. All right, so he says FOMC meeting was, as Chris Cross would say, wiggity, 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 whack. He was heavily short at the top. So, you were heavily short at the top. I mean, that's perfect, right? So it wasn't whack, was it?
You got the high.
Yeah, I mean, that's great. Thanks, Powell, for the flush to give me a green exit.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we're talking about, man. We just had St. Patrick's Day the other day, and green is a color that everybody likes in this market.
And everyone should wear for the entirety of the NCAA tournament.
Yes, Michigan State green. Oh, and then he goes on to say, P.S. If Sean wears his cap backwards, he immediately becomes 50% more gangster. The thing is, man, I'm already 100% gangster, so 50% more on that, then we're kind of already near the top.
My question was, what do you have? What would get the other 50% if the hat backwards? Oh, glasses.
It's just in the blood, man. I mean, I already talked about this. For those of you...
Let's not start with these streets.
Neil still lives in Brampton.
Let's not start with these
I am
streets
from
of
the streets of Brampton.
Yo, you
everybody, Neil, everybody knows this.
Okay.
Including yourself.
Okay.
And the thing is that, you know, you can take me out of the streets, which you've done. I don't live in Brampton anymore. But you cannot take the streets out of me.
Streets?
So, you know what I'm saying? So, anyways, thank you, Mo Beige.
I tell stories from like back in the day trading. I'll tell stories about high school, but you don't hear me tell any stories about the junior high that I went to, because those dudes.
Yeah, I was like the only white guy there.
The basketball, like the basketball team I had in junior high.
Oh, shoot,
like I look back at the history of like where some of these dudes ended up. I'm like, I'm glad I didn't run with those guys in high school. I went to a different high school from like the feeder school, and I looked at where a lot of my friends from basketball. And this, you know, you're 12, 13 years old, and like where they ended up, and then my high school buddies, where they all ended up, it's like, yeah, it done worked out. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Yeah, we have a lot of high school buddies that have done real well for themselves. But, you know, we get to sit here and have fun with everybody every single day, and I want to thank everybody for all of this, man. I mean, we know exactly. I mean, I see some more. I can't see anything with these. These are polarized. I can't see. The mean streets of Canada, yeah, you know, where all the fentanyl just goes pouring on our streets, man. You got to control those borders, guys. Okay, so here it is right now. Sean Katina is one of Drake's hitmen. Remember there's that thing about,
and Drake,
you know,
got no hitman.
Pay my guy in a Louis belt. Okay, you know, I'll bring that tomorrow. All right, we miss Neil rapping. Yeah, I mean, that could be something. We used to do it for 1,000 likes. I mean, now we could do it a little bit higher than that.
Little fat on the Mac, and I'm back. Give you something that you never had.
Right.
Make you jump, pump, wiggle, and shake your rump. Because I'm kicking the flavor to make you want to jump. How high? Real high, because I'm busting. Anyways, I'm not going to do it.
No, well, you did.
We need the number of likes to usually do it. You said crisscross, so it was in my head.
It does make you want to jump. Right there, yeah. Thank you so much, Stevenson. I've actually never really. I love the way you trade. Thank you so much for that. How do you switch your bias? That's why I'm here. Look, man, we're like one of the head traders here at Real Trading, and I just have a lot of experience, a lot of good feels about the market. It doesn't mean we're green every day, but you know, sometimes you get that feels, and it's just like for today, for example, on that move down in the TQs, me and Neil, we already talked about this. Like we have seen Powell literally leave now 30 times, I mean, more than 30 Fed rates. And it's just like every time, no matter who it is, whenever they leave the podium, and that just started a couple of years ago with these Q&As, it tends to have this flush. So sometimes it's just about being a little bit confident there. Palantir, we're able to drop it, but then we averaged it. Like, see, this is what I mean. Like, it's great trades, but at the end of the day, we still lost there and we still lost there. Let's see if Palantir can make it back to the up. So with only 2 minutes until the imbalances.
The only big one left is NU is still 2 mil. To sell.
Yeah. That's 2 million to sell?
It's 2 million to sell on NU, GM 1.4. All the big ones are gone. Like Ford was a huge buy imbalance, and now it's absolutely gone. But like to Sean's point, it's so true. And I remember when I first started as a trainee, the rule was the first time you watch a Fed day, you watch a Fed day, and you weren't allowed to trade it. But you had to pull something up and watch the tape. You had to. It's like observe it and find a pattern. Things are so different now because I don't think it was the same type of reversion with the whole podium thing, but it's just the way it is, man. And you got to be able to jump in both directions. I think there's always also inflection points, key price levels. If something flips at a key price level, then that's another good reason. So with 1 minute to go till the imbalances come in, we'll let you guys know if there's anything gigantic. I would suspect that you could see some big numbers. Obviously, Friday's going to be a heck of a lot bigger. Tesla to dump into the close. That's going to be anybody's guess. But I always tend to think, like, when you just pulled back $5, $6 on Tesla, that maybe you've made that move. I won't be buying it off of VWAP, but this is a rip your face off day for Tesla, and it's had plenty of selling. I'd be a little surprised if it dumped without an imbalance because the market doesn't feel like it wants to completely dump. It was just a nice pullback after a good rally.
All right, so we now wait for 30 seconds until Z's in balances, and that's why we just got out at the 50 period right there. We only have 15% left of this VWAP play on Palantir with only a couple seconds. I've already got rid of all of them, so here we go. We'll watch it and then we'll change it as we see it. We'll start to change. So we'll be on Palantir here now because I have those shares with now only 10 seconds to go. Let's wait to see what winds up happening here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I mean, we're expecting something anyways. Whoa, Palantir there just got a little bit clogged up. It looks like to the downside there. Broadcom, oh, that's going to rip.
That's a big buy.
It's going to rip Broadcom. I haven't seen this in a long time. That's not actually doing anything. NVIDIA with a small sell as well. So, yeah, it looks like it's pretty. I'm trying to find SMCI. I'm trying to find names that maybe where the volume.
Remember, though, but Broadcom is one of the largest notional down weights on Friday.
Right. So
I'm not trusting a buy and balance on it.
No, I don't. I mean, I don't really love any of these. I mean, I'm just trying to see if there's any movement. Oops, not KDP. Apple. All right, so Apple, for some reason, feeling kind of ways there as well. Maybe on a sell.
Hertz with a big sell imbalance, $6 million. That's a garbage stock.
Everybody hurts, you know.
Everybody.
Yeah. So there we go. There is, based on what Neil just wrapped there, obviously a little bit of karaoke action there. We could talk about top trader, but I wonder who the top karaoke person would be.
If I get to pick my song.
Because I know Adara. Yeah, you can pick your song. That's what I'm saying.
I only do one song at karaoke, okay? And it's Rick James, Mary Jane. End of story.
No, but I mean all those raps. I'm saying like
you can't rap karaoke. It's not the same.
Why not?
thing.
You basically that's what you're doing.
Not the same thing. Karaoke to me is about singing horribly and doing it with a passion.
Well, then I'm one of the top karaoke players.
No, because Mary Jane, I'm not going to do it now, but that's my joint, man. Okay. Well, I mean, like, here's the thing. You know, when you karaoke, you want to try to come from the heart.
Right.
But also, when there's opportunities out there, we want to make, I can't even find it. We'll get it in a second. But you also, when there's ideas or opportunities out there, you also want to make sure that you present them. Hey, and we've got one for you. Meet VinFast.
Okay.
Vietnam's all-electric EV powers. How am I supposed to segue into it naturally? Driving a new era of global green mobility. In 2024, they delivered 97,000 EVs, and now they're on track to double that momentum.
Really?
With expansions in dynamic markets like Indonesia and the Philippines, plus fresh green series for commercial fleets. VinFast is electrifying possibilities. Powered by bold vision and proven execution, this emerging trailblazer is forging a sustainable future.
I will.
Fast, efficient, and impactful. Keep your eyes on VinFast, Vietnam's dynamic EV leader, rewriting the rules of mobility. Buckle up. The ride's just getting started. You remember that line?
I'm
just getting started. I got to shout out to you. Thank you for that weekend, by the way, because it's a whole story that I won't get into. But let's just say, no, there was. I needed. No, this is the the dudes from Chicago.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And they were staying.
Oh my God.
My girlfriend in university, her roommate met some dudes at Caravana who all of a sudden were just coming up for a weekend while we're at university. I'm like, we don't know these dudes. I'm like, if we go out with them, I need a wingman in case something goes down. Nobody was around. I'm like, Sean, man, you got to show up. And this guy showed up.
I only showed up because no one was around. I mean, that didn't make me feel like
they were cool as whatever, but we were out till like 4 a.m.
You see who Neil calls for backup?
What?
This is what streets are we from? This is what I'm saying.
That homeless dude knows what's up.
These were like 6'5", like
no, they were big
dark,
boys, man.
Yeah, exactly, big guys from Chicago,
chains and everything. I'm just saying.
All right, man.
I'm just saying it was legit.
We got a dope ass read here coming up, Ramin. How about that one? Oh, not yet.
We got another ad?
I just blew it. Okay.
It was legit.
Right now, here comes Palantir. Yeah, here comes Palantir.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, that was a good weekend. That's for sure, or at least that night was. Anyway,
because he kept saying, "Let's get it started."
Yeah, let's get it started. Yeah,
I'm like, we started 4 hours ago.
We're like, you know, okay.
Anyways,
that's university.
That's another story.
Another day here as Palantir continues to go upside. 2, 1. Let's go. Our friends over here at Trade the Pool are back, baby. So if you want to jump into that water, it's sometimes warm, sometimes cold, but there are sharks in it. Trade the Pool is a game-changing platform that caps your risk while giving you the opportunity to trade real shares using, guess what? Company capital, the best kind. That means no more risking your savings. Trade the Pool now offers unlimited trading periods during the evaluation phase. No pressure, no rushing. Take your time, calm down, perfect for your strategy, and get funded on your terms. Remember, your losses are capped at a one-time evaluation fee, and your profits are unlimited. Head to tradethepool.com to start trading today, and make sure you do scan that QR code right there for 10 points off. So thank you, Trade the Pool. And Neil and I, of course, sit here and do trade on firm capital as well with real trading. So, yeah, we know all about that. You guys can fire us off. Any questions about prop trading?
355. NVIDIA was a sell. It is gone. NVIDIA is now flipped.
Peace.
But it just went down. So sometimes it matters, sometimes it doesn't. NVIDIA just went down anyways. It was a 2 million sell imbalance. It just went nowhere. And it's still heading to the downside. So maybe they do want to sell it off going into the close. But we're done with this with only 4 minutes to go. Catch us in the aftermarket show. It'll be myself and Adair. We'll go over all the wild action that you saw today, the moves in the futures, the great trading on the future, the moves that we missed out on this morning. Like some of the nuclear names were crazy. A lot of names and some of the finance names were pretty fire, for at least for a while. Thank you, SoFi. Probably gave us a selling opportunity that we didn't take advantage of, but that's neither here nor there. Tesla going absolutely nuts. And Nick, all I will say is this. It was a discussion about, and I think this is a really good idea, and before I get up to the desk, I'm going to finish with this. Nick, how did you guys start at Real Trading? Well, I can tell you we all did it was like our trader journeys. And all those videos are up and can be posted, so you can hear mine. Sean started with the firm. We're out having beers. I was like, this sounded cool, long story short. And I was like, I got to do this. And he made it sound really awesome. Also gave us the real. That's how I started. I can go into more detail. We don't have a couple minutes. Sharif never got a chance to do his. Joe hasn't done his. I think it's a great idea that we film those so you guys get an idea how we all started out, got into trading. Everyone's journey is a little bit different. But I'll tell you one thing. Regardless of how you started in trading or where you're at in your journey, you found the right place. Because trading can be a lonely game, especially if you're sitting at home doing it yourself and maybe you're just sitting in front of your screens. That's what Trader TV Live is all about. A fantastic community. You guys are the absolute best. And we're on every single day the U.S. markets are open. And we have the aftermarket show for you, which I'm going to go get set up for. No major earnings, but a ton of stuff to cover. That is for sure.
All right, see you. Yeah, you're out of here. Good luck with that, and have a great evening. And yeah, there it is. Thank you so much for Mishal here. Mishal, thank you so much for that, man. There it is right there. 219, thank you so much. Dear Sharif, Shawarma, Sharif, Sean, Neil, and Adara. So thank you so much to everybody right there. Man, I love shawarma as well. But yeah, good day today. Thank you. Support some of our sponsors there today, including everybody that we've talked about. And let's just talk about some of these trades as we get wound up right now into the close. We might as well just cover this. All right, so Palantir, I was waiting for the 200 period. Let's get out of another piece here at 06. Hey, maybe we do climb up there into the 200 period. If we do, let's just get out of it all. Ooh, that's 35s. That's too high. We'll take 25s. How about that? Let's take 17s, okay? If we get up into I don't know why. Well, here it comes. Nice move upside there. We're long at 85.57. We just bought this last trade. This is the only trade that we've had over the last couple minutes here, and that was involved. Oh, we did Intel, by the way. Intel. Wow, we're up on the stock, but we got that fill right away. And then on imbalances, it got stopped out and then all the way down. So if you're still in this and you're not sort of like worried about the imbalances, then you just have a nice trade there on Intel into the closing period of the day. Good trading, I feel like, there on INTC. Taking that short, we really picked on it, down 7%. It was the #1 trade idea here today to go short up at 25 and change, but that never came through. So we'll short it in the afternoon and a good level. I know Neil was also looking and interested in that short as well. So yeah, good trading. I'm just trying to figure this out. Only one 1 minute left. I'm just going to offer out here at 02. Get punched out immediately there, and now work with Palantir. It's gone. For anybody there that's looking at the imbalances, let's have another quick look at it just to see if there's anything on watch. Ford with a little bit of a sell-in. That's not going to be... Wow, Ford's now over $10. Congratulations for that one. That's nice. I mean, we like to see and cheer on Ford. Some of you traders were looking at that underneath 10, looking for a break. So I know we've made a little bit of fun on Ford, but a good play there for anybody that is on Ford. So there it is. Lucid as well. All right, I'm not going to do this anymore. There's not that much there. Let's see where NVIDIA closes the day at. Okay, a nice little drop off from 120. We'll wait for that tomorrow on NVIDIA. With only 15 seconds left, we do have a closing bell coming through your way. It will be Adara on the bell today. So again, Adara with the nice green jacket. You can't really tell there, but you can see the market is now up 1.27%. The bell is brought to you by Nevada Canyon Gold. Go check them out, NGDL. As we ring it into the close, looks like the NASDAQ, we don't have any earnings to go right into again, so we'll get ready to go tonight. I'll see everybody at Coca-Cola Coliseum if you are there for the hockey game tonight. All right, so the NASDAQ closes up 1.37%. That's good on what was a non-event for the futures today. It was a good event for the futures, but a non-event for Powell as they come out and say hold. He also mentioned there, not worried about the labor market. I was worried about that, just worried about getting into the recession. Obviously, nothing's indicating right now that jobs are at risk. But hey, look, real world economy and what Fed perceives is a little bit different. Jobs are like, you don't want to lose it right now. Credit card delinquencies still relatively low, but I do know there's a lot of household debt out there right now as well. So, hey, we got it. Hopefully rates stay where they are. It looks like we may get a cut at May, but May is quite a ways away. So get ready for it. All right, there we go. Five Below reporting right now. Let's go back over. If they're ready, Ramin, I'm ready. There are some reports coming out. So congratulations to Randy who won a free coffee and everybody who made money today. We'll see you tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. We'll said p.m.
Thank you very much, Sean. We've got Five Below. It would have been more interesting if it was going down because then I could have made a pun.
Five above.
But it just went 7%, actually pulling back a little bit here. But Five Below, the first and only significant earnings name. It was supposed to be an implied move of 13%. You haven't really gotten that much from top to bottom. I think you had about 81, so went about 10% to the upside, and now you're getting a little bit of a pullback. So Five doing what everything else did in the afternoon, which is rally on Fed day. So we have a temp bottom being put into the markets, and maybe I jinxed it because Five Below is now underneath and below its high. Must have been a bit of a mixed number. I thought they beat estimates.
Actually, pretty good, yeah.
They beat top and bottom here, Adara, but it's holding right back where it started here on Five Below.
Yeah, so 4% increase here year over year for net sales to $1.39 billion. That's above estimates of $1.386 billion. EPS also a beat, 3.48 versus $3.38 expected. Apparently, they opened 22 new stores and ended the quarter with 1,771 stores in 44 states, representing an increase of 14.7% here year over year in terms of how many stores they have. Operating income a little bit lower here, so $246.8 million versus $268.4 million, previously down about 1.5% there for adjusted operating income. Now, in terms of net income, also down year over year, so net income decrease here seems to be the biggest thing. Even this EPS number, a beat, but actually down on a year over year basis.
Yeah, I mean, if you're opening new stores, I guess that would be a good thing. I mean, retail's tough, but they give deals, so maybe this is going to be good. From the other side of Five Below, to keep in mind, 9% short float on this name, and because you should always look at the daily chart, well, it's been a bit of a rough ride for Five Below, below every major moving average, pretty much at 50 or on the 52-week lows as we speak. So, hey, if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go for you Five Below, and it doesn't really take much here. Obviously, I think, and we've said this before, I know it was a Fed day. We got no change. Earnings matter much more this year. Like, if people are afraid of recession, then show me the money. Right? Like, I want to see companies that are still doing well if we have a bit of a slowdown and are producing the goods and producing the numbers. So it's going to matter a heck of a lot more. with Five Below, it's got enough of a short flow, and it's down at these bottoms that, I mean, it can go like mini squeeze on even so-so report. But for now, it's still in the green. It's not really above that 80 level that it went to, but I think you get the perspective on a stock like this when you look at that daily chart that even here up 7%, that's nothing. I mean, this stock is bled, I think it was like 60 or 70% from its highs. So just try to remember that. But for this afternoon, Adara, I mean, I want to get your thoughts on, you were on the desk for the Fed for the first time here today. It was wild action. And we always say this. We say usually the same thing, and we try to repeat it every single time there's a Fed day. Like the rubber band, pick the stock you like in a direction, the rubber band, so like let it make a range and then buy the dips or sell the rips if you're bullish or bearish on the stock. Once Powell hits the podium, look for the trend trade. When he leaves it, think the other way. Well, Powell hits the podium, higher low, higher low, higher low, and then go ham on Tesla. That's the trend. Powell leaves the podium, dump right back in. If you bought the dips on the established range, that also worked. Sometimes it just works like that.
Yeah.
And then on the flip side, you could have just shorted Intel on every single pop because that trend stayed true as well. But it was a wild Fed day. How did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was different. This is my first time like doing it from this side of the desk. So previously, I've just been covering the conference and not the actual number itself. So that was different. Happy I got used to it. I will say, I heard you talking about the trend of the Qs. I drew my own fun trend lines and speed lines over here. So I think what was cool is you had, this is like the first initial trend, right? So bounce, bounce. Then look, we get below, we drop, and then look where we reject that. So I want to look at this trend line tomorrow. But yeah, really what happens if you drew these speed lines is, so like I guess the steepest point, we drop here, then we bounce a little bit, then we come reject it, then we could through the second speed line, and then we're like RIP at that point. So that was, yeah, I had a lot of fun watching that. Did not get involved in that per se.
Leave that chart up for a second.
Yeah, I can.
I want you to leave that chart up because when I was doing like mean reversion trades or getting back into them, because I used to do it a lot when I traded penny stocks like a long while ago, and I was getting back into it, and there was a day in the afternoon show where Sean was gone and it was Obi and I, and we were both trading Shopify. And we
I
both,
remember that.
And so I had the line, I think, from like the entire move, and he had the steeper line.
Yeah.
So he got in the trade earlier. It's just like this. So if you zoom in there, like he had the trade at that point, and then I had the trade when it accelerated.
Yeah.
But it was basically like the same look. And what we realized in that moment was that is an entry and an add. It's like combine the best of both worlds. You're really looking at the same concept, but the other one's giving you confirmation of the break, and it's like nibble in here, add on that one for the confirmation, and then if it had bounced off that next trend line, you could get out. But yeah, you got to find yourself a bit of an edge. That's a great one in there. And the other thing you can do with that is, well, if you were long that entire move,
Yeah, then you want to, so you set your stuff.
that's your exit.
Yeah, like I said, I've been finding these trend lines to be a lot more interesting to be following as of lately. Like I talked about this Berkshire Hathaway trade I was in back on Monday, when the reason I liked it was because it just had these beautiful bounce off the trend. Even I got wicked out, but then when I saw we were still holding trend wider time frame, I had no problem getting back in and more than doubling my size, because it's like if you're seeing these trend line respect, it gives you so much confidence. On the other hand, if you're seeing the opposite, if you're seeing disrespect, then you want to get out. So I think for just the reasons you said, I think it's really powerful. Also, I don't know if we got a chance to thank Meshal for the super chat. Thank you very much for these. I think this might be Saudi Arabian. This $219.99. Thank you very much here, whatever currency this is. We very much appreciate you. Saying, dear Sean, Sharif, Neil, Joseph, Adara. Thank you very much here to you, Meshal. Thank you for supporting the show and for being here every single day with us. Now let's talk here about Five Below, because we have some more numbers here. We've got their guidance. So in case you missed it, they beat top and bottom line, but their earnings per share actually did drop on a year-over-year basis. So Q1 adjusted earnings per share here, 50 cents to 61 cents, above estimates of 49 cents. Revenue guide for Q1 also above estimates. Take care, Sean. For the fiscal guidance, though, this is pretty bad for the fiscal year, Neil. So they're guiding $4.10 to $4.72 versus $5.06 expected for fiscal 2025, well below estimates. Revenue, $4.21 to $4.33 billion. That's about in line with estimates here of $4.274 billion. So great guidance here for Q1. Very tepid guidance for the fiscal year.
Yeah, and look, I think as we were talking about earlier, maybe the reason why it's not dropping on that guidance, and it's still green, Five Below is still green, it could just be it's so bad, or it's been so bad that what's left for it at this point?
Yeah.
Like, how much worse can it get? You're still growing stores. Maybe it's just enough that it can make a bounce off the bottom, because I feel like in this earnings season, if you've guided poorly, forget about it. You're screwed.
That's true.
And I want to shout out to Michelle and thank you for that super chat. I can tell you right now, Michelle, maybe we'll use some of this. I keep saying we need to do a shawarma on Friday, so the super chats, as far as I'm concerned, are going to the shawarma place that Ramin keeps telling us is the best and is the only place we should get shawarma.
Really?
And she's like, there's one place you can get shawarma in Toronto that's any good. I've never had a shawarma that was bad, but that's me because I like everything, pretty much. I'll eat anything. But yeah, there's one, and we thank you guys for super chats. All we ever ask is, A, tune in, B, enjoy the show, C, hopefully learn something, D, contribute to our awesome trading community. And to do that, hit the like, hit the subscribe, share it with your friends so we can get bigger and better. What I love about it is there's like stocks that I forget about.
Yeah.
All the time. Everyone was yelling about Robinhood and SoFi and some of the fintech names today during this rally. And it's like there's opportunities abound. Like, you want to talk about a trend reversal trade? Yeah, the market did it all day, but look at the breakout early, right on the open on Robinhood, the trend reversion. Like, that is a textbook trend reversion. And then the dip support after trend reversion, it then holds that higher low, breaks that downtrend, and then reverts back up, only to give you another one. Like, if you like that reversion type model, you would have had one short there, and you would have had this long here, maybe even that reload, and then you could have had the short at the end of the day. Robinhood was a fantastic example. I mean, SoFi, notwithstanding the end of the day here, up 7% despite that little bit of a dump, and yet another stock went right into the 200-period moving average on the daily and bounced it nicely.
Wow.
Oh, and I got one more for you, because everyone was talking, there's a bunch of people that asked in the afternoon, what do you think about the NVIDIA death cross? Look at when SoFi made the golden cross. This was back here, and it was every now and then. I know I've said that I'm not a big time believer, and this is an indicator to get in. I think this was sort of setting up for a good long anyways. Candidly, I'm in SoFi stock, so I am talking my own book. It did the nice rounded bottom, the higher lows, a bunch of local breakouts. And when it held both major moving averages, you were getting a breakout of the top right here anyways. Like, that's just a normal, good technical setup, regardless of that, I guess, golden cross. But NVIDIA's death cross, I don't think happened today. So it could, if we go down tomorrow, it wouldn't really take much. If you have a decent down day in the next couple of days, then you would have what is typically a bearish indicator here with NVIDIA on the death cross, the 50-period cross and the 20 simple on the daily. I can tell you the golden cross was a good long, but then everything was a good long in NVIDIA at the beginning of 2023. So that's completely insignificant, but maybe there's some people that are going to sell it on that. I think you had a good recovery. I don't think we're out of the water yet until we start getting back above some of those major moving averages. It was a really quick drop. Someone in our chat said the 5th fastest correction in the S&P history.
Really?
I tend to think the faster it is, the better the initial bounce would usually be when you have a rapid move to the downside. But we'll see. We got a little bit of a taste of it today, but it's only one day.
Indeed, only one day. Yeah, I think I'm just looking at some charts here to head for tomorrow because we actually have some decent earnings tomorrow morning. PDD we haven't watched, but I want to talk about Accenture because Accenture was a name. This is, I drew this trend line. I like this, like lower highs, lower lows, blah, 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 starting basically technically we kind of flatline a little bit early March. We really start this descent at the end of the first week of March. Then, of course, that selling on last Monday certainly escalates it. Then we start to bottom out here the end of last week, now making some higher lows. So, I found these support resistance levels on the daily chart. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But ACN looking good into earnings tomorrow morning. What about PDD? PDD is one that admittedly I have charted less other than like this very clear resistance area at 133. But hey, we're kind of heading into that. We had an uptrend heading into this 133. We reject 133, then we rounded bottom. So if we can continue holding support, yesterday was a little bit, or today I guess was a little bit of a a step back because we had this bear flag, but I think if we can push it to that 133, could be an interesting look for tomorrow. So that is Adair's earnings minute. Another one here, DRI, for the people who trade spready tickers out here. This one can be really good on earnings day one. This 15-minute is super choppy, but I mean, I want to see if there's anything on the daily. This is one, though, that I know can give you some nice moves. And like their September earnings report, that was really, really nice. A little bit of a rounded top here on the daily chart. And we actually have a gap level. So I want to see what we do here at 180s. I'm going to probably draw a line there right now.
Shout out to Darden Restaurants.
Yeah.
Because my dad
Darden.
likes Ruth Chris.
Oh, really?
Well, I have words with him about what I consider to be a good steakhouse. When I was, I don't want to sound bougie or anything, but like what I considered good food when I was younger and didn't have any money at all and was broke, and what you think is good steak now is vastly different. But you know what? I am a stickler because some places with a great reputation are ridiculously overpriced. I'm not going to name any names, but there's a couple in Toronto where I'm like, I will never eat there again because you're charging way too much, and that wasn't that great of a steak. But there are a few that are fantastic. One note on PDD, though. I feel as if, now PDD, Pinduoduo had a really great run where it was the Chinese retail name to own, but I look at it, and I look at Alibaba right now. Again, I'm talking my own book, but I think this one's obvious. You tell me what's in favor between the two. That's Baba's chart. This is JD's chart.
Not bad.
And this is PDD's chart.
Yikes.
So, like, there's two ways to look at this. I think the optimist or the bull would say, yeah, but that just means it can play catch up on a good print if it breaks it out. The other part of me would be, well, maybe there's a limit to the upside, and I'd rather just be in the one that's stronger. Because it was a whole run. I remember the last couple of years, I was always constantly saying, look at the chart. PDD is the better one to own. Like, that's the one you should buy in the dips, not Baba, despite the fact that I was in Baba. And it was always true. But I think you got to respect it. I think you got to respect the fact that it is not the strongest in the group. JD is local to a breakout, so maybe on sympathy, like you've got the earnings high on JD and the 52-week high coming up. On sympathy, that could maybe break out, and it's just been a stronger stock. So it's nothing against Pinduoduo. I'm not here to poo-poo on a company or a stock, but the charts don't lie. And sometimes when you're playing a group, just play the strongest name in the group. Like that's just the better way to go. It's why I don't like the miners in crypto, everybody. Because why would I want to be in the thing that is weak? It's just not the way to go. David in the chat, yeah, buddy. Steak talk makes me want a good, rare prime rib. I will not be eating prime rib tonight. As a matter of fact, I was complaining out loud to Sean in the middle of the day that I have no idea what my daughter and I are eating for dinner tonight because I didn't think of it, and I'm not even sure what we have. My wife's away for the week. But we have no activities this afternoon, or this evening, so I actually can figure something decent out. I know what she's going to ask for, and I really do not want to eat KD, so it's not going to be that. But I'll figure it out. It's not going to be prime rib, I can tell you that much. But I want to get to some of the ETFs here just for a quick little second.
Yeah, of course.
And the crazy action that we've seen the last couple of days, specifically in URA. And I know we had Michael Noss come on and talk specifically about this, that you have found a very, very significant level, it seems like, in uranium. And I don't wonder, like you saw the bounce in here off 23, 24, if you go back on a weekly chart, the 24 level's been the more general area, but it looks like it's in the midst of a recovery. And I say that because we were talking about like the module, like the new scale, SMR. You can look at some of the others in the group. I look at SMR because it's the one I happen to own. Sean's in it too. And the way it's bounced post earnings, so you get the earnings low, you get the 200 period hold. This is another name. And I'm hoping we can sustain this move. You want to see some confirmation on it, holding this 19 area, which is kind of underneath that, but holding that 19 to make another bit of a run. I like the low that you put in. I think if you close the week above the 200 period, there's a swing opportunity, especially with URA holding at a key level as well. And then you have the more squeeze type names. Hello, 21% short float. And I'm not saying it's going to rally forever. I don't think we're in that type of market. Like I said, I don't think the market's out of the water. But if we can just break the 50 again, get into the mid to high 20s, that's good enough for another leg up here on SMR. But it starts with that bounce in uranium futures. There's another thing that I wanted to get to, and this is because you mentioned Berkshire, and that's a stock you like to trade.
It is. Well, I've traded like the one time, but it was good. I like
Well, you've traded it one more time than I have ever traded it.
Really?
I've never traded Berkshire.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's entirely untrue. There was one day years ago when it was an imbalance on it, and it was an imbalance trade.
Yeah,
I traded it for like 1 minute at the close, and then they held the print for like, it was the longest I'd ever seen them hold a print. They didn't print it until like 15, 20 minutes after the market. It was wild because CNBC was up and everyone was around the Berkshire post because they hadn't given the print yet. So like the entirety of the NYSE floor, anyone that had lingered was just starting to merge. Like, where is it going to print? Because usually that wouldn't happen. Anyways, that was a long time ago. I digress. Berkshire breaking out to fresh highs. This is really on one right now.
Oh, yeah.
And this is like, I do own some, but it was a long time ago. I can't even remember when I bought it. I promise you, I just didn't buy enough and I should have continued buying it. I usually buy the indexes, but there's something which is continuously breaking out. My one concern would be if it's been a nice little flight to safety in Berkshire and the financials have done pretty well as well, like what happens if the favor comes back into tech? Does Berkshire get a pullback? But I think that would be good for you trading it there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, like, I don't like to have biases for things longer term. I just don't, because I don't want to get caught up. And I think also having biases for things like even intraday has kind of hurt me. What I'm seeing right now is actually like we had this really nice, after basing out for a bit here, the first part of March, we have the sustained uptrend as the rest of the market's selling. But right now, we're actually pretty range bound. Like we've got a base here around 521, 21, 21, which was a huge support resistance level back on Monday when I was involved in it. And now we're topically turning. So I would probably want to see like a break of this high. Like even today, the highest we got here was just this pop off the open. We have not made new all-time highs since yesterday. So if I was going to get involved in this, I would want to see this strength, I guess, continue. Or as you mentioned, potentially for the short side, if we break that 521.21, like short to me.
Yeah, that's sort of what I was getting at. It's like, well, if it's got this little bull flag in there, and if everyone rotates back into some of the tech names, and that continues, well, maybe you can slip something in Berkshire. And then for the dip buyers out there, it gives you an opportunity to buy the dip. Because if you are of that ilk that any rotation back would be short term, then you might look to go to those sort of safety names to be buying any dips. Like maybe you're thinking about gold, which had a pretty... Which, I mean, GLD was on one, it broke highs. Everything broke highs today, I get it. But there's breaking highs on Fed intraday, and then there's actual things that are breaking highs on a daily chart or a weekly chart, right? So you get Berkshire doing it, you get GLD doing it. It's not a host of things that are making new fresh highs, everybody. And you want to pay attention to the trend. We had Raheem on this morning talking about not just gold and silver. He was talking about some other metals as well. He was talking about steel and copper and how they all differ. Some barcode, some are tariff protection plays. But ultimately, it's undeniable what gold has been able to do here, whether you like it or not. That's been an absolute opportunity for everybody out there. Just big shout out again. I keep seeing the super chat that in from Michal.
Yeah.
And I've made myself hungry with A, the shawarma talk, B, then the steak talk, and C, the fact that Dara still has some of her lunch sitting right next to me, which is just a testament to how hard you worked today. But did you get any good trading in, as busy as you were?
Not really. There was, I will say, I'll be honest with it, Netflix actually looked really spicy. There was one, I don't have my P-Pro 8 up still, but there was this one, like when it broke through VWAP, I took this short there around like 9:51. I noticed us really stalling on the 15-minute chart. So I had that short there into, I think like 9:47s, and I got out. So I was like, whatever, it was fine. Happy I took it. Yeah, today was a little bit rougher for me, but you know what the great thing about the markets is you always have a new day to go. I was under the weather. I don't think I realized the extent to how under the weather I was feeling also till later in the day, which never helps. And again, that's not to make excuses. It's just like check in with yourself, see how you're doing. You can have plans, and they just don't work. And that's fine, but just be aware of that. Happy that I still got my toes wet in the market and ready to see what tomorrow has to offer as per usual. There were some things that I was watching that I tried to get in when the market flushed and AAPL. Like I was trying to get into the Qs on that trend break short, and then the Qs would not let me in. So like, it is what it is. You have to focus on your priorities. As I've always said, I continue to say my priority 100% is on delivering the news. I'm lucky I'm on this floor and I get these opportunities, but I'm always going to want to make sure that I'm giving you guys news first and foremost. Reddit I watched that yesterday, but I totally missed this today.
Well, a CompuCare team made a point here that I'm just going to, which I agree with it. I notice when you buy the dip, it will go deeper. In a general sense, that's true, right? Because if short-term trend is down, It's what the probability. What's the most likely thing for the market to do tomorrow, whatever it did today? What's the most likely thing for a stock to do in the next 5-minute bar, whatever it was doing in the previous one? Like that's the general thesis. It's not always going to be that simple. Sometimes you want to buy the dip, but patience and position size are important if you're not a momentum trader. Now, and this is because I have to talk about Reddit today, because anyone that watched the show yesterday, Reddit was down 13%. I said at the end of the show that Reddit prior day low was 108, and then there was a few days before that 105. And because it was SSR and short sell restricted, uptick rules in effect, I'm looking for the mean reversion trade on Reddit off 108 or 105. It didn't work off 108, so that's fine. I lost on that trade. More on that later. It did work off 105 if you come to my chart, and it worked like gangbusters. I mean, it was absolutely perfect. The problem is, I haven't traded Reddit in a while. And so it's not as liquid as it used to be, or at least what I remember it being. So the liquidity when I was taking the trade, the bounce, it didn't work. Now there was a slight bounce off 108 as you can see here, but it wasn't much. The liquidity on that bounce, when I'm getting it as it's still weak, no problem getting your position. And that's where I lost. But when it made the turn, getting in without having to chase it, I couldn't get in. So despite the fact that it did the rally that I wanted, and I did get in, I just wasn't able to get the position I wanted. And that's an important thing about any trading strategy. You want to make sure that, you just make good decisions and then grade yourself on your decisions. And then once you have a process that works based off of that, then you can worry about scaling and all that stuff. But there is a limit to any strategy, and that is liquidity. Yep. Share size is completely irrelevant except for liquidity. Like there's no limit, I shouldn't say irrelevant, but there's no limit to sort of how much size you can take, it's how much your account size is, and it's the liquidity on the stock. And so the problem becomes, if there's enough liquidity on a mean reversion when you're getting it wrong, but not enough when it turns, well then maybe I can't execute it on that stock. And that's the difference between it and say like SMCI, where when it reverts, no problem. You're going to get filled where you want, how much you want an SMCI, and you're going to get your move. And that's the thing that you have to differentiate between sometimes is, is the liquidity sufficient for me to scale this strategy? And if the answer is no, then stop doing it. Because there's no point developing a strategy that you can't eventually scale on because there's a lack of liquidity. I've had that discussion with traders before. It's like, that's great that you're winning on this, but can you eventually ever scale it? And if the answer is no, even with good decision making, you couldn't scale it, what can you do? Before pre-split, I had to stop trading SMCI because after a winning trade, and I've said this before, after a winning trade, I trailed out of it, realized the slippage was way more than I was anticipating. I was like, I can't scale this ever, based on the slippage I got there. How I was trading it actually wasn't good, despite the fact that was up, because it was going to lose more had it been wrong than I was anticipating. Anyways, I hope that wasn't too much of a ramble, but anytime I see that, and shout out to CompuCare team for that good point I think that you made about how share sizing is important, timing is important on your trade. Having a strategy in the first place is always going to be important. I know it's already 4:27.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah, like time. We didn't even have a guest, and I managed to rumble our way into 4:30. But just to recap, 5 below, despite the poor guidance, right back up to the top. So keep in mind this name. It's a 9% short float. It's not like it can get all that much worse. It's pretty nasty on the daily chart. Now, I wouldn't classify this as a trend break at all. On the daily, it is very much still a downtrend, but it's still a local breakout that you would at least surmise would have some room to 89 is the 50 period and the 200 periods at like 93. That's a pretty sizable range with a 9% short float for it to be able to do something tomorrow. And if you're into that kind of a trade like the like a post-earnings trade, you're always looking for the earnings names, then this is your only one out there, and it's one that I think is worth watching. And of course, as you mentioned, before the bell tomorrow, we're going to get into Duo, and then after market, it's going to be Micron, FedEx,
Nike,
and
Lennar. And I keep calling them accidentally either Micron or Nike, but they are Nike and they are Micron. and they're doing earnings tomorrow. Also, I have an infographic on the way that I forgot that I was working on, but will hopefully be released by tomorrow, showing the different stock performance under Nike's various recent CEOs. And there's really only one that did super well with it, but you'll have to find out who tomorrow.
I love those infographics. Keep them coming, Adara. But you know what? Actually, those fun and amazing infographics that Adara keeps putting out for us in the Trader TV Live research, they're going to have to stop. No, they're not going to stop.
No,
but the easy way to show your appreciation for those and to keep them coming is hit the like, hit the subscribe, not just to show appreciation to Adara for the hard work that she puts in, but to the entire team. And there's a little something we do to show appreciation to you, all of our viewers out there. And if you're tuning in for the first time post-Fed, it's the roll call at the end of the show. And this is where Adara in rapid fire reads all the names in the chat. But you know what? To be in the chat, you have to be a subscriber. So hit that like, hit that subscribe right now. Get yourself in there, and everyone give a big shout out to a single, pick a member of the team, whether it's Fabian, whether it's Ramin who wants us to get shawarma on Friday, whether it's Joey Options or Sharif, Brendan, Adara on the news desk, my homeboy Sean. As I said, the wingman at university was a crazy weekend. One of these days we'll opine and maybe tell the entire story. It was a heck of a lot of fun. He's a great wingman out there. Give a big shout out to Obi who fills in a bunch. Andre on our socials. Bears versus Bulls, the best moderator out there. So everyone hop in, make sure you do that, and let's get some roll call.
And thank you so much for everyone for being here. We have, of course, as always, Neil, Sharif, Joe, Sean. Shout out to Obi, shout out to Fabian, Ramin, Andre, shout out to Brendan. And shout out to Joe. And also here, Bears versus Bulls, thank you for everything you do every single day. Thank you to the Piper, Nephew with capital P, DJ 2AM, Afterstar, Monty G, Pues Hermano saying be well. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm a little unwell today. A little sick. It's okay. Bob S, PMG, Sir Poopy Paper Hands. We've got Bob S. We have Monty G, Afterstar, Johnny H, Never Always Ever. We've got Computer Team, Daniel Welch, Cable Williams, I Speak Spanglish, got Rats, Day Trader Cut, Dinkelberg, Carl Gruen. We got David Treziak, Patrick Irving, CDB, Caleb Williams, more on Wall Street, Bora Hout, D. Westermeyer, and we've got Sebastian Ontiveros, AQ Guy. We've got, Los Players Mendes again. It's a lot of repeats, but thank you guys so much for being here with us every single day. One more Garov in the chat as well.
Yes.
We will see you guys tomorrow. Also, I want to do a quick shameless self-plug for our TTV research account. I just put this out today. If you're ever hearing about Fed speak, and you're like, who are these nameless people, faceless people that are speaking? I made this. This is an entire who's who of everybody who is on the Federal Open Markets Committee. This is in, so here we have Fed Chair Powell, of course. Then you've got the governors on either side of him. These two are people involved in vice chair capacities, though Michelle Bowman has yet to be confirmed, but she's been nominated. And then all these little guys below are all the ones we hear talking about on a regular basis. These are just the president of the Fed banks. We have 12 Federal Reserve banks. These are those 12 presidents. So that's a quick rundown, I guess, on how the Fed is governed. And you can check this out on X at TTV Research if you want to associate names to faces next time we hear a slew of Fed-related speakers.
Well put. And by the way, Neil Kashkari spells his name the wrong way.
Yes.
Just going to throw that out there. What up, Neil? No, I'm just joking. It doesn't really matter. Some of them, the other thing you want to consider is sometimes you have members that are hawkish or dovish, and when they're speaking, it can be good to have an idea which way they lean so you don't overreact and anticipate the comments they're going to say. I want to thank you, Mr. Westermeyer, for the 42 points that you just gifted. I know why you picked 42. I love Jackie Robinson. That was one of my heroes. Obviously, for a lot of people as well. And I want to make sure that everyone remembers, I forgot to thank Bears versus Bulls, but you're the best moderator out there. Can never forget you. And because someone asked, tomorrow is NVIDIA's Quantum Day. So when we say Quantum Day, NVIDIA's Quantum Day is tomorrow. So there's a heck of a lot to be ready for. Post-Fed action, earnings action, trading, fun banter, maybe some shawarma, probably not till Friday, and NVIDIA's Quantum Day. All for you live tomorrow at 8:30. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
See ya.